baby, we're going off script today because we are live from Fastport Studios. This is Road Gang Radio, and I get to hang out not just with Jimmy Mack, but also Brad Bentley. Good morning to you lovely men.
Good morning, by the way. Good to have you on, Phone Master Dre. What do you say? He's the Say Dre kid. I guess it's the best way to put that. Also, by the way, as Brad said when he came in, just like the donuts, the mics are hot here on hashtag RGR, Roger, Resistance, and Road Gang Radio. Less than stellar decision-making, Brad Bentley. Not on your part, but less than stellar decision-making.
Second time this week I've heard that, by the way.
By the way, a timeout for less than stellar decision-making. That was the call out, from the CHIPs in California's Mountain Pass Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Facility in Nipton, California. Here's the Facebook issuance of those fine men and women of LEO, law enforcement officers. They roared a little bit, to a driver who had some interesting ideas on how to handle his CMV. They share the image of the 73 miles an hour in the 55 mile an hour citation. Atop that citation is a pack of Hustler Ambition cannabis cigarettes that he was tossing out the window as they began to close in on him. He did it more than once. Look close, and you can also see a no logbook violation contained there. Here's what they wrote. Transporting alcohol or drugs in the cab of your commercial vehicle is never a good idea. Trying to toss it out of the window after getting pulled over for speeding, somehow even worse. One driver learned this the hard way and is now enjoying a mandatory 24-hour, quote-unquote, timeout to reflect on some less than stellar decision-making. Let's all take this as a lesson. Good judgment travels better than contraband. Hardy har har. Now, I know over here at Road Gang Radio, we've gotten some bizarre accusations. I read this yesterday, Brad. OIDA, Trucking with OIDA, is going to be joining us today at the end of this show. We're really excited about that prospect as well. Our good friends Ashley and Scott will be here. I'll give you the details on that particular show in just a little bit here. Somebody actually said, well, just a lot of leftist ideas. You've known me for a long time. I don't think the word leftist would be something you would assign to myself or Dave Nemo. Maybe to Claire Marie. But then again, you probably might not have actually know what our house is like over there when we get into some of those quote-unquote leftist conversations. They tend to be very one-sided, if you get what I'm saying. But I'm actually going to fan the flames a little bit of leftist thinking here. I think that drug laws and drug testing laws in regards to nationwide for normal citizens and for truckers are the most absurd, that you could possibly imagine. But the law is the law and must be obeyed unless as a form of protest with the understanding of the acceptance of consequences. The right to protest bad laws. You don't protest a bad law by smoking Mary Do You Wanna behind the wheel of a cab, or by tossing your Mary Do You Wanna, which should not be in your cab, from the cab while doing 73 and a 55. The inside of the cab is never a time for free soil libertarianism, even if and when that day hopefully comes. Mary, do you want to go to jail? No. Then don't have booze in or around your truck unless you're having it for an alcohol shipment. And don't drive the devil's lettuce unless you have a bill of lading from Old Scratch's Farm or the DOD. It's that simple, guys. Bad thinking. Good morning to you, Brad Bentley. How you doing, man?
Doing well. Calm before the storm.
I know. What storm is that, by the way?
Well, a big event here next Wednesday, the 23rd, but we have people coming in as early as Sunday to prep for this. So we're very excited about that. It's got to be a wild weekend, a lot of airport shuttles back and forth. We've got an appearance with Chef Marty actually tomorrow you and I are involved with. So, big event.
A lot of stuff is going down. A lot of stuff is coming up. A lot of stuff is kind of percolating and bubbling over here at the Degas House at the Fastport Studios. Go to fastport.com, by the way, and find out how they are actually helping veterans make the transition from the veteran life into the fabric of this nation. You can also go to nationalapprenticeships.org. That's it, right? Correct? It's nationalapprenticeships.org?
No S, National Apprenticeship.
NationalApprenticeship.org is where you should head over and check that out. Speaking of our veterans, by the way, after Eduardo Gonçalves Eduardo Gonçalves, comes to talk about, and it's big game hunting he's talking about. And he's talking about, there's some problems that he really wants to look at. They're talking about rescinding the Endangered Species Act. As somebody who actually appreciates what hunters do and has on many occasions gone for a hunt, I kind of fall with him on this, by the way. It could open up the floodgates. You got a chance to go on a safari recently. Was amazing, right?
It was.
It means a life-changing experience. We want those animals there in the future. We don't want animals have trackers put on them when they're on reservations so that some big game hunter can hunt them if they happen to wander off.
Yeah, it was interesting. I was on a bicycle safari actually with Phil Liggett, who's broadcasting the Tour de France right now, which is just an amazing experience. But one of the things that was incorporated into that was 28,000-acre game reserve was a training program they had for people in the community to work on their anti-poaching teams. So still a big problem over there, not only in South Africa, but other places. And being able to enjoy that, this was not a hunting safari. Obviously, this was a bicycle safari. But all the conservation work that goes into that is pretty special.
You know Colton Lawrence, right? Mm-hmm. He's a big game hunter, likes hunting elk. I have not met a more passionate conservationist in my life in that field because those licenses are hard to get, issued to people who have worked their ass off to get them. And you know what they don't like? They don't like people poaching.
Yep. I think that's pretty common for hunters in general. For me and my publishing background, we had a contract at one point for a Mossy Oak to do their Hunting the Country magazine. That led to another opportunity to do a land management magazine for them with their seed division, Biologic. And that's one of the things I learned from being around them for so long is the management that goes into this at the state level, your game wardens, all of this. There's a smarter way to do it, and the poachers ruin everything.
Everything. Actually, I've been turned on to, I don't have an opposition to big game hunting. I have an opposition to the abuse of big game hunting. And when I was a younger man, I read a book called The Roots of Heaven. You should read it, by the way, Romain Gary's book. It's about a World War II veteran who has a fever dream while he's in a German prisoner of war camp that the roots of heaven are dying, and if they die, the stars will go out in the sky. Mm-hmm. And what he figures out when he comes out of the fever dream and out of the prisoner of war camp, that he has to go down to equatorial Africa and stop the elephants from getting hunted to extinction. It's deeply moving.
Yeah.
It's a really exciting book, too. And John Huston made it into a movie. It's one of the movies that John Huston always said, oh, if I could get a second crack at that, I would take it. He always said, don't remake great movies. He said remake movies that were almost good. That's how we got The Maltese Falcon, as a matter of fact. They took 2 cracks at it. We're taking another crack at the show, as we do every day here on Road Gang Radio. After Eduardo comes here, you guys should really pay attention to this conversation. Military Chef Robert Irvine is going to be here. And Brad, you brought something in for both Dre and I. Would you care to tell people what I'm actually holding right now?
Oh, he's got Robert Irvine's Fit Crunch. I think Jimmy Mack's got the peanut butter and jelly bar over there. But brought those for a couple of reasons. One, always good to have snacks getting through a 4-hour show. But love what Chef Irvine has done. Those are healthier and better tasting than a lot of the ones that are actually on the market. But really excited about his interview coming up. Don't want to take anything away from the timing for that because I know he's going to talk about his Let's Chow program coming up today.
I want to chew the fat on Let's Chow. I'm telling you, man, this thing it's exciting. The Let's Chow program. Where do you guys hear this, by the way? It's a chance to have access to more food out on the road and more opportunities to eat some really groovy food that you have great access to while at the same time helping veterans. Perfection, as far as I'm concerned. Phone Master Dre, what do you say?
When I was confirming calls yesterday and I saw that and I forgot that you brought that up prior to this today, I got a little super excited, but it wasn't real until I saw it yesterday. So highly appreciate that and highly appreciate y'all making this happen because I've done my research on him back in the day because I've always been fascinated by him. And then when I found these out, these protein bars, because when it comes to any other one, dude, you can't find one that meets consistency, ingredients, flavor when it comes to a protein bar.
Only barbells come close.
Yes, barbells, and there's another one.
I mean, but I'm telling you, if you look up the top 3, man, and guys, this is the real deal here in the sense that, and by the way, Barbell, nor Robert Irvine, nor Fit Crunch. We are not on the payola. We are not on the payroll.
No.
If we are, we'll stop talking about it like this, to be honest with you.
Just respect a good product.
But Fit Crunch, I got to tell you, man, is up there. You're living in the high country. If you want a snack that actually is good for you, that is the way to go out there. It's a quick snack, and it makes a difference. Go ahead.
How'd you know I liked coconut there, brother?
Man,
Huh?
pay attention.
That's what I'm talking
Details,
about.
That's what
man.
Is it
Brad
because you
Bentley
could smell
does.
the coconut oil when I came in? Yeah.
From your, maybe from Madison from the swimming pool jump the other day.
Oh,
which-
okay. I thought you were going to talk about my
Brilliant
shaved
video,
legs.
by the way. No, I wasn't going to go there again, man. I'm still
Sunbum.
traumatized from 4th of July on that one.
I brought my
anytime.
Sunbum, Dre, by the way. It's like they found it. They hid it because, my nephew, Henry, has autism. He loves spray things.
Oh, okay.
He loves the spray stuff. So anytime they have a spray stuff that isn't a bottle of water, they got to hide it because sometimes, man, everything smells like aerosol, pine sol. Go on.
Each time that you spray that, whenever I come in, it just brings me back to simpler times of banana boat. So thank you for that.
Well, you know what's really funny about that? If I spray it on me just to keep the sun off my head and
Yeah.
Claire smells it, Claire will walk over and go, "Are you going to a water park? You not telling me
Without
we
me?
were going swimming?" I'm like, "No, we're not going swimming." You going swimming, aren't you? Liar. Traitor in the marriage.
How dare you get those UV rays off your head?
Our good friend Mike Barber is going to be heading over here as well, too. The man from Truckers Wealth and I are going to be doing Rolling with the Reels. Mike's a film aficionado like myself. It is the 50th anniversary of the film Jaws. We didn't get a chance to get Mike on the show a couple of weeks ago. We had a scheduling snafu. He has been on since then to talk about Truckers Wealth. He will work in some of it. And by the way, guys, I'm going to really encourage you to look at Mike's stuff. I can't make that decision for you, nor will I tell you to make that decision, but give it a good read because this is a lot of safe investments. Even at 55, even as you move towards 60, he still gives you 15 good years, 20 good years to actually begin to have some kind of cushion waiting for you on the other end of the journey. Mike Barber will be joining us. We're excited about Tracy Lynn, who is a Nashville-based performer and a friend of the show. The publicist that Lindsay works with, it is her publicist as well, and so Tracy Lynn will be stopping in. This is cool, by the way. We believe in both kinds and all kinds. We believe in a lot of diversity here. Our friends from the LGBTQ are going to be showing up here. Bobby, Derek, and Ollie will be unpacking those three cool cats and talking about what they're up to. There's some veteran stories inside of what they've got to talk about. There are some really great stories of, overall great notes for finding the carrier that works for you. That'll be really cool. And, of course, the touchdown will be here. The turtle will be here. Breaker, back talk. People are blowing up the chat, by the way, Brad. As we speak right now, people are blowing it up. And then Lindsay will end the whole thing with country and Western news before we give it away to our good friends Scott and Ashley on Trucking with OIDA. I'll be previewing what the content of that show is in just a little bit. But you, too, can be part of Road Gang Radio at 615-292-6366.
615-292-6366.
That spells, of course, Nemo, and we hope you guys jump into the conversation. Our friend Chowder, somewhere in the Black Mountain Hills of Dakota, there lived a young boy named Chowder. He's out there on the tube of you. Many of you guys are on the Book of Face. Good morning. I know Gina is over on the Book of Face, always there. I know Rebecca Brewster is on the Book of Face, always there. Marty Ellis does double duty. He checks in everywhere. He's like the ubiquitous Marty Ellis is always there.
Multitasker.
Good morning to Joe J., who was the first person to chime in over at Walcott. Great to have you, my brother. Earl and Joe Noble say good morning, my family, and we are thrilled to have you guys on board, too. Great to have you, as a matter of fact. People are already checking in. Beach Bum says, looking forward to the fish stories. You can blame the eye appointment on the misjudgment of the size of the fish. I don't know what that means, but I'm excited to be a part of it. What Joe J. said about that driver, by the way, I mean, I will say it again. I can't believe it's like, he did it in style. You have to admit it. The cannabis he had, went full throttle. What Joe J said was, he said, man, the trucking industry lost a real quality driver with that one, huh? By the way, like I said before, though, I am not against smoking a little marijuana, especially where it's legal. And I am not against, having a grand old time, high-flying time. You're taking your chances, though, if you want to hold on to that CDL. I'm not going to lie to you.
Spirit of the law versus the letter of the law.
Spirit
Simple
of,
as that.
Yeah, and the other thing is, too, I'm really sorry. They've got to figure out a better way to test for under the influence as opposed to have you ever, But until they figure that out, it's going to be a problem moving forward, because you know where they don't test? People who actually go out and repair solar panels or construction sites. A lot of those places don't have the kind of testing rigorousness there. They'll test to see if you're like screwed up on the job. They'll send you home. They'll cost you your job, all that kind of stuff. But like I said, guys, it's Elliott Ness rules apply. My favorite line of all time. They've repealed prohibition, Mr. Ness. What are you going to do now? Probably go home and have a drink. You know, and when that magic day comes, they figure out a way to test for under the influence. I hope you all enjoy yourself, looking out your back door, Creedence Clearwater Revival style. I will not be joining you on that, because that's a gateway drug for me. Back to the booze. That's the absolute truth. That's why I won't do it, Brad. I'm convinced I'm gonna have a one toke over the line and then go, I'm fine, man. I'm fine. You know, that bourbon you got, Brad, is really terrific. Can I have a sip of that? And then we're fighting. I'm like, no, it's cool. It's cool. We'd love to hear from you guys. We got to take a break. We got to have a moment of reflection about our country with our pledge, our national anthem, a good word from the good Pastor John. I do want to say this, though. I'm going to keep on repeating this, and we'll start making posts about this after the party. I am going to encourage you guys again, if you have a grammar school, if you have a Little League team, if you have Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, Weeblos, all points in between, if you've got a group of young patriotic kids who want to record saying the national anthem, we would love to get it from you. You just have to send the recording to weekends@radionemo.com. Don't worry about it being perfect. Perfect is the enemy of the good. We got people who can clean that stuff up, make it sound real pretty, and then you get full credit.
Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge of Allegiance. I said national anthem?
You did.
Oh, I did. Huh?
Hey, if they want to sing too, that's all right.
Hey, by the way, that would be kind of groovy as well, too. I mean, but here's the thing about, now I'll say this about the national anthem, though. With the national anthem, you better go find yourself a studio or be in front of a large crowd when it goes down. We're not going to have this. I'm not going to have Roseanne Barr on the show. I like Roseanne Barr, but I'm not going to have that. Go ahead.
Well, because whenever I asked if my niece could do it, because she did the Louisiana Idol and all that stuff, because I was thinking, oh, yeah, she could do the Pledge of Allegiance, but I was thinking the national anthem. So if you also want that, she has a professional recorded one that she's done for a baseball game.
That is really cool. And by the way, in order for me to sing the national anthem, and I can, do you know where I have to start?
Tell me.
Oh, see, I have to start right there, dude. There's only way I'm making it to free is if I go right there, dude.
Well, why don't we start right now?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked alive, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Friday. Hey. I just want to tell you it is Friday. Good morning on this Friday. Hey, I want you to think about something, and I want you to pray about this too as you get ready to go out this weekend. It's found in John 14:27. He says, peace I leave with you, my peace I give to you. Not as the world gives, do I give to you. He said, let not your hearts be troubled, neither let them be afraid. You know what John has just told us? He just told us, he said, God wants us, that's right, you and I, to be able to enjoy life in such a beautiful way that as we enjoy this thing called life, he said people will see the peace that we have and they want it. So my brothers and sisters, as you go out this Friday, as you go to truck stops or even go home and go out with the mindset of, watch this, of giving out peace. God bless you, brothers and sisters. Enjoy your weekend.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
And that is what we are here to do on this Friday is give peace. Thank you there, Pastor John. Take it back, man.
Thank you, brother. Thank you so much. I have witnessed the devastating aftermath of crashes. I've stood by first responders. I've comforted grieving families. I've seen how a single moment can ripple through an entire community. Those are the words of FMCSA administration nominee Derek Bars, who also cited the 5,730 folks killed in crashes involving larger trucks and buses in 2023 as he spoke on Wednesday in front of the Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation. OIDA, who supports him, by the way, the ATA supports him. Everybody supports him. Democrats and Republicans alike support him. And we were talking about this the other day, Brad. I made the Alabama comp, the idea when Saban got hired at Alabama. And look, he's gotten some bad press since then, but when Brian Kelly was hired at Notre Dame, everybody finally said, okay, there's the guy. There's the guy that's going to bring stability to the job. They've pointed out that the former CVSA leader has always listened to small business owners and owner-operators. He's got a lot of potential. He has got a lot of promise, and he's got a lot of pressure because unlike some people where, look, I'll give you another example. So, Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame was hired. There was a lot of room to maneuver for the first 2 years. Now, it went better than they ever could possibly have imagined, but there would have been a little slack had 5 and 6 or 6 and 5 shown up that first year. Not much, but a little bit. This ain't a guy who can go 5 and 6, 6 and 5 his first year. There's a lot of expectations here. It's a big deal. It's a good nomination, but a lot of people need to understand he can't hide behind a learning curve because he already gets it. The Senate's also looking at the nominations of Jonathan Morrison as administrator of NHTSA and Paul Roberti as the administrator of Pipeline and Hazardous Material Safety over there at that administration. This is what else he had to say. I deeply respect, this is a key quote, I deeply respect their dedication and understand the delicate balance between enhancing safety and enabling efficient freight movement. That is what he said about the American trucker, the men and women who drive trucks. Because he is a former highway patrol chief of Florida. He did that job for almost 3 decades. He's been involved in public safety over at CVSA for almost 3 decades. He did talk about the open communications and collaborations with industry, law enforcement, and safety organizations. I won't lie, Brad, when he said, I said, well, what about the truckers? And then he got to that key quote. He said, and then he actually carved space out, in particular for truckers, saying, I deeply respect their dedication and understand their delicate balance between enhancing safety and enabling efficient freight movement. What I really dig about a lot of what he had to say is often you'll get Democratic politicians who will talk about safety under the guise of workers' rights. They'll talk about workers' rights, but what really they're discussing there is more safety regulation, sometimes pointless. Now, let me just flip sides now and give a little bit of grief to the other side. Often they'll talk about entrepreneurship, they'll talk about productivity, about making the economy hum. What they really mean is not protecting the safety at all to get the job done, prioritizing the job over the driver. That delicate balance that he talked about, I think puts him in a unique position. Because the other thing about being in law enforcement is not that he's also been on the ground when tragedy strikes. One of the things you learn, I can tell you this right now, Brad, people are no more full of bullshitsky than when they talk to a police officer. If you think a truck driver can spot a phony a mile away, and they can, LEOs can spot a phony about 25 miles down the road. They can see you coming. They know what kind of stuff you're shoveling. And like I said, so I'm saying all this great stuff about this guy, And that means I am now reserving the right to be one of his harshest critics.
Sure.
I mean, that's what it comes down to. Like, it's the guy, this is the guy that gets it, maybe the guy who actually wants to do this for a long time, giving consistency to a place that has never had consistency since the time I've been doing this job. Ray Martinez comes the closest, and half of his appointment was spent getting him appointed.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is the level of expectation is probably a little bit higher. It doesn't matter which political party you support. Traditionally, a lot of times an appointee, a lot of these nominations don't have actual boots on the ground experience. And it seems like this is a case where we hope that comes into play, and some of the bureaucracy that's been there. And I've lived it. I was one of the stakeholders back in the day when I was at Truckload Carriers when we had the negotiated rulemaking for entry-level driver training. And it took more than 7 years for that to go into effect. Glad to see it happen. Could have happened a lot sooner. And hopefully he can make some positive changes in that direction.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too, is that often the problem you have is a lot of these men and women who have deep backgrounds in transportation, not trucking, will come in, and even when they're smart, even when they got on top of their stuff, they still don't have institutional knowledge. That's right. This guy has institutional knowledge. This is, like we said, if the football comp is the best one, the coach, where it's like, that's the guy. We got the guy. But the problem with getting the guy is, as Scott Frost found out, it can unravel really quickly. But that's the problem with being the guy. Mike Shula,
who I knew, went to school with.
Yeah, good guy.
Yeah. Went
home, mama called, but that being said, didn't work out. Doesn't work out. But this guy gets it. The comp I'm making on this guy is Gene Stallings at Alabama. That's my comp for him.
I'm definitely good with that one.
Yeah, and by the way, for truckers, that would be remarkable. Like I said, second best case scenario. Of course, everybody wanted to see what a trucker would do in that position.
Sure.
But you could not ask for a better case scenario aside from an actual trucker.
See how it plays out.
See how it plays out. And by the way, and like I said, I am over the moon about the appointment. I haven't been over the moon about all the appointments, but I'm over the moon about this appointment, and I can't wait to see how it plays out. Beach Bum explained to me, Chowder said he had an eye doctor's appointment, but is actually going to fish first. You might want to strike that and reverse it. Well, you hooked us in, Chowder. We got to take a quick break here. We got a great guest coming up here, and it's a conversation that I've been dying to have. I have a safari, and by the way, Chowder said he would love to go on that kind of safari, the kind you go on with a camera. A lot of people, even the toughest of the tough, even people who hunt here in the United States, were like, I don't. It's funny because there is a line from White Hunter Black Heart about John. It's a fictionalized account of John Huston hunting elephants while making the African Queen. And he says, John, it's a crime. And he goes, no, it's not, Pete. It's a sin. And it's the only sin they'll give you a license to commit. And at the end of the book and at the end of the movie, he realizes how deep that sin is. Eduardo is going to be a great conversation. We'll take a quick break here. Come back on the other side. It is Freaky, Feisty, Flinty Friday, which means we're going to mix stuff up. I'm so excited about Chef Irvine getting over here as well, too. I know Brad is. We're going to chew the fat on Let's Chow. Although there'll be some non-fattening options over there as well. He's very, very health committed, as this Fit Crunch bar suggests. I'm going to bite into this Fit Crunch bar over this break. Trey, get me on out of here, brother. I need to take a little bit of a walk. It's Road Gang Radio. Go to truckdown.com. Get out of the ditch. Get yourself back on the road. They've been doing it since 97. 50 states, 8 provinces. Truckdown.com.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
You've got to be tired of expensive maintenance costs. Well, Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can make a difference. Experience a longer engine and DPF lifespan, along with fewer regens, so your diesel runs longer and more efficiently. Pittsburgh Power's unique formula allows you to maximize the mileage from your parts while reducing downtime. Keep your vehicle performance at its best and make the smart choice. Visit PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Back to the talk that keeps America moving. This is Road Gang Radio. So let's rejoin your host, Jimmy Mack, live from the Big Easy.
It didn't take a request from my wife. I had actually walked away from that a long time ago. We've got some good friends of the show who are actually gun enthusiasts who have made the decision to no longer hunt. Our good friend Chowder is much more interested in using cameras with long-range lenses to actually get the shot. A number of other people who we've talked to from time to time have made their way over here. We've had long conversations about that. My good friend Peter Stark as well only hunts in the wilderness when he is actually in the wilderness and there are no other options remaining. A lot of folks are making that move. A lot of our listeners do believe in gun culture. They do believe in in responsible hunting. There's nothing responsible about what we're talking about today. Eduardo Gonçalves is joining us this morning, and there is too much disturbing information collected by that best-selling author to cover in just one book. So his publisher decided to create a Trophy Hunters trilogy of books. They repackaged the material into 20 elephants in 75 minutes, shoot one lion, get one free, and mainlining on heroin. Our guest joined Safari Club International, the world's biggest trophy hunting organizations, to find out why trophy hunters kill big game animals and what they really think about it. He is a remarkable writer, and I can't encourage you guys enough to make your way over to his WordPress site, edgonCalves.wordpress.com. It is an absolute pleasure to welcome to the show, and hopefully a new friend, Eduardo Gonçalves. Good morning to you, sir, and how are you today?
Very good morning. Well, thank you very much for having me on. Yes, it's a lovely day here over in England. Nice sunny day.
And by the way, you are one of the jokes we make is somebody said, "How do you guys get so many guests from England?" And I said, "Well, we're on so early in the morning. We tend to actually be able to get the British contributors a lot easier because it isn't as early in the morning for them as it is for everybody else here." Can we, and we'll kind of unpack a lot of your bona fides as well throughout the course of the conversation, but can you talk about going, not behind, I don't want to even call it behind enemy lines, but embedding yourself with these big game hunters to get a sense of this world, because I think it's so important. Empathy is not sympathy, and empathy and sympathy is not compassion, but you had to get a certain level of empathy to kind of understand the angle from which you were writing. Can you talk about that?
Yes, that's right. So as you said, I joined Safari Club International, and together with a colleague of mine, we contacted a lot of trophy hunters. We contacted the CEOs of companies that sell and organize trophy hunting holidays. We corresponded, spoke on the phone, we met up, we visited their trophy rooms, went to the workshops of the taxidermists that they used, we visited the hunting estates that they lease. And the purpose really was to try to, if you like, get inside the minds of trophy hunters and the people involved in the industry. So it wasn't just talking about what they've done, but it was also trying to find out how it makes them feel. And so the books are very much written in their own words. So there's sort of not that much writing from me. There's quite a lot of their own words in there. And it was an extraordinary journey. We met, for example, I spoke to a trophy hunter who was telling me about the adrenaline rush that he got from shooting the African Big Five. So that's lions and elephants and leopards and rhinos and buffaloes. Another one he said he cried with joy when he shot an elephant. We went into the trophy room of a guy who he hunted with his daughter and had 500 animals in his trophy room, including a polar bear. There were guys who told me about how they have a few beers in the evening, shoot monkeys out of trees. Another one said he had an obsession with shooting monkeys. We visited the estates where you can shoot elephants and giraffes, and showed us where the rhinos were. And the CEO joked about how he shot a giraffe because he thought it was gay.
Yeah, and a lot of that stuff just lands like a ton of bricks. And like I said, I don't know. I've read your stuff. I don't know where you stand on some things, but there are people that we know on a personal level. I'm not a hunter myself. I don't care for it at all anymore. But I did want to kind of ask you: did you find anybody in this space where you were like, I don't agree with you, but at the same time, you don't strike me as that's sociopathic? Was there anybody in your adventures and your journeys where you kind of said, look, I this is not my thing. I think this is morally reprehensible, but you don't strike me as that kind of, there's something sinister about that, because basically what they're telling you is, I want to murder people at some level. I mean, there is a sense of that. Am I wrong there?
They're a real mix of people, and even their professional backgrounds. I was quite surprised to learn just how many doctors are trophy hunters. So two of the world's top trophy hunters, so won the most prizes with Safari Club International, are both doctors, medical doctors. And, in the UK, again, the same thing. I was, came across a gynecologist and a transplant surgeon who are prolific trophy hunters. There was one guy who particularly fascinated me. I mean, for all sorts of reasons, quite a complex individual. But he's shot over 4,000 animals, including 1,300 elephants, 340 lions. He shot hundreds of leopards and rhinos. He's even shot a pair of gorillas. But he insisted, he was quite adamant, that he only hunted in moderation, which I thought was quite an extraordinary thing. But he also said some things that I did agree with. So he's never put his name forward for the industry prizes. So Safari Club International offers a lot of awards for people who shoot lots and lots of animals. So things like the Hunting Achievement Award, where at the top level you have to shoot animals from 125 different species. If you want to win its World Conservation Hunting Award, you have to shoot about 530 animals, and so on. But he'd never put his name forward for any of these. And he sort of criticized those who did. And he also criticized hunters who like to use novel weapons. So again, Safari Club International offers awards to trophy hunters who shoot big game animals with novel weapons. So, for example, with crossbows and revolvers. And indeed, you can get your name into the record book of Safari Club International if you shoot something like a hippopotamus with an air gun. And he was very critical of that. And in fact, he described an incident that he'd witnessed of where a rhino is being shot by a trophy hunter with a revolver in order to win a special award. And of course, it's very difficult to shoot a rhino at the best of times. They've got very thick skin. And with a revolver, it just didn't have the firepower. And he was describing the scene where there was blood spurting everywhere. He said, look, this rhino looks like a stuck pig. And he also said a few other things that I found myself agreeing with. So he says, look, there's a lot of problem animals out there, but a lot of those problem animals are caused by trophy hunters. It's not just that we've gone and shot big animals out of their herds and populations, but there are an awful lot of really bad shot trophy hunters. You don't have to have any certificates or show any aptitude. And they're generally shooting from a long way away for their own safety. So you've got a lot of animals out there that have got bullets, literally bullets embedded in them. And so they're in absolute agony. And so, yeah, they're going to be bad-tempered. Yes, they're going to, if they meet a human, they're probably going to act aggressively. And he said, this is actually largely the fault of trophy hunters. And I found myself agreeing with him on that.
Yeah, and that kind of becomes the moment of revelation where you realize this is one of the things that I kind of, as I began to kind of go through your information, is this is a rich man's game. Let's make this really clear too. This is not feral hogs in Texas that are rapidly overpopulating. This is not a situation where you have issues with population control in certain counties or countries where literally animals are starving to death. This is literally, I made the comment, and like I said, you're welcome to disagree with me, push back, but what we're talking about here is something is beautiful, something is rare. I am going to go get a gun because I can afford it and join this club because I can afford the travel, I can afford all the accoutrements of the trip, and this really is a rich man's game we're talking about, right?
That's exactly right. I mean, if you're going to shoot a lion in the wild, for example, you've got to pay about $50,000 in the trophy fee and for accommodation and trackers fees and all the rest of it. And then you've got to pay, say, another $5,000 for the taxidermy job. Then you're going to pay another couple of $1,000 for it to be shipped home back to your trophy room. And then if you want it to go to be measured to see if it's eligible for the record book, you've got to pay for an official measurer to do that, to measure the boiled skull from top to bottom and then from side to side. And then you've got to pay to have that animal submitted to the record book. And if you want it to go towards one of the many awards that Safari Club offers, then there's an application fee. And if it's then entered, then there's a listing fee. If you want to pick up one of the statuettes or the plaques or whatever, again, you've got to pay about $3,000 or $4,000 for one of those. And then if you want to get one of these cumulative awards at the international gala that it holds every year, then again, you're paying. So absolutely. And don't forget, you've got people who have shot hundreds and in cases, thousands of animals, and have got those animals in their trophy rooms. There was one guy who we came across, and he said, look, I've actually lost count of the number of animals I've shot, but it's in the thousands. And you're right, these are this has got nothing to do with subsistence hunting. These people aren't shooting a lion or a giraffe or an elephant because they need to eat it. It's not for the meat. It is purely for pleasure. It's for a photo opportunity. It's for vanity. It's for all of those things. And yes, you've got to be extremely wealthy to do that.
One of the reasons why, when Claire Marie reached out to do the booking is that they know, as my programmer, that one of my favorite books of all time is Romain Gary's The Roots of Heaven. And in reading that, and then in reading White Hunter, Black Heart, the fictionalized account of John Huston's journey to becoming actually against the killing of elephants as well as other big giant game, is I wanted to ask you, just to kind of let our listeners know too, there is an ecological disaster going on here too, not just a health and safety issue for human beings as well, because like you said, a very, very savage animal walking around with metal that has been put there by a human being causing immense pain is not going to be predisposed towards liking humans in general. Mm-hmm. But this is really, they also are having incredibly destructive effects on the ecology and the ecosystems of the environments they're going into, correct?
Well, the trophy hunters are certainly having an extraordinary impact. I mean, wildlife in general is already in a situation of crisis. I used to work for the World Wildlife Fund, and one of the things I was kind of tangentially involved in is a production of a report called the Living Planet Report that comes out every 2 years, and which says what wildlife populations are doing around the world. So the last report, which came out last year in 2024, said that wildlife populations globally have fallen by about 70% since the 1970s. That's an extraordinary situation. But then if you look at the animals that trophy hunters are shooting, the figures are even worse. I mean, let's pick up the example of lions. And we know about lions because obviously Cecil was killed by Walter Palmer, that Minnesota dentist, 10 years ago. And so lion populations in the 1970s, they were around about 200,000. There's a study that's just come out, published by a charity called LionAid, and it calculates the remaining lion population to be in the vicinity of 13,500. So that's a collapse of around about 95%. If you look at leopards, again, a very, very popular animal amongst trophy hunters, despite the fact that they're in Appendix 1 of CITES, which is the international treaty which supposedly protects endangered wildlife from trade and so on. It is a very popular animal, and they've fallen by about 95% perhaps even as well. And it's right across the board. And, one of the problems, I think, actually, with the way that the Cecil story was reported 10 years ago is it felt as if it was being told as something that happens once in a blue moon. Now, since Cecil was shot 10 years ago, trophy hunters have shot another 10,000 lions, and we're now in the situation where there's 13,500 lions. And trophy hunters are shooting tens of thousands of animals, many of them endangered species, every year. For example, polar bears and rhinos and elephants and giraffes. So it is making what's already a bad situation even worse.
Yeah, and like I said, that moment of silence wasn't a lack of questions I have. I just wanted to let that land. And by the way, I think about this stuff, of course, because the majority of our listeners are over-the-road truckers, and I want to go back to the rich man's point as well, too. You're talking about sometimes in areas that really don't need any more gasoline, any more rolling trucks, a whole lot of stuff that's being introduced there that's damaging wildlife, that is actually, having an impact on the people who live in those areas, sometimes going places where no one should be going other than to enjoy and visit. Like I said, the macro, which you've just talked about, is devastating, but it's having all kinds of awful effects on the micro levels, on the communities. It's making some of these communities dependent upon this as, tourist dollars and trade dollars, not diversifying economies. Like I said, you're always welcome to say, that's not kind of it, Jimmy Mack, but am I on to something here?
Well, I think so. And it's interesting that although, yes, the US, if you like, has more of a gun culture or a hunting culture than some other countries, the vast majority of people in the US are opposed to trophy hunting, to what we're talking about. Because it's not culling, it's not wildlife management, it's not subsistence hunting or food hunting. It is purely a trophy hunting, something for a selfie and a souvenir, and for sport, and for no other reason. And yet, polls have shown that over 80% of people in the US are opposed to trophy hunting. And we think about, what could we do instead? Well, there's lots of alternatives. You can engage in, for example, photo safaris and nature tourism. And that has the benefit of generating a lot more money for conservation, and a lot more money goes into the local community. So there was a study, for example, in South Africa that says if there was photo safaris there instead of trophy hunting, you create about 11 times as many jobs for people in these poor, rural communities. And we can see, for example, if you compare Kenya and Tanzania, two countries that are side by side and have got cross-border populations of wildlife. So Kenya banned trophy hunting in the 1970s. Now, the photographic safari industry now contributes 15% of the country's GDP. It's $1 billion that are coming in every year as a result of nature tourism. And it's not just meaning that wildlife is preserved, it's also benefiting local people. So every child, for example, of the Maasai tribe is now able to access a high school education. And Kenya is pretty much the only country in Africa where lion populations, elephant populations, and rhino populations are on the increase. Whereas if you look next door in Tanzania, over a quarter of the country, 26% of that country, is covered by hunting estates for trophy hunting. Yet they generate only 0.03% of the country's GDP. And the wildlife populations there are going down and down.
It's interesting, too, by the way. We're joined, by the way, the studio over here in the city of New Orleans, Eduardo, is actually sponsored by Fastport. Its president, who often takes the ride with me on these shows, is with me. He recently, and one of the reasons why he is sitting in on this, and he's going to sit in on the next one, too, because we're talking to Chef Irvine next after this, is that he actually had the experience you're talking about, the positive experience of going on a safari in South Africa, right, Brad?
Yeah, it was a bicycle safari. Over the course of 8 days total, counting the travel. But you would ride in the morning on mountain bikes, get to see all of the wildlife, do a traditional game safari in the afternoon that was a photography-based safari, not trophy hunting for sure. But it was interesting. This was managed by a group called the Kiriega Foundation. It's a nonprofit that works with a game reserve there in South Africa. And their guiding philosophy is conservation through community. And we got to witness that. I touched on this a little bit earlier, but they're doing things to partner with neighboring communities. They're training people at the high school level to become part of their anti-poaching units. And it's that sustainable conservation is best achieved when those communities see those tangible benefits. So the money they're making from the safaris like the ones I went on are being reinvested back into the communities, to his point.
Yeah, and Eduardo, I wanted to kind of throw this your way too, because you've actually graciously are actually on longer than we actually had a lot of time for. I know you're an incredibly busy man, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to talk about, we've got a lot of listeners out there, over-the-road truck drivers. Many of them are passionate gun owners, do subsistence hunting, do population control hunting, but like you said, many of them in the chat this morning were talking about how they would love to go on a safari provided it actually was only involving cameras, that the only shots were coming from their cameras. Tell them what they can do to get involved to create pressure on the people over here and in Europe who are turning this into playgrounds of murder. What they can do, because their voices actually have more impact in this sphere than a lot of people who you would think would be instinctively opposed. These guys and gals have a real chance to bring pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting. I've spoken to quite a few deer hunters in the U.S. who passionately support our campaign to stop trophy hunting, because they see and understand that we're talking about two very, very different things. And the thing I would say is get in touch with your elected representative. Tell them that this is important to you and that your vote, if you like, the next election depends on how that representative is going to act on this. There is legislation, in fact, going through the House of Representatives, but I know that members of Congress will want to know how their constituents feel about it, and the best way to do that is to call them, is to write a letter, put it in an envelope, lick a stamp, and send it on to them, or to go and see them, face to face, and say, hey, listen, this is a really important issue to me, and how I vote in the midterms or at the next elections, whatever, is going to, I'm looking to see what you're going to say and do, because at the end of the day, these are magnificent animals. This is part of our shared natural heritage as a human race, and we've got to do whatever we can to protect them. There is nothing to be gained. There's nothing positive about shooting a captive bred lion or an innocent elephant or a giraffe purely for fun.
So I'm curious about something. You mentioned earlier the percentage of Americans who are against trophy hunting, not conservation management. How does that compare to the UK?
It's interesting that the figures are pretty much identical everywhere in the world. So we've done polls in the UK. We know of polls that have been done in other European countries. There's even been polls done in Southern Africa. So generally speaking, you're talking about 8 out of 10 people everywhere in the world are opposed to trophy hunting. So it doesn't matter where you are, how old you are, what class you're from, what your profession is. None of that matters. It seems that there is, if you like, a vast majority of people who have got decent human values and who agree that killing a beautiful, majestic and defenseless animal purely for entertainment is just plain wrong.
Eduardo Gonçalves has joined us this morning. Go to GONCALVES.wordpress.com. A lot of great content over there. Britain's Trophy Hunters, by the way. You can actually check out the trailer on YouTube, Britain's Trophy Hunters. Just type that in, put it all in quotes, and the YouTube trailer will come up. Eduardo, you are welcome back anytime there's a breakthrough, anytime you've got a new book. We'd love to hear from you. Thank you for making the time across the pond over here. We're in the city of New Orleans. You're in the city of London. It's a great international connection, and we feel like we've made a new friend here today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Road Gang Radio continues. You guys can give us a call in the next moment or so at 615-292-6366. Impressive, by the way. Like I said, I gravitate towards those kind of guys, Brad, because, you get somebody on the air who's just basically like, hunting's bad. Okay, take it easy. You know what I'm saying? Or you get somebody who's like, that live in this Montichian world of either you're here or you're there. That's not what he's doing. He's actually spot on. You got a chance to actually roll through the roots of heaven. It must have been breathtaking, right? The things you saw on that safari must have been staggering, right?
It was incredible. But, again, going back to my past, I grew up, my dad raised bird dogs. I quail hunted, did a lot of duck hunting in my life, very involved with different things. Got to see some magnificent properties, go on deer and bear, different type hunts with a relationship with Mossy Oak. But again, that was a conservation management approach, land management approach to it. So I've seen both sides of it, and I appreciate both sides of it.
Yeah, and by the way, this is the other thing too. We can be really good about this. How about I contradict you just a little bit and say there's not both sides of this. The fact is there are people who actually pick up guns and hunt deer and hunt wild boar and hunt wolves that actually overpopulate and move into really dangerous territory. Those people are very, very different. Like I said, the Colton Lawrences of the world are very, very different from some guy like, oh, you're going to give me a license to go commit a sin? Terrific. I get to murder some animal because I think it's gay? I can't even comprehend that, man. I can't comprehend that. I find that deeply morally troubling. While at the same time, if John calls me up and we have space on our calendar to go get some wild boar, we're getting them.
Yeah.
Because they're overpopulating. And as John said, one wild boar can actually have 3 litters a year, and that can accelerate. Pigs grow up really fast. Go ahead, my man.
Well, I got 2 things before we get to a caller. Well, one thing before we get to that caller. That's the second part. Have you done safaris before with it being like the standard one where you're in a Jeep or a truck or something?
Yeah, I did a leadership safari years
Okay.
ago where you would spend the morning in a Jeep out there
Yeah.
observing things in the wild, and you would come back in the afternoon in the classroom, and you would kind of walk through that. And it was an acronym. Safari was an acronym. It was like strength, adaptability, fortitude, etc. Pretty fascinated. And you got to see the circle of life.
Yeah.
Amazing. But this was totally different because you're out there in the wild on the bicycle, and you got a warthog coming at you. You just missed a Cape Buffalo. It was safe because they had drones and they had those anti-poaching units out there, but definitely an adrenaline rush.
Okay, because that's what I was going to ask. How was it from the aspect of being on a bike compared to being in a Jeep? So it was a little bit more horrifying, but at the same time a little bit more peaceful?
I think that's a fair analogy, yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, don't ever try to pet a zebra.
Dude, I've heard stories.
From the back, it'll kick the hell out of you, and from the front, you will lose your fingers. Who do I got on the phone?
I've seen Racing Stripes, the movie, man. I understand. It is Mark, and we don't know where he is, but he'll tell us. What's up, buddy?
What's going on, Mark?
Nothing much. How you guys doing today?
Oh, we're doing grand and glorious, my brother. Getting ready for some brisket Jimmy Mac and cheese next week, and some andouille gumbo sausage. Excited about that. What are you excited about right now? What's happening?
Only thing, I'm excited. I'm having surgery on the 28th, but also at the same time dreading the surgery, if that makes sense.
Oh, no, it makes perfect sense. Can't wait to get it over with. Excited about the prospects of when it goes successfully, what you'll be able to do afterwards, right? How about that?
Yep, exactly.
Excited about it being over.
Depending on the surgery, too, rehab is usually the hardest part. So.
Yeah. Bilateral knees. Well, one left on the 28th of July, the right in October 10th. So, yeah, I know the rehab's going to be the fun part.
Yeah, I mean that. But here's the thing too, though. Rehab is a real opportunity. Now, I'm not being Pollyanna here. Rehab is a pain in the tuchus, but let me tell you right now, rehab can be a real opportunity for a lifestyle change. Brad's got something for you.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I've had a couple of meniscus surgeries on my right knee, and one of the things I learned in rehab in that process was my hip flexors were really weak. So the end result of that is I can get around a lot better with my knees, but I improved a lot of other areas as well.
Yeah. Sorry about the beeps. I'm making a right turn with other cars beside me, and the
Come on, Mark.
radar wants to tell you, hey, you got somebody there, dumbass.
That wasn't aimed at us, by the way.
Technology's doing its
That
job.
wasn't aimed at us. That wasn't aimed at
Mark knows if he ever comes at me like that, I will find him and personally say, that hurt my feelings.
That hurt my feelings.
That hurt my feelings.
That hurt my feelings. No, I love that, by the way. It's a great reminder. By the way, Mark is hands-free. We just want to point this out, by the way. Yeah. Mark is hands-free when it comes to talking to us, as you all should be as well, too, when you're out there. Mark, we want you to have the best of weekends, my brother. It's great to hear your voice. You've never been a big hunter, have you?
Nope.
Now, you didn't strike me as one. You're a gentle soul, which, by the way, is a high compliment. Thank you, Mark. Love you. Go have a great weekend.
I'm going to try to. You guys all sing.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Mark.
That's a crazy thing, too, is the fact that there are people who are just not suited for hunting. I used to be suited for hunting. There was just a point you get to where you see enough stuff in life and you kind of go, that's enough. A lot of people do that. And still, like I said, you're talking, like I said, this leftist is a big Second Amendment guy. Just going to put that out there, by the way. We are really excited about our next guest. Brad, can you just give us a little preview of Mr. Irvine, by the way? Would you care to do the honors?
Well, what I'll say, there's a lot of veteran service organizations out there that use celebrities. I won't mention names on the air, if you will, but whether these are movie stars, just people that are very recognizable. But the work that Chef Irvine is doing, I think he has earned a lot more respect from everybody that works in the veteran space because of his own personal background. I first met him at a Hiring Our Heroes gala where he came in and provided the menu that night, personally served everybody dessert, saw him most recently speak. This was after an inaugural ball this year that the American Legion puts on in honor for Medal of Honor recipients. I think there were 22 in the room that night. Got to hear his story. And he's the real deal. He'll talk about, I'm sure, his military service, but I think he has probably made a bigger impact with
early military service, by the way. Got into the game really young, by the way, which you can do with the British, by the way.
Yes, and now he's an American citizen. He's been here for about a quarter century doing that. But somebody that can really move the needle and has jumped in with both feet, has all the respect from various veteran service organizations out there, and can't wait to hear him talk about what he's doing now with this Let's Chow program.
It's terrific, by the way. He can hit that music, Dre, by the way. The former host of the Food Network's Restaurant Impossible, he gave struggling restaurateurs a second chance to turn their lives and businesses over in 300 episodes and 22 seasons. We'll be right back with Robert Irvine.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Straight out of the Big Easy and into your cab, this is Road Gang Radio, broadcasting live from the Fastport Studios with your host, the wild man of trucking himself, Jimmy Mack, with a little bit of help from his friend, Brad Bentley.
More than a little bit of help. So much of what we're actually experiencing over the next week is going to be due to a lot of help from Brad Bentley. Guys, go to fastport.com, by the way. They're actually helping veterans with technology, and the great people that work for them make the transition into, becoming citizens, becoming full-fledged citizens of the United States by being a part of the contributing fabric that is the United States of America. Go to fastport.com, by the way. Check them out. And by the way, whether you're on safari or whether you are actually going to a food truck or whether you're just doing your job, making your way down the road from point A to point B, you want to go to shadyrays.com. You're going to dig their lost and broken protection programs. They got amazing customer service. Hey, brother, they got your back at shadyrays.com. Brad, there's a running joke that Lindsay and I make sometimes. We get guests occasionally on this show that if we attempted to unpack their entire bio, we would go through the bio and been nice talking to you, and then they're gone. That would be the case here. I'll begin in the middle, as it were, because I'm actually enjoying this peanut butter and jelly Fit Crunch. It's a protein bar. It comes also in powders, and snacks are available nationwide. Fit Crunch is a terrific product. I'm not being paid for this. I will not be paid for this. This is not a payola scheme. It's the real deal. Dre and I had them for breakfast this morning, and we are delighted to have them. Our next guest, I told you about Restaurant Impossible, but he knows a thing or two about running a successful business. He's got, Fresh Kitchen by Robert Irvine, 2 of those, 2 locations, one with the Pentagon. Oh, yeah, that. And the other at Joint Base Andrews, places that both Brad and I have been to. He also created Victory Fresh, a healthy grab-and-go concept restaurant for the U.S. Army at Fort Jackson. He's the owner or co-owner of several other companies, including Terra Armor, makers of luxurious, hard-to-use clothing, Robert Irvine's Foods, which makes prepared restaurant-quality dishes available in grocery stores and provides food service to military bases worldwide. And the Lansdale, Pennsylvania-based Boardroom Spirits, creators of handcrafted rum and whiskey, as well as his own signature Irvine Spirits line of vodka and American dry gin. And that is only the beginning, because so much of what he does gives back to servicemen, servicewomen, first responders. He is a fundraising farago, is the best way to kind of describe him. I mean, he is ubiquitous everywhere, all at once. And he's got a new project, by the way. What? Like I said, I could go on, and 20 minutes later, I've been like, well, Robert, it's been nice talking to you. Welcome to the show, Chef Irvine. How are you, sir?
Hey, listen, Road Gang Radio. Yes, baby, I'm here.
It is so good to have you. And I just want to we're going to do what we call either in the military they call it mass tac. In fiction writing they call it en media res. We're just going to drop right in the middle of the action here and tell me about, let's chew the fat on Let's Chow. Let's just jump right into it, my friend.
So obviously I'm a chef by trade, right? A couple of years ago I got to meet Jordan Foley, a lieutenant commander, JAG officer, still active duty. He's on the Hill right now, but he was telling me about Let's Chow. I'd already been doing DAB entrepreneur programs the last couple of years because they're in a great group of people. And I asked Jordan, okay, how do we take this bigger so we give more veterans jobs? So we took it under the Robert Irvine Foundation umbrella. And last year we give 55,000 hours of schooling to veterans. We have 8, 9, 10 trucks around the country right now. Another 2 just being ordered. That's how we got into Let's Chow. Jordan Foley was the vision. He did all the hard work. And I just came in with some money and some cooking chops. And here we are. Let's Chow is part of the Robert Irvine Foundation, which is one of the programs that we run worldwide.
And the follow-up to that is, like I say, we go to the micro to go to the macro. Now let's kind of expand into the foundation as well. I kind of withheld that as part of the bio because I like you to talk about it, because if I keep talking about you, it's going to be about me talking about you rather than you talking about you. So tell us about the broad efforts of the foundation. What the foundation, when it makes a decision to partner with Let's Chow, how it makes those decisions, and what its overall mission is.
Well, first of all, I don't like talking about me either. So the foundation was formed in 2014 because I worked with Gary Sinise, another great patriot, for years, actually 16 years, doing Invincible Spirit festivals around the hospitals during the height of the war and the Afghan-Iraq war, obviously. Then I decided that we can do more. While Gary was building houses, I wanted to go more into the mental and physical health, physically fit as I am. And I felt there was a market for that help that was slipping through the government help. So we started the foundation in 2014, and we take care of PTS. We have a Reuniting the Brave, which is putting units back together after 20, 30 years with the Gold-style families. Breaking Bread with Heroes twice a week, somewhere around the world, between 300 and 3,000 people get fed by us every week, which is kind of exciting. I get to jet off and be in the middle of some not so nice places and some pretty places. We do financial aid. We do scholarships. We purchase wheelchairs and mobile devices, meaning mobility devices, I should say, meaning bikes. My whole goal is really to get veterans out of the 4 wars, back into the tribe mentality. You know, when you leave the service, you lose a piece of yourself because it's always been service above self. And that's what the foundation does. We've just literally, June the 11th, 3rd to the 11th, we just took 65 veterans, 15 from each branch, to Scotland for a 54-mile march with 1,300 coalition. Everybody did the march, changed lives, it saved lives. So for me, the foundation is all about helping food insecurity, helping you get a job, teaching you what you don't know from the military, which is very little, by the way, I will say, because the military teaches so many amazing things, leadership being the biggest one, obviously, and doing things that really count. Now we're looking at children's programs for active duty men and women and firefighters and first responders. So that continues to grow as that's my passion. People say, oh, food is your passion. No, not really. Food is a vehicle. Food gets me to the passion, which is the men and women that wear the cloth of our nation and our first responders. And I have to say, you know, I was at Swick Boat 20 and SEAL Team 4 a couple of weeks ago, and yesterday we lost one of Swick Boat 20's finest. So my heart and prayers go out to Swick Boat 20 and the team guys out there. So that's what we do. We take care of people.
I kind of wanted, I'm going to say something and tell me if I get this right. It sounds to me as if you've just said that the real passion is providing for others and making sure that these men and women get the help that they need. Your skill at being able to create food is the vehicle that allows you access to them. And so that is really the kind of thing, is to make the food and to make all the stuff around the food as good as possible, because that's the entry point. You have a double connection here. One, you satisfy their stomachs, but you are emotionally connected because you yourself are a veteran as well. And that's the entree to allow you to service these people who have actually engaged in the highest form of service. How'd I do?
Bang on, spot on. I mean, 14 years I've been traveling with the U.S., well, actually longer, almost 20, with the U.S. military. I've been a citizen for 22 years. Seen what they go through from Afghanistan to Iraq 18 times plus each. Korea, Syria, you name it. I've been every base we have, every warship we have, most submarines. And for me, I think it's time that we, the American people, get behind our military. And I see it for the first time, and I hear it really loud the last year. And there's pride come back into the military. And that's not political. That's just the way it is. We're undergoing right now a modernization feeding platform with the Army, which they'd pay me $0, and it's the best paycheck I've ever got in my life, because it's doing something that's making a change since 1940 and making it better for the men and women from the resiliency standpoint, recruitment standpoint, a retention standpoint, and just a nutritious standpoint. That's my game. I'm not the best chef in the world, never presumed to be. There are many better than me, but nobody can do what I do. I can drop into Afghanistan, Iraq, and feed 30,000 people from nothing. That's the show Dinner Impossible. But it really is, you nailed it on the head. The food is the vehicle to get to me, to those passionate things, which are the men and women. I spend 150 days a year around the globe with those women. I just come back, men and women, I should say. I just come back from Tromsø with the Marines, which is 3 hours north of the Arctic Circle. Don't ever want to go there again, by the way, but minus 5 degrees and 5 foot of snow every day. But this is what our men and women do every day, whether it's in Nordstrom, whether bases, nuclear bases, Space Force. They have a job, and I don't think the American people understand, except the other veteran services organizations that do, that these are 19-year-old kids that no Fortune 500 company would let do what they do. And yet they're not old enough to drink beer, but they can put a nuclear propulsion system in a hole in the ground, and a DOD expert comes and puts a nuclear warhead on it. Driving a truck, it's the only job in the military that you can call out sick if you argue with your wife or your spouse. So it's just interesting to me that food is the pivotal thing in everything we do. Yes, we have to eat. Army marches on its stomach, but we also eat for enjoyment, and that's something we've lost in our military that I'm trying to bring back. I got to tell you, our leadership right now of our military is really good. It's in good hands. Randy George, Dan Kane, Mike Weimer, all these guys, Admiral Cordell has just been put up for CNO. They care about the human capital instead of just the machines.
Yeah, and that makes such a big difference, Chef Irvine. And I also, on a side note, I want to tell you, my good friend, my producer over here, Andre, who is such a big fan of food and fitness and the combination of the two, actually, when he found out you were coming on, did a deep dive. I want to recommend to remember, a lot of the people who are listening this morning are over-the-road truck drivers. Many of them are veterans. And I'm going to actually do a plug for your book. Fit Fuel, which is one of his books, is great. If you haven't got a chance to look at it, Dre, you should dig into that as well, too, dude, because that is part of the game here. And I wanted to kind of pivot here because we all know that the better the food is, and I don't mean in better tasting it is, but the better it is health-wise as well. It keeps the mind clear. It can actually help people fight off depression, that proper eating habits, not alone, but can be part of a diet of lifestyle that actually provides people a way out of PTSD, that the camaraderie of eating together, and all of this stuff is kind of wrapped up in your foundational work, but also in kind of your own personal individual work as well. There's a real connection between the mind and the body, particularly in getting well with the kind of food that we eat, and you're focused not just on it tasting good, but it actually having an impact in improving the spirits and the physicality of the men and women who consume it, correct?
Totally, and I want to kind of jump in here with the truck drivers, because I am a truck driver nut. During COVID, we had 4 buses. We filmed 63 episodes of Restaurant Impossible, and we stopped at every truck stop up and down the country. And I am a truck fanatic, so to all the truckers, you got a huge fan, Robert Irvine. A lot of people that follow me know that. I am just nuts about trucks. I don't know why. It's a young kid Irvine thing, but yeah, I care about the environment in which you're fed. I care about what you're being fed, and I do care about, and I just brought this up last week actually, it's not just the food, because we're creating barracks and places for people to cook on their own now. I disagree with that completely. I want you in a facility, and I don't mean the way the diner facilities are now, they're like prisons. I want you to come into a place and me sit opposite you and have a conversation and know that you have an issue in your life, whether it's your parents, your son, your daughter. I, as a teammate, will know that by sitting down with a meal for you. And I think that's a bigger part of, yes, it's nutritious. Yes, it's delicious. You're doing it in a great place. It's comfortable. And, you know, our military is not meant for comfort, although I feel it should be. You know, why should we go to a restaurant and enjoy great food? But these men and women that work at the Cluster Nation, no matter who they are, what they do, DOD civilians, our first responders, they're doing a job every day like an athlete would on a team. Whether you're a football player, you're a track runner. And my biggest thing is to make sure that they get the tools they need to do their job. I don't care what that is. If I was to give you one rifle and one bullet and say, "Oh, go and take over that hill over there," you'd probably get one shot. Then you club a couple of people with the butt of a rifle. Then what? So my job is to make sure that I work with the senior leadership to look at the evolution of food. In other words, the science behind food. The food can taste good. We can buy pre-made things and finish them. We don't have to have, peeled potatoes and chopped onions every day, because we don't have the manpower for that anymore. I mean, nobody wants to be a cook with and again, not getting political, with borders closed and farmers not doing what they're doing and hospitality having the trouble. We've got to look at better ways to serve thousands of people. And all you got to do is look at a cruise ship and how they do it. They feed way more than we do on an aircraft carrier, 10 times as much. So if they can do it successfully and clean and safe, then we should be able to do the same thing. We have some amazing cooks in the military across all branches. I just don't think we give them the tools, or we give them long enough training to be able to change things if something goes awry. Meaning, we don't get chicken in the field, we get cabbage, right? All of a sudden, I've got to change the menu to do something with cabbage. Some people can do that, other people can't. So I look at this job that I have, which is it's a gratuitous service agreement with my foundation to the Army. I get paid nothing. And I love it. It's the best job I've ever had in the world, because it's not a job. It's a passion of mine to make sure that future generations have great food.
It's not just a job, it's an adventure. Brad Bentley, who's the president of Fastport, who actually was so behind the scenes instrumental in getting you to join us, has a question for you. Go ahead, Brad.
So you mentioned the culinary skills. A lot of people have those MOSs in the military. I'm curious how you have gone through the vetting process for your Let's Chow program. Picking the cities, first of all, is it a concentration of where people are transitioning out of the military in a community like a San Diego, for example. I know that's one of the areas. And I'll just throw it out there. We live in New Orleans. There's 15,000 veterans here, huge foodie city. So what would the process be if you looked at a location like this to try to find those?
Yeah, we want you to
sets?
come to New Orleans. That's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to get your butt down.
I was just there with the Medal of Honor not so long ago. So for me, there's a group of people that look. So when a veteran actually applies, they've already gone through a screening. So you apply and say, Robert Irvine wants a food truck. Okay, why do you want a food truck? How do you want a food truck? What is it going to be is it coffee? Is it tacos? What is it? Once we decide it's your truck, and that's very quick, by the way. I mean, I just literally got 2 in the last 2 weeks. We'll retrofit that. That means a food truck costs about $100,000, right? And that's for real, to wrap it, to make sure it's insured, to make sure that you've got everything you need in that food truck to make a real living, right? Because there's food trucks out there that shouldn't even be on the road. So that's number one. Then we wrap it based on, Robert's Roadhouse, whatever it's going to be called. We then send you to school while we're getting the truck fixed, to go through not the cooking skill, but the technical skill of running a business. How do you price things out? How do you your fuel costs, your labor costs, all those things that come in that you see on the TV show with me on Restaurant Impossible. When I feel you're good enough, ready enough, I should say, not good enough, you're already good enough, ready enough to go on the road, then we put you on the road no matter where it is. So if you live in San Diego, I've got some in San Diego, I've got Atlantic City. We put them all over the place, and there's a whole list on the website. But I'm not worried where they are. We just gave a Marine one literally last year. I've just got the money for 2 more, so now we're looking for those people who are looking to get into the culinary business. Now, here's the best thing: if you run that food truck and do it so well, I find space for you to run a brick and mortar if that's what you want to do. It's really up to you when you feel comfortable making that money. And by the way, we take minimal, and I mean, minimal. We take a rent and we take the insurance. I don't take any of your money. And then we put that back into the truck when you're finished to refurbish the truck, to get it ready for somebody else. And if we need a new fryer or we need new wheels or we need, all those kind of things, it goes back into the program. It's about making veterans successful in whatever area they want to go into. We're working with Erie and the governor of Pennsylvania right now on a collegiate space that's out in Erie, Pennsylvania, that's vacant, that Mellon Carnegie family bought. How do we turn that into a culinary school, a computer school for veterans, right? And a lot more than that. I'm just using those 2. So it's really about, just like all these other big organizations, we want to be the best in class at what we do. We partner with Elizabeth Dole for Face the Fight, which is the PTS, which is a huge program for us. And at every event, one of our veterans talks about that, and we hand out materials. The same with TAP's family and things like that. We support other. I was just at Camp Southern Ground. Zach Brown's making a meal for a ruck. So it's all about together we do better. It's not about me against the world and everybody else in the service organizations. It's we do something different than somebody else does. And if we can help them reach their mission or achieve their mission, then we all win.
By the way, in case you guys are just joining us, Chef Robert Irvine joins us this morning. You can find him at chefirvine.com, over on the gram of Insta at Chef Irvine, and of course at Instagram, also on the Robert Irvine Foundation. We're glad to have you. Brad's got a follow-up.
First of all, thank you for mentioning the Elizabeth Dole Foundation. That holds a special place in my heart. My daughter Megan was their events coordinator and up until just a couple of years ago. So they do some tremendous work for caregivers out there, and it just proves the point as we're talking about Chef Irvine, all the different connectivity he has in the veteran space. I want to mention this for my company, though. Fastport does a lot of placing veterans into registered apprenticeship programs. And I think the way you described Let's Chow, it seems that we work with employers to define the length of an apprenticeship. Yours seems to be competency-based. When you feel like that veteran is at the level, the culinary level and the business level, that's when the business would actually start with the food truck and then move on to the brick and mortar, correct?
Yes. And it's funny, I'll give you another extension of what we do. A couple of months ago, the National Guard has what they call a training camp, 22-week training camp. National Guard Challenge it's called. In Puerto Rico, we graduated 250 16 to 18-year-old kids. Now, some of those kids were in bad neighborhoods. Some of those kids were selling drugs. Some of those kids were 16 years old that got their parents assigned a waiver then to go to a 22-week program. It cost $7 million, by the way. And these are kids that nobody, and I went to see the parents, I went to see the houses. I understand why Hughes gets into what they get into, because they have to eat, they have to, live, et cetera, et cetera. I don't agree with it, but that's why they do it. I've seen it firsthand. But what impressed me so much, 22 weeks in this academy, by the way, all got a GED. None of them kids would have got a GED because they weren't going to school. And we promised, the National Guard promises within a year, it's the best program in the United States that we're doing more with again this year, is putting young kids that have come from a low-income family, have to do what they've got to do. And I'm talking about a 700-square-foot room or home that's jerry-rigged to the electric main with an extension cord, and 16 people living in it because that's the way they live. We graduated these kids with a 4.0 average, 30 of them out of 250. That to me is exciting, because if we can do it in the private sector, then we can do it in the public sector. That means the government can get more involved and give more money. It could be a pipeline to doctors, lawyers, firefighters, servicemen and women. But somebody has to believe, and you know what they say, you have no experience. Well, this is the mental thing that I deal with. I don't care about your piece of paper. I don't care if you went to Harvard. I care, do you click and you're cohesive with a team? That's a special operations trait. We don't care where you come from, but are you a team player and can you get stuff done? And I will tell you, I've got some great people on our team. Joanna Bass, the Chief of Air Force, Senior Enlisted. I've got CZ Lopez, Senior Enlisted to the Chairman of Joint Chiefs, and lots of others that see the vision that I see of not only feeding people and changing, that's my world of get stuff done, but also how do we take young kids and put them back on the path of success? Because I'm one of them kids. I joined the military early. You mentioned it in your opening. I had to live under a bridge for a while when my mom and dad got divorced. I know what poor is. I know what dumpster diving is. I know what cold is. You've got to be able to have somebody help you out of that. And I think that's what that driven purpose for me is. How do we help as many people, not just restaurants? I work with DAV on companies that are started by veterans, some of which, by the way, are $50 million already, and how to scale them, and some of which are just starting, with baked goods. So for me, it's about giving a hand up, not a hand out.
Let me just we have to wrap this up. Unbelievably, the time has just flown by. I wanted to ask you a personal question. You're a man who considers your own personal fitness part of who you are. Can you just really briefly, about 30 seconds here, Chef Irvine, to tell people how it is you manage to maintain your health despite the wild farago of a life you have, jumping all over the place, helping people make their dreams come true. How do you manage to stay fit through all of this?
Every day, 45 minutes of some type of cardio. Then I lift one body part, meaning arms, legs, whatever, four exercises, 4 sets through. Never heavy, because I'm 60 years old. I don't need heavy and look pretty anymore. but I'm working with a lot of special operations guys, and I got to keep up with them. So for me, fitness is a must.
Yeah, I've kind of focused.
It gives me that escape.
Yeah, I've kind of focused on cardio myself because keeping up is more important than actually having to lift the heavy stuff anymore. We can't thank you enough. Brad's got one more thing for you.
I'll follow up with you. Would love to see Let's Chow come to New Orleans. Let's try to get a food truck down here. Thank you for everything you do for our veterans. Shout out to Joe Bass, too. She is a force of nature doing great work as an ambassador for Hiring Our Heroes, which is where we first met. So thank you so much for being on the air, Chef Irvine.
I look forward to receiving any information, and we're here to help.
What a great place to end it, by the way. We are here to help. We are here to help at Road Gang Radio as well. Please go to chefirvine.com. Go to Instagram, where you can find him there as Chef Irvine, or the Robert Irvine Foundation over on Instagram. Lots of great content. Our good friend Mike Barber is coming up next. Stick around, Brad. We're going to talk about Jaws for a little bit here for a second. Cage go in the water. Shark go in the water. You're in the cage. Farewell and adieu to your fair Spanish ladies.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
And we're back on Road Gang Radio, broadcasting live on iHeartRadio, YouTube, and RoadGangRadio.com. The mics are hot, and we're hanging out having a good time. So are the donuts.
Mics are hot. Donuts are hot. Chef Irvine is hot, man. You got to head over to chefirvine.com.
Yeah,
that dude is hot. He's so hot. He's like Hansel. That dude is so hot. He's so hot right now.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny you were asking him how he stays in shape. I didn't get to talk to him about this on the air, but when I first met him, he was at the gala, the awards gala that Hiring Our Heroes does, and he was had just undergone shoulder surgery. That was a few years ago. So glad to know he's back to 100% health and is out there doing amazing things, trotting all over the globe. So again, very few people have the impact that he's made on the veteran space, and really excited about the follow-up. And hopefully we'll get a Let's Chow truck down here in New Orleans, fellas.
Yeah, it would be really exciting, actually, to get that Let's Chow truck down. One of the things that he had to say, really quickly, and then I'll get over to Dre, who's got a thought he wants to share with us as well. One of the things that he had to say that just really got me going was, and it's something we practice over here, we think that there are a lot of people who are like, there's a small pie, and not only do I have to get a piece of the pie, I have to get the entire pie, and I have to kill anybody else who wants the pie. There's too much of that mentality around, when in fact a lot of other people, I think we've figured it out, I think he has definitely figured it out, which is we do our thing, you do your thing. and I always make the joke with Lindsay about this too, that even if the three of us sing the same song, and even if the three of us could carry a tune and had perfect pitch, that song would be different simply based on the fact of how tall we are. I know that sounds crazy, but it's like the way you actually create art, the way you create a business is based actually on how tall you are. How you lay out, let's say it's a chef. How you lay out your kitchen is based on how tall you are, how big you are. If you are somebody who is heavy set, that kitchen is laid out very, very differently than if you are a skinny mini.
Never trust a skinny chef, by the way.
Yeah, we are, because Robert's not skinny. I'll tell you that. He's
big man.
He ain't a fatty.
No,
he ain't a fatty.
not.
Matter of fact, he's kind of Dave Bautista, put you in a Hurt Locker, slap the pain combination, and put a kind of whoop ass on you. Go ahead, Trey.
Yeah, I'm about to say, trust that skinny chef if he's a stoner.
Ah.
Yeah, man.
Or he's got a tapeworm.
Huh?
if he's eating, but it ain't going nowhere. If they're eating and it ain't making its way out, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
Little tapeworm.
And backtracking a little bit, and I was going to bring this up and talk to him on air about it, but man, y'all's conversation was flowing excellent. I didn't want to jump in and mess with that. But I used to work with a guy who's ex-veteran, and I helped him with his food truck.
No, he's a veteran.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. All right. Well, yeah, ex-veteran. So ex-military, but he's a veteran.
There you go.
There we go. But, yeah, he came in. We worked at the same catering company, but he was like, look, it's time to move on from our situation that we were in with not the best boss. But we worked there long enough. He had experience. He went to culinary school, and I learned what I could. And I was like, hey, man, I have an opportunity for you. If you want to take it on, let's go for it. And we met with a mutual friend of ours, but he didn't bring it up to him. I did. And he got into a food truck. I went in there, helped him for a little while, and it said it saved his life. Going in there, being his own boss, being able to critique everything he wants, bring in people to help him in similar situations. So that's a beautiful thing, man.
The other thing in regards to food truck discussion, as Dre brings up, and as we're talking about with Chef Irvine as well too, and this actually fits into the movie that we will be talking about. We're trying to get Mike on here. Mike Barber actually does Rolling with the Reels. It's actually sponsored by Truckers Wealth.
We're talking about Chef, the movie?
No, we're not talking about Chef, the movie. We're talking about owner-operators, by the way. And this movie, the one that is 50 years old, there are not many movies that do this well, and of course it's Steven Spielberg made it, and anybody that's seen the first 25 minutes of Saving Private Ryan, amidst all the chaos, one of the things that everybody acknowledges, especially veterans in the veteran space acknowledge with Saving Private Ryan, is not just the accuracy of the violence or the sound or the way it feels, but it's the technical acumen of the soldiers on the beach, that weapons do what actually the weapons do. Do you follow me? We actually watched the whole sequence, Brad. If you watch the opening of Saving Private Ryan, what is that sequence about? And by the way, you can get this answer wrong. What is that sequence about?
Are you going with chaos here? You going with?
I'm going with the pure practice. Everybody always forgets when they're talking. This is a breakthrough for a lot of people in regards to creating art. And it actually relates to truck driving immensely. What is the purpose of that opening scene? What is their objective in that scene?
Well, it's really, I would say, a rescue.
No, I meant the opening scene, not the. That's a good point, because the rescue, that's absolutely the moment that the opening sequence is over, it becomes a rescue mission, and they lay it out really, really nicely. It's the pillbox. So if you watch,
which I've seen,
which of course, if you see the chaos on the beach that opens up Saving Private Ryan, it's always from the American's perspective, with one exception. At one brilliant moment, Spielberg cuts the machine gun. His only God shot of the entire sequence is the machine gun, and he's telling you that's what they have to take.
Yeah, it's interesting too. If you're ever over in Normandy, you can actually still see that. It's one of the things I appreciate about Europe and a lot of places that's done probably a better job of preservation, but they don't necessarily run from past mistakes. They appreciate the historic part of it. You can still actually go up in those pillboxes overlooking Omaha Beach and those areas, Utah Beach, etc.
Yeah, what happens basically is they get to that beach, and what is supposed to have happened is the air cover is supposed to have blown out the pillboxes. The pillboxes are still there, which means the Germans have fortified position with machine guns, which means everybody gets cut to all hell, which means Tom Hanks' character, James Miller, who is based on the actual John Miller, who was the one of two people that was awarded the Medal of Honor, along with Teddy Roosevelt Jr., they took a broken series of different units, turned them into one unit, and took the damn beach.
Yep.
But in order to, if you watch the sequence, it is everybody needs to gather in this one point. They need to get behind. They need to get behind cover. They then need to blow a hole to make their way over to further cover to then actually take out the snipers with the sniper rifles and then blow that pillbox to hell so the rest of the stuff can actually come in. And that is what President Grant called, and Eisenhower picking up from him called the principle of the objective. And that if you look at art, if you look at your job as simply let go of the, my job is to be a knight of the road, a cowboy of the road, out there doing my thing. No, your job is to literally take this thing from point A to point B and to maneuver your way around all the obstacles. And sometimes those obstacles are simply, I'm running low on gas, I got to fill up. Easy obstacle to overcome. Sometimes those obstacles are inclement weather and rocks on the road. One of the great ways that Saving Private Ryan happens is because Steven Spielberg made one movie before Jaws. He made two movies before Jaws. The Sugarland Express, which is all about going across the country. Duel, which is all about taking on a giant truck on the highway, which actually is a warm-up for Jurassic Park. And it gets us to Jaws. I'll catch him for $3,000. What is it? No, I'll track him for $3,000, but I'll catch him and I'll kill him for $10,000. And so when Captain Quint says that in Jaws, what he's basically saying is, in today's language, I need $60,000. And by the way, that's why they're all like $10,000. What are you talking? So when the lady offers $3,000, she's offering $15,000 to catch that shark, and he's saying that ain't even close. And by the way, even if Quint had survived, the $10,000 wouldn't have covered the damage to his boat. I'm just saying out there. I think the best example, the two best examples of a truck driver that you will ever see on screen that aren't truck drivers, that actually do something else, are Robert Shaw as Captain Quint and Han Solo, Harrison Ford as Han Solo in Star Wars. Are almost the other one, of course, is the crew from Alien, which are just truck drivers in outer space. It's a trucking company. It's an outer space trucking company that gets invaded by an alien, which is really cool. By the way, Ten Ring says, revive the character Chef in South Park with Robert Irvine. I think that is absolutely spectacular, by the way. Our good friend JB, Diver Driver, who will be here for the big party on the 23rd, is actually in the chat room saying good morning to everybody. He's, well, by the way, his Monday, he's waiting forward to that. Today is Monday for him. He is headed up to Manny, Louisiana, to the Mart of Wall. Good luck with that.
Ugh.
Good luck with that. No, Walmart's actually...
No, Manny. That was my arch nemesis in high school. That was our school that we would go against. And Academic and Manny would meet in a parking lot and literally brawl.
Who won most of those, Trey?
The football games, it was undecided. I'll be honest
we have
with
our
you.
answer.
I'll be honest with you. At the beginning, Manny was whooping it. Our last year, we finally won. But when it came to the parking lot brawls, we won those.
All right.
I understand.
Yeah.
You had the last word.
A little bit of the old Catholic,
100%.
little of the old Catholics and convict
me in
action
the
going on.
ditch.
By the way, I went back and looked at the old Catholics and convict brawl in the tunnel. That thing was ugly, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, that was like nowadays people would have been suspended, people would have been expelled. Dude, that thing
Grown-ass
was-
man.
Grown-ass man. I mean, that thing was ugly, dude. I mean, it's like, and then Lou Holtz walking in, he goes, conduct yourself with class out there in the field. But when this is over, if you want to meet him in the parking lot, you got the okay from me. And then Pat Eiler has the great line. He goes, I only have one request. Save Jimmy Johnson's ass for me. And they literally cut to Eiler, who goes, game over. Game over. He said everybody just stormed out of that locker room ready to kill the entire world. We got somebody on the phone, do we not?
We do. Speaking of grown-ass man, but sometimes a titty baby, he's over there new boot goofing. What's up, Chowder?
Chowder!
Hey, family. I'm calling with more of a somber reasoning today.
Go on.
Well, thank you. I'm not as good looking as the one that you usually use that for, but I'll take the compliment.
All right.
Hey, Al, I guess Astro Boy, everybody knows him by. He wanted me to let everybody know about Kim Skater's celebration of life.
Oh, thank
you.
you.
So I was hoping I could let everybody know that date and time and place thing.
Yeah, and by the way, thank you. I'm happy to do this right now. I'll let you take care of this. We were going to actually be telling people at the top of the 9 o'clock hour when Lindsay joined us. But you know what, dude? I think it's great if it comes from you, a fellow truck driver. Let people know the details here. If you've got them, please share them.
Yeah, it's going to be September 6th from 1 to 3 p.m. at Prairie Meadows in Altoona, Iowa. It's just off of I-80 by the Pilot Travel Center. Prairie Meadows has truck parking available. And that's pretty much all he gave me for the details and all that. But it's September 6th, 1 to 3 at Prairie Meadows in Altoona, Iowa.
Thank you, Chowder.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Chowder. By the way, Mike is on. Is telling me he's going to try to get on with us in a little bit here. If he can't make it, he sends his apologies. But he is in the game. But of course, he's also an incredibly busy man. We love Mike. We wish he was here, but we got Brad Bentley in space. We got Phone Master Dre in space, and we got Chowder here as well too. Go on, Chowder.
Chowder, tell me about those new boots, man.
Oh, I've had these for a couple years. I just break them out every now and then. I got these nice high-dollar, I don't even know what the brand is. I don't think it's Cabela's, but it's a nice camouflage snake bite all the way up to your knee. You know, I almost feel like I should be a showgirl or something.
I was about to say, they're stripper boots for hunters, man.
I mean, these go up to the knees, and they're not that shiny, leather stuff, but that's all right. But no, I'm heading out to Nemo, South Dakota, go fishing in Box Elder Creek. It's a nice winding 4-mile brook that runs up through the pines and meadows and through the nice granite spires of western South Dakota to do some brook fishing. I know all you brothers and sisters and workers are out there keeping America moving, and Chowder appreciates it, but it's time to go get the sling of the fishing on. So
yeah,
you all have a good time, and we'll catch up with you. Hasta mañana.
Oh, man. Pasta la vista, baby. Pasta la vista.
Thanks, buddy.
Chef Boyardee, man. Chef Boyardee.
Hearing that description from Chowder, I'm assuming he might be fly fishing. I'm not real sure on that.
We never know. Maybe
we used to go to Missoula, Montana every year. Guy I worked with named Alvin Byers. We'd go see all the trucking companies out there, and they were on one strip really close to the airport, but we never told our boss that we could see all them in one day. We said, it's just like a 3-day trip, and we'd end up in Rock Creek, Montana. 34 miles of dirt road, wind back there. Only time that I ever tried fly fishing, but it's probably the most idyllic place I've ever put a fly or any bait into water. Just absolutely beautiful.
Speaking of movies, I know you've seen it. Have you read the book, A River Runs Through It?
Not the book. I've been on the river. We actually did some whitewater rafting out there on a different portion than where they filmed a lot of that. But with Tyler Courier and some of the guys that used to work for Overdrive, actually, back in the day.
It's as close to a perfect adaptation as you possibly can imagine. So if I don't normally tell people this, if you've seen the movie and really seen it and really watched it, you've read a lot of the book, because a lot of Paul's narration is literally chapter verse. That last passage, which is so deeply moving, where he actually utters the titular line, is spectacular. It is as close to the book as you possibly can get, unlike Jaws, which we are talking about today, by the way, which is completely not like the book, has so many changes to it, so many changes.
Jimmy Mack, as we get older, used to make fun of previous generations. Everybody would have their moment, things that they remember where they were, and my parents' generation, it was usually when John F. Kennedy was shot. Ours probably 9/11. Right, but you've been talking about Jaws.
Challenger as well too, for you and I.
Challenger. I was in college. I was in class. I remember a professor coming in crying. Told us the news about the Challenger crash, or the explosion. So, but Jaws, I can remember where I was because it was the first movie that I ever went to a theater. I stayed with my cousin usually in the summers for a week. We'd rotate around different family members. And I remember my aunt and uncle taking us. I guess I was 8 years old. And we got in trouble, one for throwing almonds, but later because we got so scared when different things happening, like popcorn went flying. But after that, I was hooked on movies for sure. But Jaws was the first movie I ever saw in a theater in Anniston, Alabama.
It's also one of the first movies where they actually filmed the audience to get a sense of how to, they were trying to figure out what Spielberg and Thelma Shoemaker, who's the real star because she was the editor, had achieved in that movie. They started filming audience reactions. This is what's really cool. It's a different kind of thing now. Whereas movies are so wide and so widely released now, what we see is they make $200 gazillion the first weekend, and then you got to hold on for dear life and hope you can have some kind of steady pace like Sinners had, or like a lot of Christopher Nolan films has. Jaws was the medium-sized engine that could. It just stayed there. 10 million, 10 million, 10 million, 10 million. It just kept going and going and building momentum. And I will tell you this, it is as perfect a movie, despite the fact that it was a disaster to make it, as you possibly... It's an owner-operator story. I mean, literally, the shark becomes a truck. I mean, they literally are trying to figure out every single way to make the truck work. The shark is a truck. You know what the problem was? It worked perfectly in the warehouse. Nobody... And they had it in water in the warehouse. You know what kind of water they had it in the warehouse? Fresh.
Yeah.
And then it got into the sea.
You know the last time I saw Jaws?
When's that?
Was whenever we were at a water park in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and they did a filming while we were tubing at that water park on a big screen up there. So
That's
yeah,
good
it was
marketing right there.
It was a poor choice. Yeah.
Actually, the last time Claire and I saw it was at Hurricane Harbor for Six Flags. It was just it was kind of extraordinary, and that makes a big difference. By the way, guys, I mean, seeing it like that. Matter of fact, Hurricane Ida hit the city of New Orleans right when Claire and I were planning to leave for California. And the director of the movie Soul, the Pixar film Soul, was showing Jaws at a pool party for the incoming Cal Arts students because he is a Cal Arts grad. And it looked like we couldn't get moved into the truck to get there soon enough. I told my brother Ryan, I said, this breaks my heart, man. I'm like, Claire's going to begin this adventure. There's a big party where you get to meet everybody, and they're going to watch Jaws in a pool with the director of Soul, and Claire's not going to make it. And Ryan went, the hell, that's not happening, dude. He went out the next day. There were people loading up that truck. He's like, we got to go right now. We're going right now. We're getting over there. We're going to make it. Go ahead.
I'm just going to say one last thing. I'll leave y'all alone. But that's the perfect place to watch a scary movie because you don't have to go to the bathroom. Yeah, dude, just pee right there. If you get scared the piss out of you, just right there.
I don't swim in your toilet, so please don't pee in my pool. Remember that when you were growing up? Always you go to the little bathroom they have, and it's like I always say, why are you putting this sign in the bathroom, man? It's too late by this point. People have already made wise decisions. You know what I'm saying? And it ain't like the guy in California who's throwing marijuana out of his truck as they're pulling him, throwing it out of his truck. As they are pulling him over, he is tossing the pack of Mary Do You Wanna out of his truck. 75. Look, if you're going to do 73 and a 55, make sure you have a logbook and make sure you don't have marijuana on you. I mean, what's the great rule? Don't break two laws at once when it comes to driving. Like, if you're going to make an illegal turn, make sure you have your license.
Sounds like you need to refer that guy to driver's legal plan, by the way.
Yeah, driver's legal plan, driver's legal plan. Don't smell us. No, I mean, that's it. I mean, and the other thing I kept thinking, like, why did he throw it out, dude? I don't understand why he threw the pack out. They're not going to frisk you.
I guess he was hoping for poor eyesight.
But they're not going to.
And they wouldn't see it.
There had to be something else.
Pure panic.
He must have been stoned. The thing is, he must have been stoned because why would you throw it? It's a pack, dude. Just stick it in your pocket. What, are they going to pat you down? I mean, what reason would they have to pat you down? I mean, obviously, he didn't get cited for a CDL. I mean, he had his CDL. They would have cited him for that. Why would you toss it? Panic.
Yeah.
And probably stoned to the bejesus. Probably like, hey, man, this is groovy, dude.
Paranoia and panic. That's it.
Dave's not here, man. It just strikes me as really, really, really weird that he would toss that. I mean, it's almost like, okay, well, you got me for speeding. Let me give you something else to arrest me for. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just like, oh, here they come. Let me toss this bottle of Jack out the car. Okay. Brad Bentley joins us this morning, and if you guys want to call, we're at 615-292-6366.
615-292-6366. And that spells?
Nemo. I want you to jump into the conversation, guys. Lindsay LaRue is going to be joining us in short order here on this freaky, feisty, flinty Friday on Road Gang Radio. Guys, if you haven't gotten people to subscribe yet, get them to subscribe. The best part about subscriptions for us is it don't cost you nothing. Subscribe at RadioNemo.com. Where you can listen to us on 365. Subscribe on the tube of you. You'll get notifications. You don't have to hit the notification button. We're constantly dropping content. So if you want to avoid that constant sort of bing, 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 you can do that. Just subscribe. Listen to us in the morning. If you miss anything, because there are other things you want to listen to on any platform you want to listen to, go ahead over there and enjoy it. Go ahead and make that happen for yourself.
And that's the great thing about the content and the formats that it's being distributed now. I got a message yesterday afternoon from Charlene Maselli at the Travis Mannion Foundation. She had already been on YouTube and seen where the interview with Josh Jabin had been posted. So real time almost.
Yeah, and that's a real reality. Who do I got on the phone for, Master Dre?
Ten Ring!
Ten Ring is here and alive and well.
Hello!
What's going on?
Hello.
Jello. What's happening?
I'm sitting here and I'm laughing my butt off because it's like Dave's not here. Okay. And I mean, there's so many people that just don't have a clue about what that is. And I just, the last few minutes of listening to y'all, I just been sitting here, I've been smiling ear to ear, just the old references. Jaws, I never saw the movie, and I was at Universal Studios in Hollywood, and they take you through the tram car, through the different sets and everything, and they show you how the rain works on a set and all that good jazz. And I'm sure it's changed now since then, because this was like 89, I think. And but you went down, and there was like a endless pool to the right.
Oh, yeah.
And that's where they shot Tales of the Gold Monkey. And you could see the old widgeon that they used from shooting Tales of the Gold Monkey off in the distance. Then all of a sudden, here comes the actual Jaws out of the water. And it's right there at the edge of the endless pool where the car's at. Now, you watch this thing in person, and it's like, dude, this is so fake. But then later on, I watched the movie, and I was like, that thing looks real.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he plays one of the most amazing games. I mean, I will tell people, if you just like watching from a technical standpoint, Ten Ring, what he does that is spectacular is he's like, well, I can't make it work, so I'll hide it every possible way and only show it to you from angles that make any sense. And do you know that Robert Shaw added the line when he said those black eyes roll over and turn white? He actually added that because he was actually basing it on the shark that they had created. He was actually describing the shark that they were working with. So when you see it the second half of the movie, you think it's real because Robert Shaw has told you it's real. It is just great, dude. It is great. Great.
It was, I did that. I did that Universal Studios tour, and everything was really cool because, like, one of them was they had the burning house, and I don't remember what movie it was from. I think it's been in several of them. But they have, like, natural gas burners that are behind the windows that you can't see, and they turn them on, and the sugar glass windows blow out, the flames come out. The Amityville Horror House was built to like 2/3 scale, and it was up on the hill. There was a lot of cool stuff there. I'm sure they've done a lot of things since then.
Oh, yeah, the burning house, by the way, is really cool. If you guys don't know what he's talking about, I mean, it is a really kind of just, it's crazy because from behind it's not a house at all. But the way it's been built on the angles and the way it's put and placed, it's spot on. My brother, I gotta let you go because we got to get off into this next break. But please keep listening. And by the way, like I said, my favorite. Remind me at some point when we have time to tell you the story about the USS Indianapolis and how that monologue got written. Because actually, it's all in the play. The Shark is Broken. We'll talk, okay?
All right, brother. See ya. Have a Merry Christmas. And
a Happy New Year to you, old building and loan. Really quickly, Brad, that's a great story where the first version of that monologue, Robert Shaw went, this is shit. He just said, I don't like it. So they called up maniac John Milius, and he said, can you write this for us? He goes, well, how am I supposed to get out there to Martha's Vineyard? I'm in California. He says, well, dictate it to me. So Spielberg takes out a legal pad, and Milius just makes it up on the spot, the entire monologue. Spielberg then has his secretary type it, Dre. They give it to Shaw, who goes, I can do something with this. And he literally cuts it in half, rearranges the order of it, shows up on the set, screws up the first take because he's too drunk, asks for an hour to sober up, comes back in, and just hits a home run in
Nailed
one
it.
take. So if you look at Roy Scheider and Richard Dreyfuss listening to him doing that speech, there is a content creator named Your Mr. Lebowski who creates videos of people watching movies, but what he does is he does it as if they're all in the same room, so you're getting all of their reactions simultaneously. Look up the one of all of these kids reacting to Robert Shaw's monologue in Jaws. It is terrific. People are like going, wait, is this true? Because they're all like 25, 26, 30 years old. Like, wait, is this story true? I wonder if that's true. I wonder if that really happened. Like one dude is like, yeah, that happened. But the rest of them have no idea. They're just like, they all keep saying, man, that got dark really quickly. That's the USS Indianapolis. Speaking of great ships, and that's not a fat joke, I'm talking about Lindsay Lawler, is sailing in here in just a moment here on Road Gang Radio. We got a great guest. I'm going to let Lindsay do the introduction and the honor of that as well, but thrilled, going to get her on the meat of Google really soon. Tracy Lynn is a country artist and a friend of this show. Can't wait for you guys to meet her as well. Brad Bentley, Jimmy Mack, our good friend Phone Master Dre, and of course, Lindsay LaRue, who is certainly more than 2, but much less than 29.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Oh, from the Big Easy to the Music City and out to the open road, welcome to Road Gang Radio. There she is, broadcasting live from Fast Sports Studios and good old NOLA with Jimmy Mack, and joining us from Nashville, the one and only Lindsay Lawler. Woo!
Here, good Lord.
Lindsay Lawler's coming, look busy.
Where'd you come
Double
from?
L, double L.
Oh.
She's here. It's happening. Listen, I have that. You know how you talk about that thing, Jim, where you sometimes you'll have a guest on the air that you really like, and you kind of forget that you're in the middle of an interview because you just get lost in listening. I kind of have I have that, but the reverse. When I'm listening to y'all's show, I forget that I'm not on a mic, and I'm just like talking to you guys in the background, like walking around my kitchen or driving. I'm like inserting myself in the conversation, hoping somebody hears.
Oh, by the way, I've done that with you on the air, and I've done that listening to the H.P. Lovecraft literary podcast, now Strange Studies of Strange. I'm like, going, man, Chad, you were so funny. And I am such a loser talking to a recording.
Such a loser.
Such a loser. By the way, our friend Brad Bentley's got to shuffle off next door here in just a moment, LaRue. He's actually got some stuff to work out in regards to this big old party. It turns out that people are now returning our phone calls.
That's kind.
People who actually are going to make some money off of us decided that maybe they should actually respond to us, and they are on their way. But Brad wanted just to give you a big old howdy ho, everybody.
Hey, Lindsay
I
Lawler.
love me some BB the King. You know I love BB the King. I can't wait to hug your neck next week and eat some mac and cheese, hopefully.
Oh, absolutely. It is underway. We talked to Chef Marty about that yesterday, so he is honing that recipe as we speak.
Nice.
Can't wait to see you. You're going to be here for multiple days. Going to be
all
fun.
the days.
Get to see
all
the new
the
studios.
Days.
Hang out with the Dre over there, Madison. Or you call her, I think, something else, right?
Matty Door.
Matty Door. I like that.
Well, I can't take Weasel came up with Matador yesterday, and then I just tailored to say, can we say Matador? But that was all Weasel, but I love it. I'm here for it.
She, by the way, if you guys are wondering, is doing fine and living well in New Orleans, is doing some editing today over at her own studios. We'll put it that way. She's over at her own studio doing some editing, putting some video stuff together. Lindsay's actually going to be broadcasting from the Crescent City on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I got that right, correct?
You got that absolutely right.
And the reason we're doing that is twofold. One, it's a chance to see Lindsay as much as possible. The other reason is we want to make her as comfortable as possible and get her acclimated to the studio setup, not just basically, if she would have come in on Tuesday night, would she be hurtling into time and space doing the show and then going straight to We Should Write? By the way...
I also felt like I was dying there when you said we just want to make her as comfortable as possible.
Well, we do.
Hey, 17 years in the making.
17.
How exciting is that to launch your show next Wednesday?
I don't think I've been excited about anything for a very long time. I've talked about We Should Write, but really never known exactly what it should be for, as you said, Brad, 17 years now when I bought that domain and made T-shirts and did a random photo shoot for fun back in Nashville. And I've always been trying to figure it out. People have tried to buy it from me many times over the years, and I say, go, you shove your money up your butt, is mine. And now I know what it is. It's a show here on RadioNemo with my favorite family of radio partners here, and I'm very excited to launch it. I had a very clear picture yesterday of what the show actually looks like, where it's going. Like I've always kind of known, but then one final piece dropped into place yesterday. So now I'm ready. Let's go. I've already got several weeks in advance booked ahead, and so I'm very excited.
Yeah, and a little inside baseball, just to point this out again, too. Lindsay's actually launching the show here from the Fastport Studios, which is really amazing that she would actually make the time to come down and do that with us, to come celebrate the party with us. And we talked about it, and it doesn't make any sense to here's the new studio, Lindsay, and by the way, here's your new show in the new studio that you've never been in. So Lindsay will be doing the show on Tuesday with me. I'm very excited about that. We're going to, by the way, Lindsay, you might want to, I'm going to be doing some intermittent fasting all over the next 3 days, because get ready, my sister.
What are you about to say? I might want to lose weight before I come? Where were you going with
that?
that?
No, I might say you might want to stop from gaining weight, because on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, the food is going to come fast and furious, and nobody's going to stop eating.
That's great, but let me just say, you never say to a woman you might want to stop gaining weight. What is wrong with you?
Nothing. I'm perfect.
You're so wrong.
I'm not going to change at all. No, I'm telling everybody, if you've got plans to come on down here and making the miracle happen, any of you out there, you might want to take a couple of days off, because, man, we're going to have some food here that you will not believe, including some of the best donuts in the city of New Orleans. Maybe some flowers for Lindsay, too, to congratulate her on her new show.
Now you don't have to get them. Now that you said it, it's the thought that counts.
It's the thought, the flowers or the donuts?
No, the donuts you have to get, but the flowers you don't have to get. I kill all things living, so you don't have to get me flowers.
I'm really proud of you. By the way,
give me a little plant. Can you give me a little plant?
Oh, what kind of plant would you prefer?
Like one of the what are the little ones? So I went into
please not one of those air ones. No, can we at least get
no? What do they call the? Oh shoot! What are the You'll see people sitting on. They'll be sitting on their desk or something because they don't need light.
What are you talking about?
A succulent.
Succulent, thank you.
Gotcha.
So thank you, buddy. I went into a garden, a nursery, a couple months ago for a succulent, and I walked out with an elephant, like a $400 elephant plant. I went in for a $10 succulent and walked out with that, and I was determined to get it in my car and home and unload it by myself. It was so heavy. My husband was out of town. That's when I make my big purchases, is when my husband's out of town. I bought a refrigerator last time he left town. Right? It's huge. It's dead now. But anyway, it was really pretty. So, but maybe a succulent. That's all. Brad Bentley, I'm so glad you're here. I don't know if you're taking off or not, but we've got a fun country artist joining us next here in this first half hour of our show. Correct, Jimmy Mack?
First half hour of the show where we actually make a life. We've made a living, and now we pivot into making a life here. Pivot! No. It's Freaky, Feisty, Flinty Fun Friday, though, so we're just having fun across the entire platform on Fridays. Fridays are wide open. It's the Wild West, man. Welcome to the Wild West with LaRue. LaRue's Wild West. They call
LaRue.
her.
Pew, pew, pew.
Oh, speaking of pew, 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 really quickly, before I forget, we'll talk about this later on in the show, too. Don't forget, Trucking with OIDA is going to be coming up after this show. I'll give you the details later on in the show, but Louis Pugh is the special guest, because Pew, Pew, Pew is shooting up Washington, D.C., making a big old stinking stein. We'll get to that later on, though, too. Brad, do you want to take off or do you want to hang around for this next guest?
I'll be here for that first half hour, Lindsay. Looking forward to that. Then I'm meeting with the owner of the Degal House and caterers and some other people that are coming over, AV, all these little things that have to be put together, and we're on other people's schedules for that. But excited.
It's all going to be everybody's having a good time. Everybody's
having a good time.
Everybody's having a good time, Brian. So who do we got coming up here, Lindsay?
Oh my gosh, do we have her on the phone yet?
We got her.
We do. So I can just dote on her and talk about her because it's fun over on this new platform we're on over at RadioNemo.com, YouTube, streaming everywhere, as well as on iHeart. We love you, iHeart, or the Heart of I, as Jimmy Mack would say. I've been talking with several of my good friends here in Nashville and different artists, but also my dear friend Elise, who's a publicist, and she and I have been doing. So she created the truck stop tour with me years ago, Brad and Jim. You've met her, Brad.
Elise. Yeah, tell her hello.
Yeah, I will. And so she and I love to be in the mix, but also do things differently. And so we just giggle about how Nashville works and roll our eyes, but then also, find that sweet balance of playing the game. And part of the game is finding people that you know and love and trust. And when I say, Elise, do you have any great artists for on the show? Anybody Elise sends me, I'm like, I know this is going to be good. I know I'm going to like this person. And she's already like, you girls are going to be friends. So Tracy Lynn's about to be my new friend. And that's fun because that rhymes too. So that's good. So guys, I'm so excited about today's guest. She's not just another country artist. She's a firecracker. She's a truth teller. I love that. Quite frankly, she's a badass. She's got nearly 400,000 followers on TikTok, over 100,000 on Instagram, more than 10 million streams across all platforms. Tracy Lynn is proving you don't need a label to make major waves. This is my kind of conversation. She's been #1 on Radio Disney, featured on countless Spotify playlists, and her videos have pulled in over 7.3 million views on YouTube. I sounded like Oprah there. Million! Her songs are raw, they're real, they're honest. There's some comparisons in here that I'm going to talk about in a bit. Also, she's been placed on Yellowstone. Yes, that Yellowstone. So if you're picking up what I'm putting down, guys, this girl is the sheet. Brand new single called Good and Gone coming out August 1st and an EP coming out September 5th. I'm telling you right now, you're going to want to be friends with this girl. Please make welcome to the show my new friend and yours, Tracy Lynn. Good morning.
Woo! Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. I am in my house, and it's made of pretty thick stone. So for whatever reason, if I start going a little robot on you or crackly, just let me know, and I'll move to another part of the house.
Let's talk about your house made of thick stone. Are you one of the from Goldilocks or something, or what's going on?
It is a very Hansel and Gretel vibe. It's like a over 100-year-old farmhouse, and I love it. It's just it's so much character, and nothing is perfectly shaped, and I like it that way because it just adds to the warm character of it.
Are you in?
Sorry.
Are you in East Nashville?
No. So I am about 20 minutes north of downtown Nashville, and we love it. I mean, we love it so far. We're near Goodlettsville.
Yeah.
And
okay.
We knew that we wanted land, so my husband and I lived downtown for 5 years, and we loved it. I mean, I knew that when I first came to Nashville because I had been coming to and from Nashville since I was little, but we finally pulled the trigger 5 years ago. We got married, and then I was like, so we're going to move to Nashville, by the way. And he kind of knew that since the first day he met me. We've been together for 10 years. But
now that I have the ring, I can tell you where to go.
Yeah, exactly. So I knew when we first moved here, I kind of wanted to live in the total chaos of everything, just from a networking standpoint, getting my feet wet. And so we moved here. I don't remember what year it was. It was literally 2020 or 2019 or right before 2020. And we lived downtown for 5 years and we loved it. But then it just kind of got to the point where it's rent is only good for so long in my eyes. It's just a lot of money down the drain that you're not going to get back. And so we were looking for houses, but the market was insane, felt like robbery. So we're okay, we just sat around, we kept looking after 4 years living downtown, and finally a house came available. And I was like, we gotta just jump on it. It seems like nowadays, it's if you see something you like in the housing market, if you don't buy it right then or get it right then, right there, people are buying sight unseen. So it's
yeah, I heard someone say the other day, if you have to sleep on it, you can't sleep in it. And I thought that was
Right,
great.
Exactly. Especially with land. So we're on like 4 acres. We're on like a small farm. And so a very small farm. Well, it's not even, I wouldn't even call it a farm. I would say more of like, I guess a homestead vibe, but I wouldn't even go as far as say a homestead. Like I grow like a lot of my own veggies. I have a fruit garden, veggie garden. I have 11 chickens, 2 turkeys. So it's a little mix of the both of them, but I love it. I call it therapy. I'm like, y'all go pay for your therapy. I walk into my backyard. That's mine.
I get it.
By the way, just to let people know, Tracy Lynn is also literally likes the action. Tracy, I've always said that people who actually get into entertainment get into it for one of 3 reasons. Actually, everybody gets into it for the same 3 reasons, but one is dominant. They either want to be somebody, they want to do something, or they like the action. And anybody that looks at your resume, and just hearing you talk, by the way, you are somebody who definitely likes the action. You got a steady touring schedule. You got the Patriotic Festival, the Carolina Country Music Fest, Greenville Country Music Fest. I could go on, by the way. This would be the entire show if I actually tried to list all the places you've been. But you open up for Morgan Wallen, Sarah Evans, Sam Hunt, Riley Green, Alabama, the Marshall Tucker Band. It goes on and on. How much of a whirlwind have the last few years felt like? Because you said to your husband, okay, we're moving to Nashville. That's it, game, set, match. I mean, and you've often alluded to it just now. You really like mixing it up and getting out there and the going and the doing, right? I mean, do you feel any need to slow down as things have begun to pick up?
Oh, God, no. I always tell people, they're like, oh, my God, you've made it. I'm like, what? No. I'm still just getting started. I think that's just, like, in my blood. I'm just really hungry. And I feel like I was actually talking to one of my good friends, Lexi, the other day, and I was like, I just feel like even if I had the biggest record deal, the most killer booking agent, I had all the pieces to my puzzle, I still would be hungry. And I think that that's so important to have, being in entertainment in general, whether you're in music, whether you're in acting, modeling, whatever it may be, is keeping that hunger. Because I think as soon as you get comfortable, then, I don't know. I just, to each their own. But for me, no, I'm definitely not slowing down. I will say my tour schedule this summer has been much slower than usual, or than I would like, but that's because I can't really say too much about it because I signed papers that said that I wouldn't say anything about it, but I got hit with opportunities in the filming world of things, 2 different opportunities that basically would have consumed my spring, summer, and so touring-wise, I obviously didn't book shows because I was not going to be here. But anyways, those ended up happening. So now I had the whole summer, and the kind of shows I'm booking, I'm not doing the cover band thing. I'm doing all like original shows, so ticketed shows, and those, you have to book those 6 months to a year out. So, summer touring wise is a little more light, but that's okay because it's given me tons of time to write. Honestly, I've been practicing my butt off on guitar. I've always written with guitar, and I've always played guitar since I was little, but I just want to be better at it. And I guess that goes kind of back to like the hunger of everything. I think you can always get better at what you're doing, especially in an industry that is changing at an insane rate every single day. So it's like just when you think you know what you're doing and you have your hand on the reins, it's like, oh, never mind, we're going to change how this works. And obviously social media plays a huge part in that. Everything is algorithm based. So,
and because nobody knows how the music business works, including the executives in it at this point. So
I do, but I forgot.
Exactly.
I have no idea anymore. I actually know how it works perfectly, and every morning I go to sleep, every night I go to sleep saying I've got this whole thing down, and then I wake up the next morning and go, oh no, it's changed, too late. So by the time you figure it out at end of day, you wake up for a new reality. That's it, right?
Right, for sure. And honestly, my true honest opinion is at the end of the day, every single person, I don't care if you are Joe Schmo who has been in this industry for 50 years or you're Susie who's been in it for 2 years, everyone has their own opinion on how things work, what things you should do, what things you shouldn't. And I think the most important thing you can do as an artist is just do what works for you. And always be open to people's opinion because we all know they have them. But what's more important,
and they all stink.
Some are worse than others.
Important than being open to the opinions is knowing what to do with them and be able to filter through, like, to literally, quite frankly, be like, okay, I'm listening to you, but like, yeah, I'm not taking that advice. Or, you know what I mean? It's just like you have to, if you start listening to everyone's opinion and start letting those opinions guide you in what you're doing, you're just going to end up in a hole and not know who you are or what you're doing.
Yeah, Tracy, the thing that I have found too is that it's about learning to listen as opposed to take, in the sense that it's like, a lot of people will give you advice. What you have to often do is say, don't listen to the prescription, listen to the diagnosis. That often you'll say, okay, they're giving me advice to do this particular thing, and you've got to say, that particular thing is stupid, but they're telling me to do this thing because something is missing in this particular place. I need to solve the problem myself. It's right diagnosis, wrong prescription a lot of the time, where you're like, that's dumb advice, but your insight into what's wrong is great. How to fix it? Please stop talking. That kind of it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for sure.
So, do you go by Tracy Lynn the whole thing, or Tracy?
Honestly, whatever feels
T-Lynn. T-Lynn.
She'll give you a nickname.
TL. I don't know where that came from, but I didn't stop it. I was like, that's fine. I mean, again, whatever you like, I'll respond more than likely.
Noted. Hey, girl, hey. Wait, you mentioned your good friend earlier, Lexi. Which Lexi is that? Out of curiosity.
Tessie, I don't think you'll know her.
Okay, different.
Rob Mays, maybe. They're like some of our like best friends, and they live literally right up the street from us.
Sorry, I thought it was a different Lexi. I didn't mean to play the Do you know who game.
No, she's not in music. She's like a dancer. Like she was like Katy Perry's backup dancer, and she does acting, and so no, she's not in the music world. But we were like so lucky. I was literally saying the other day, I'm going on a tangent here now, but it's so hard, I think, as an adult and being in the entertainment industry to make friends. It's like you constantly meet all these people, and yes, like tons of friends, but I mean like the friends where like when you're having a bad day, you call them and you can just like unravel on them and they listen, you know what I mean? And I think maybe that's just an adult thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I have all like my best friends from like high school and whatever, and we're also friends. But like, I don't know. You move to new cities, and it's just as hard. And work is so tunnel vision too. So, yeah.
Well, we're not exactly.
That was my little tangent.
Yeah, no, you're right. We're not. I'm a songwriter performer here in Nashville. And we're not exactly. We didn't exactly pick the industry to know why people are friends with you, or you have to really sort through that, or why you're friends and why you're friends with other people too. Like I had to check myself at some point quite recently and be like, okay, I've got this handful of people in my life, or a lot of people in my life, and I'm older now. I have a child. I've moved out to the woods, like outside of Nashville. So like to be somewhere, I have to really want to be there, and I had to like really take stock and be like, why is that person in my life? And if it's not a two-way street, I'm out, But it's a real presence.
I'm the same way. I'm like, literally, if the glass is like only half, you can't be like exerting your energy into something that's not feeding your energy back. Like that's just not good. But yeah, anyways, I guess my point was saying it's really nice when you do like meet really good people and like you click and it's like, oh, this is so nice.
My point is just hate everybody, Tracy, and be surprised when somebody's okay. That's where I'm at.
Listen, I prefer animals.
Same girl. Same. You and the turkeys.
Yeah.
Jim.
By the way, there's a really fun song, Broadway Cowboy. And I wanted to kind of,
a good one.
I wanted to kind of talk about this for a second here too, because it's upbeat. It's got a really, it's got nice licks and all that groovy stuff. But if you listen really hard to the lyrics, there's a little bit of bite in Tracy Lynn. There's a real sense of, all right, poser. I mean, it literally is, and there are a lot of people out there who are listening to this show who are genuinely authentic cowboys. There are a lot of men and women who are genuinely authentic cowboys. These guys can handle horses. Mm-hmm. These gals can shoe horses. Many of them can operate a pistol. And often hot, tough dudes and dudettes on the nation's highways. This is about a different kind of cowboy, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you've been to Broadway, then you would. If you've been to Nashville, then like you get it. If you haven't been, then maybe you don't get it as much. But yeah, I mean, that song is so fun. I love that song. That song was actually one of the first songs I ever wrote by myself. Oh, actually, I take that back. My husband came up with the line. He's sitting next to me. He can hear you guys.
Congratulations to him, by the way. Congratulations for getting dragged to Nashville. I just want to offer him congratulations. Thank you for your service. Go on, please.
Yeah, no, you're fine. But yeah, I mean, that one came about in kind of a funny way. You know, you get asked all the time as like a singer-songwriter, like, oh, well, what's that process look like for you? Like, how does the start of a song look for you? How do you write? And everyone's so different. And for me, there is no specific way. I just think creativity for me comes out of nowhere. It's not like a switch I can just like turn on. It's one of those things where when it happens, whether it's a lyric, whether it's a sound, whether it's, something going on outside, a visual thing, I just immediately write it down in my phone. And so like with Broadway Cowboy, I was just sitting out on my porch, and it was like, it wasn't even a weekend. And this was when we lived downtown, like very much downtown Nashville. I was like drinking my coffee out on the porch, whatever. And I heard like just complete chaos. Like, I think it was like Luke Combs, like Beer Never Broke My Heart, just like blasting below my balcony. So I looked over my balcony. I kind of already knew it was a party bus of some sort. But like, keep in mind, again, it's a weekday. It's like
Tuesday at 10. Yeah.
Yeah, like literally, it's just like really early. Like, so that's why it like caught my attention more so, because a lot of the party buses, I feel like it's bigger, louder, Thursday through Sunday. And so anyways, I peeked over the balcony. It was just a bunch of dudes, like the buy two, get one free boots, new hats. And I knew they were new hats because it was just like too clean looking. And so I literally was just like, whatever, too loud, too chaotic for me. So I went to walk inside, and I literally mumbled to myself. I was like, all those Broadway Cowboys. And then I was like, wait, I don't think somebody's done that before. And this song,
quick Google search. Time to write it.
Yeah. No, I don't even think I searched it. I just kind of went with what was coming to me in the moment. Because, like, again, what I said earlier is, like, when the creativity sparks, you have to feed it. You just have to, feed it and hone in on it. And so I did. I just, I think that day I, wrote the first verse and the chorus and the melody. Actually, I think the original melody I wrote, was it the same? I want to say it was the same. But anyways, and then the next day I finished the song. I brought it to my guitar player at the time, who's one of our good friends. And he'll, help me create demos and stuff. I really didn't need to create a demo for the song, to be honest, because the producer I work with, I normally just bring him a scratch, which is like me playing the guitar and singing into my phone. And he has enough of an ear and understanding me and my artistry that we can just build something out from there. But with Broadway Cowboy, I was like, I want to create a demo for the sake of it, just to gain a better grasp on the production direction I want to go in. And so we did, and we essentially took the melody that I'd already written and just beefed it up. And then we created the demo, and then we brought it to Grady, who's one of the producers I work with. And I was like, okay, but we need to beef it up more. And so it just was like the stepping stones into becoming the song that it is. And it's so fun. Yeah, it's just tongue in cheek. It's not supposed to be a hard, a mean song. It's if you take that offensively, then maybe I'm not the artist for you. I don't know.
Which is fine. Tracy, when you realize you're not for everybody, that's when you've made it. It's taken me 46 years to figure that out, but now I get it. I want to pivot.
We've be the artist for everybody.
We're talking with Tracy Lynn. You can head over to her website, which is tracylynnmusic.com, TracyLYNN music.com. Tracy, I'm gonna guess you've got a killer voice, and so and when listening through your music, I'm gonna guess you've gotten vocally a Carrie Underwood reference before.
You guys are gonna wait. You might already know this, and that's why you're asking.
Oh, no, I don't.
Quite a few times I have been referred to, and I've thought of, capitalizing on this opportunity. I get called Walmart Carrie, which honestly, I'm listen. First of all, if you want to compare me to Carrie, I understand from a vocal standpoint, I would say lyrically we're different. We have different vibes, different lyrics.
Absolutely.
But
for sure.
Okay, whatever, I'll take it. But at the end of the day, call me Walmart Carrie. I don't care. I'll own it, because I'm not trying to be America's sweetheart. I'm not that, and I'm okay with it. And so it's one of those things where it's like, you think you're offending me, I will own that title, and I'm totally okay with it.
Yeah. Well, I brought it up. I think Walmart Carrie is actually the funniest thing ever, because what that means is you're a badass singer, but you've got grit. So I'm like, take it and run with it. I think that's awesome. Exactly. But my question, the reason I brought it up, because listening, of course, I mean that as a compliment. Carrie is obviously an amazing singer, as are you. Yeah. But it's interesting, and we've unfortunately only got a couple minutes left. But I'd love to hear you quickly unpack the idea of when you get a reference, when you get you get I'll say a compliment like that and compare a comparison to somebody. How do you kind of decipher? It's like, you want to take that to heart and be like, that's cool, but I'm also my own thing. And I think the Walmart version of it really is probably the answer right away. But how do you differentiate from being like a nod to somebody that is a mega star and clearly has chops, but being your own person? Again, maybe it's Walmart.
For sure. I mean, at the end of the day, I think, so for me, I would say who I am as an artist, my music is heavily influenced by those early 2000s Miranda, like, I say all the time, like, the slash his tires, burn his house down, like kerosene, like all of that stuff is what I grew up listening to, and it absolutely impacted and shaped me as an artist. I love that sound. I don't think it really exists as much as it should. And so, yes, so when somebody, all the time, like I released a song called To Hell or Good Years. I mean, they're like sister songs. That production is just, they're very similar. And when people are like, oh my God, they're like, wait, we love this. This sounds like a perfect mix of like a Carrie, a Miranda. And I don't think they mean that in a mean way, other than they mean it the same way I mean it. It's like,
it's a great mix.
We grew up on that. We loved that sound. And so for me as an artist, I'm like, that was kind of the sound I was going for. With the Tracy Lynn twist, because that's the sound I love. That's the sound I grew up on, that builds me, that shaped me. And again, I don't think it really exists anymore. And I mean, I'm sure there are other artists trying to do it, but, and it already has a proven track record to work. Like, it already had its moment. And nowadays, I feel like all of this older country sounding stuff like that early 2000s is coming back. So, I love that sound, and maybe it's not for everybody, because I know a lot of people like that pop stuff, and that's cool too, and like, I respect it all. But I take it as a compliment, because if that's in my line of vision when I walk into the room with the producer and I want to hone in on that sound, because that's what I love. But, make it Tracy Lynn, obviously, because I'm the one writing these songs. But, and so it's a compliment. I'm like, oh my God, okay.
But also tell your husband to watch his back. That's all I'm saying.
I'll also tell everybody out there, by the way, that actually Tracy Lynn gets the victory in overtime. We have actually gone overtime here, and we are so thrilled. Why are you sorry? I would have stopped.
I'd have
said, shut up. I'd have been like, shut your mouth. I'm talking. TracyLynnMusic.com is where you want to go to. And I really do hope you actually perfect the Mart of Wall, because it would make you a multinational, multi-billion-dollar Fortune 500 company. So keep going in that direction. Well done, Tracy Lynn. Thank you, dear.
Thank you guys so much for having me, and have an amazing rest of your weekend.
You do, and congratulations on the new music, the new album coming out September. Please come back again with new music when it is out to the world.
We're going to take a quick break here, come back on the other side. Got some new friends joining us. A lot of great stuff, groovy, rumbling, bumbling, stumbling down the highways and the byways. It's Road Gang Radio. Go to ShadyRays.com. Future's too bright. You got to wear ShadyRays.com.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
We are back with more Road Gang Radio live on iHeartRadio, YouTube, roadgangradio.com with Jimmy and Lindsay. Let's keep it rolling.
Welcome to Freaky, Feisty, Flinty, and really fun Friday here on hashtag RGR. Roger that. It's the resistance in motion, by the way. We got some new friends here, Lindsay. LGBTQ, by the way, has an extra T in it now, by the way, because we're also talking about truck driving. LGBTQ truckdrivernetwork.com is where the action's at, by the way. We are over here on this particular platform, have a lot of organizations and associations who are advancing the career of so many truck drivers out there. These folks have a special focus. We're talking with Bobby Loy, who is the founder of LGBTQ Truck Driver Network, also the host of the Big Gay Trucker podcast. They are joined by Derek Schmidt, who is the Group Vice President and Senior Diversity Officer over there, and Ollie Curtis is also a part of the network and is a team member and advocate. Good morning to all three of you. I promise you we will keep the traffic straight by inserting your name into the questions. Is that fair enough? You can all talk together at once. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Jimmy. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Gang's all here, literally. Glad to have you all, and we'll try to throw it to people specifically when we can, but feel free to jump in as y'all see fit. We're just gonna dive in and go straight to the I guess I'll call it the elephant in the room, because when you hear LGBT trucker, old school would have been like, wait, what? And it's the same when we talk about women in trucking around here too. It's like anything that throws people out, and then we go to the women in trucking conference and we're, there's women in trucking everywhere and the LGBT community is everywhere. And it's like, so I love that we're just like, let's just get it out in the open, because it's there. It's always been there. Just people haven't maybe been talking about it. So what do you guys, whoever would like to go first here, but wish that people, I'll say, understood, not as like a label, but as a person, because that's Jim's and my job here is to break everything down to humanity. We are all here trying to walk each other home, and we all at the end of the day want the same things. So what is it when we say that label, LGBTQ trucker, the extra T, as Jim said, what is it that you wish people understood right out of the gate here?
So for me, I founded the organization because I just came into trucking thinking the same thing. My dad was a truck driver, so, I was around it. But I also thought that, I'm going into an industry that is male-dominated, and it was not the initial thought when you think of a driver. You would not think about being LGBTQ. But at the same time, I came in, and then I started realizing I was meeting people who were transitioning in their truck, and they were transgender. I had met people who were lesbian couples, gay couples, and so I had a cultural shock for me. I was born and raised in West Virginia, and so for me, I just had this image that everyone gets in their head of what a trucker should be. So that's how the podcast, that's how everything just kind of started, because I was like, no, you know what, people, want to drive past the big scary truck when they're going down the road, and they just punch the gas and they get past it as fast as they can, but they don't think about who the driver is behind the wheel. And so that was really what started for me, was wanting to showcase who the driver is. We're all trying to get home to our families at the end of the day. And then when you really start, diving into looking at the numbers, there literally is currently around 3.5% is on the low end of what they estimate. And with us having like 3.6 million drivers out here, that is anywhere from 128,000 to up to 300,000 drivers that identify openly as LGBTQ. So, yeah, that's kind of where it comes from for me when it started. So at the end of the day, I just want people to take away the fact that there's all kinds of people out here driving. You have people in their 70s retiring, and they selling their houses, and what do? They visit the grandkids, and I've met people out here that just like, I'm done with the house, I'm done with everything. So at the end of the day, we're just all doing the same thing, providing for our families, coming home, and even though our families may look a little bit different or be set up differently, we all have bills at the end of the day. We all are trying to work towards a goal or something that we're doing. So that's literally what we try to do with the organization.
I want to take a shift over here to Derek, by the way, as well, too, and you talk about the idea of the commonality of truck driving. So first speaker, of course, is from West Virginia. Nothing from trucking comes from there. Of course, I'm being sarcastic. And then we pivot into the hills of central Pennsylvania with Garrick. I mean, it's one of the things, and listening to some of the podcast episodes and reading up, the commonality, the common humanity of all of this is what is so incredibly groovy because, many of you guys have truck driving backgrounds. You have military backgrounds in regards to your family. I mean, there are literally, in some ways, yes, this is not the common model of trucking. At the same time, man, you guys have experience and resumes that say, oh, no, that guy's a trucker. Oh, no, they're a trucker. He's a trucker. She's a trucker. I mean, so many people in your organization are straight out of the playbook for trucking, right, Derek?
Yeah, so they really are. So what's funny about everything, Jimmy, is we've got flatbedders, we've got tankers, we've got heavy haulers, van drivers. We've even got school bus drivers, public transit drivers, and truck drivers from Europe that are a part of our group. We've got some Australian heavy haul drivers that follow us and that are part of the group. So it's a very mixed, diverse group, and a lot of people don't realize that, yes, we are here. We are in the community. We're a part of trucking. It's not something that they think of every day, just like they don't think of women in trucking every day. But we're here, and we do the same job right next to everybody.
Well, and it's interesting. I was talking a couple months ago at Matt's actually with a truck driver who's trans, and she was sitting in the back of the room, and I finished singing, then I sat down and we struck up a conversation. She was sitting alone, and by the end of the conversation, she's like, I got into, and perhaps I'll throw this to you, Ollie, but she was like, I got in this industry so that I could hide. But turns out I found a community through it, and I loved that. How we end up places. So I'm curious, Ollie, do you think that trucking, with that in mind, at its heart, is actually, once you cut through the noise, really an open community? I mean, we find our people wherever we find our people, right? But have you felt the openness of it now that you have found your people? And if the answer is no, that's okay as well.
Well, for myself, I mean, I've been a part of the trucking community since I was little. My dad was a truck driver. So with my wife, it was kind of like a continuation of a legacy in its way. But I've definitely found more of a widespread community and family. And especially since I became a moderator and advocate for the LGBTQ plus truck driver network. And I mean, the community in itself is so, widespread, but also very, very connected. I mean, regardless if you aren't even in a truck anymore, you're still a truck driver for life. And with the LGBT community, it can be kind of far in between because, like, Bobby said, they really never think about who's behind the wheel of a truck. And that in itself is almost kind of, I guess, kind of like a secluding kind of thing to think about, because it's like we have families, we have friends, and it's within itself, even on the road, it's pretty, limited in itself with the connectivity. But regardless of that, we are still connected through the means of media and everything that we have now today, which is, grateful in its many, many different ways. So
It's a great point, by the way. The interconnectivity of the media has made a lot of this possible. When I say media, I don't mean the news media, so everybody can calm down about their own particular opinions of that. I'm talking about the ability for people to talk in the way that we're talking, by the way, with our new friends, of course. And I'm talking about Bobby, I'm talking about Derek, and I'm talking about Ollie here. Bobby, I wanted to actually, and we'll start with Bobby, but each one of you is welcome to jump in on this one. One of the great things about diversity that I've always argued is, let's just say women in trucking. Let's just go with that for 1 second. How much of what happens in bathrooms and rest areas for drivers overall has improved because of more women in the driving force? How much of safety concerns have improved because of that additional opinion? One of the things that people, when they hear the word diversity, they'll often cringe. What they don't understand, it's just bringing more opinions and more perspectives to the table. And so, Bobby, I wanted to start with you by asking, Given your community, given what it is you're trying to advance, everybody brings something not just for themselves, and that everybody isn't just asking for inclusion for themselves, but they're asking to be allowed to give their insight for how everything can be easier for everyone. So in many ways, if you're going to make the case to somebody saying why this is so important, why people need to be open to this and enjoy what this brings, what is that case? I can make it, but I know you can probably make it better than me.
You know, at the end of the day, I think it's so important just because when you go to work, and no matter what field you're in, when you go to work and you are doing things, you're going to succeed and excel when you feel comfortable with who you are. I work with companies, and I work for a company that is comfortable, and they are completely fine with me talking about that. They're completely fine about me, saying where I work at, and even actually they're getting ready to pay for our next help pay and support for our next wrap truck. We've actually had 2 in the past. So the thing is, collectively all together, and it doesn't matter if you are. I have met some amazing people in trucking that, real women in trucking. Desiree is absolutely amazing, and someone I aspire to be like. She's very bold and just someone I really look up to. And then AAWTA, I talked to Lotta and all the different, and a lot of the organizations, we all strive together to just make a safe place for everyone. So whether it's women's support or no matter who you are, at the end of the day, I think we're all striving for the same thing, which is just to feel comfortable and do our best job like everybody else does. When you go to work, you feel comfortable when you're accepted where you work at. And I think that's so important. That's actually kind of Derek's area, because Derek takes care of a program we started called LGBTQ Vetted. So I'll let him talk about that a little bit.
So, yeah, Jimmy, Lindsay, one of the things I do is I vet our trucking companies. I spend hours on the phone every week. I talk to different companies about their sexual harassment policies, where they stand on it, and we try to figure out if it's a good fit for an LGBTQ driver, and it also goes along the line of even female drivers, right? Mm-hmm. So we talk to them about, what's their policies if sexual harassment were to involve a transgender member or a transgender driver versus an older driver. How would they review it in that? And one of the things that Bobby and I do that's really cool is, I've never thought about this. We don't have a clue. Bobby and I will actually work with you to establish some policies that are geared towards LGBTQ community and women in trucking. Because it's something that a lot of things, as earlier said, it's a male-dominated industry, so things need to be geared more towards everybody as a whole, and you need to make people comfortable. We don't just call them and say, okay, no, we're an equal opportunity employer, we hire everybody. It doesn't work like that.
Would you say on that tip, Derek, that, and this is a straight-up question, do you think it sometimes gets that we overthink it? Because when we say, I know we have to unfortunately train people how to deal with people that are, not exactly the same, and that's kind of crazy to me. But at the end of the day, as opposed to being like, how would you like me to talk to you? I mean, at the end of the day, it's like a human. Am I right? Or is there, I know there's got to be more to it because some people are just not as open-minded. But at the end of the day, it's like, just treat me like a human, right? Or am I underthinking this?
Mm-hmm. No, Lindsay, you're completely correct. At the end of the day, treat us like we're here. We're human. We're doing the same job as everybody else. There's no reason to be mean. There's no need to be hatred in this industry. We have enough of that between drivers, as everybody knows, because I've listened to you and Jimmy on the regular show before everything changed. So you guys know what's going on in the trucking industry. You know the hatred and the problems. Just treat everybody normal. Be civil. There's no reason to be hateful out here.
It makes me want to lose my mind that it's this difficult. I'm sorry. It's just like, it's baffling to me. And I know I'm preaching to the choir, but anyway, I'm sorry. Go on.
Well, no, but it's also important to reinforce this idea, too. It's like, so what's your agenda here? I don't know, to drive a truck and get home safely to the 3 kids that I love and my wife.
Yeah.
I don't know, to actually maybe at some point own a home. I don't know.
Same as yours. Maybe that's the conversation. We have the same agendas there. We're the same.
There's
Move
the
on.
agenda. I mean, that's really the core of this, right?
I get heated.
I know.
The sad part is, though, that
Yeah,
a
go
lot of people like to look at the sexual aspect of it. That's where their mind gets up. But you know what? If you're not in my bedroom, you don't need to know the sexual aspect.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, the people that get the maddest about it are at home doing way creepier things. So, you know, who are you to judge?
Wait. I mean, but that's really the kind of thing. At the end of the day, you know, my brother was a Marine, and you know, we were part of this process that he was part of restoring. They were restoring GI Bills and honorable discharges to people who had been drummed out of the military. And I said, you know, he's very conservative. I mean, he's very conservative. And I said, well, you know, I'm proud of you. Why are you doing this? And he said, anybody willing to put their ass in the grass is all right by me. And I've loved that statement, and that really is the game here. If you guys actually spend the time to go over to their website, let me give you the details really quickly here, guys. If you go to LGBTQ-truck-driver-network.com, what you're going to find there is, hey, man, we just want to be able to go to work and do our jobs and get it done, and basically, you know, if there's a driver shortage, which some people seem to claim there is, I don't know if that's in fact the case, just get over it, man. We'll drive some trucks for you. That's really the game here, right? At the basic core, you know, I mean, that's kind of...
Yes, and, you know, and when we brought Ollie on, you know, we just like showcasing everybody, and so Ollie actually is a spouse of a driver, and so a lot of people don't think about that and what can happen there, but, you know, there's a lot of challenges about being a spouse, you know, when you're in the passenger seat or you're at home raising kids while the spouse is out and working, you know, to pay the bills. So that's where Ollie's perspective, I was like, I talked to Ollie and had never done anything before like this, and I was like, you know, would you be interested in like giving your perspective from a spouse of, and she was like, yeah, that would be great, and so I kind of just. I see something in people sometimes, and people may not think about the spouse's perspective on things, but that's kind of how Ollie came about, and we have this great team of people that really just make it work, and not everybody is LGBTQ. We have allies and people that work with us who are husband and wife, and we have a lot of great podcast guests coming up ourselves, from like the free mom hugs to all kinds of different people. So it's all about showcasing everyone as a whole.
And by the way, Ollie, I know I got a West Virginian and I know I got a Pennsylvanian, which of course means I got a backyard brawl happening between the two of them. Where do you come from?
Washington State.
Holy mother of pearl. Okay, so I got literally
I've been everywhere, man.
I've got and by the way, if I'm guessing, what part of Washington State do you come from?
What do you think?
Eastern, actually.
I mean, okay, guys. So I got an Eastern Washingtonian, I got a Pennsylvania Hill, and I got a West Virginia Mountaineer. So I got a Husky, a Panther, or some form of Steeler, or maybe an Eagle. I'm not really sure. And the woman we're talking to, Ollie, Ollie, by the way, is you know, you got a Vietnam dad, you got a truck driving dad. I mean, it's just all out of central casting, truck driving wise. You guys are absolutely from a lineage of truck driving. That's really the crucial kind of thing. I mean, you grew up around this stuff, loving it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, with growing up with a dad that did trucking. I mean, I remember getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning just to actually go out to San Francisco because we lived in California at the time. And just going out to deliver ice cream and having literally chocolate chips for breakfast. And just one of those special moments that you can get from just trucking in general. I mean, how can you say that, oh, yeah, my dad's an attorney and I totally had chocolate chips for breakfast in the morning at 6 a.m.
My dad's an attorney, and he says that he doesn't remember anything about me before I was 18. So, I mean, you know. So do with that which.
No memory.
Just kidding.
No memory.
No, it's right. It just shows you, to your point, though, just the experiences that, again, back to the humanality of the human construct of it, that it's what trucking gives you and the relationships you can build and the experiences you get to get out and see. And there's so much fun involved too. And speaking of that and fun, I mean, this podcast, Bobby, is great, and host of the Big Gay Trucker podcast. I want to bring that up because you are like equal parts. It's fun, it's lighthearted, but you also dig deep, and you know, we can't take ourselves so seriously all the time, even in something that is as serious, I'll call it, as a matter of this, as just like, you know, human rights. But we also have to poke a little fun at ourselves sometime. And I think my guess is that with the name of the podcast, you leaned into that. It's like, let's just call it what it is. Let's have fun. let's right. I mean, what's the kind of the mission statement behind it, if you will?
In case we weren't clear, here's the title of the podcast.
Yeah, exactly. To be light yet deep.
During the 50th anniversary of the Mid-American Trucking Show, we showed up as, well, we're currently the largest LGBTQ group. And basically, when we showed up, we were the very first group to ever attend and be at the truck show, at Mid-American Truck Show. So, you know, Matt's was very wonderful, but they didn't actually know what they were going to get. So they were great to us, very hospitable. But the thing was, you know, I'm the bright, like literally, I'm tie-dye T-shirts and rhinestone jackets and ripped jeans.
You're a rhinestone hippie. You're a
rhinestone trucker.
You know, so like me showing up, and then I'm always bright and colorful and everything. So that, you know, it just, I'm like, look, I'm gay, and that's it. You know, if you don't know, I don't know what to tell you.
If you don't know, then I'm gay and you're dumb.
So it's just like, you know, it's like the old saying, walks like a duck, talks like a duck, whatever. And so, and I'm fine with that. I'm just comfortable with who I am. So, you know, everyone kept saying, oh yeah, it's the big gay trucker over there. And I'm like, you know, I'm like a 300-pound guy. So, you know, so everybody, it ended up being something that people were calling me. And then I just was like, okay, look, I'm fine with that. Like, so it just was like, it clicked. It just made sense. So big gay trucker was just how it came about. And then we do one other thing that I didn't get to talk about, which was driver memorial program. I actually didn't think about how many drivers leave home and don't come home at the end of the day. It is a very dangerous field to be in as well. And there's literally over 3,287 drivers in the last report that didn't come home at the end of the day, you know, when they leave from their families. So I end up having one of my very best friends on the road through trucking pass away in his truck. And after that happened, we started Driver Memorial Program, which we basically send a letter out, try to acknowledge any drivers that pass away on the road, because at the end of the day, it is a business out here, and most of the trucks they're already looking to fill somebody else in that truck when a driver passes, and even before their funeral even happens. So there's
That's
a
great.
lot of, I try to showcase those things because I know it's not always sunshine and rainbows and bright conversation, but at the end of the day, it's the reality of trucking. And it doesn't matter if you're LGBTQ or not. At the end of the day, we just try to pay honor and respect to all drivers out here.
So I'm curious, if you guys, let's keep this light and bright here. If you could design the ultimate LGBTQ friendly truck stop of the future, what would be in it? And we can be cliche or not. I mean, we can have rainbow dance parties and have the best time with all the rhinestones, which I am here for at that truck stop. And gender neutral showers. We want it to be safe. What would be some ultimate things in this truck stop?
I mean, I think that, truck stop on TikTok that has the disco ball in the bathroom that when you switch
Yes!
do not flip the switch. I kind of like that.
Lindsay, the one thing I want is bring back the countertops where everybody can just sit and carry on and shoot the shit all day.
Yeah. Yes.
Everybody just gets along and everybody's friendly.
Yes.
And you can sit there and just talk and chat and have a good time with all the other drivers.
I'm here for it.
Ollie, you get the last one before I got to wrap this up. What you got? What's that truck stop look like for you?
I would have to say better showers. Just like those waterfall showers that you see all the time, and like actual great water pressure too. That would just cherry on the cake right there.
Love it.
And we actually end up ending this on a note that everybody can get behind, by the way. If it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, then it probably drives a big truck. We can't thank the three of you enough for making you guys over your way over here so much. I want everybody to get up and get down and head on over to the website here, LGBTQ truckdrivernetwork.com. I don't want to say Kukla, Fran, and Ollie, although it's up there and it's waiting to happen. Bobby, Derek, Ollie, thank you all so much for making time today. We love you, and you can come back anytime you want, okay?
Please.
Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Jimmy,
Thanks,
Lindsay,
guys.
thank you again for having us on. Hope you both have a great weekend.
Thank you so
You
much.
too, friends. Can't we all just get along? Damn it.
No, that's not fun. But when I send the rally cry out, I want those folks.
Yep, they're on my team. I'm on their team.
With all our hippie friends and all those sick people that rally around us. Including Tara.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Live and rolling once again, this is Road Gang Radio broadcasting from NOLA to Nashville. Jimmy, Lindsay, where are we?
We're everywhere. We're ubiquitous. We're making our way down the highways and the byways. Hashtag RGR, join the resistance. Roger that. And, of course, Road Gang Radio continues into its final hour here. Before we get to the final hour, I want to talk about the hour after the final hour. Fresh off big wins on behalf of U.S. truckers, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has got its sights set on more. They had some big postings up, by the way, on the social media over there. Executive VP Louis Pugh. Go ahead, Lindsay, do it.
Pew, 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 pew.
is, as he always does, headed off to Capitol Hill next week for that very reason. We're going to get a preview.
He's just a bill on Capitol Hill.
I'm just a bill. Yes, I'm only a bill. Plus, how does one begin hauling elephants? What does it even look like? They've got questions. Stephen Fritz has the answers because that's what he does. Our friends at
Like for
OIDA
Ringling Brothers or what?
and Barnum and Bailey, Circle A. No, actually,
Wow.
it's for I think it's more about the safe transport for different zoos. Although I could be wrong. I'm going to find out though when I listen, as you should too, to Trucking with OIDA, where they're also going to clear up the recent confusion about the medical certification process and cover the news on a brand new episode of Trucking with OIDA.
It's so good. I'm
So
so
good.
glad to have them a part of this because we're not professional and they are. And so it's a great hashtag balance. I really feel great about it. That when they come on, it just classes the joint up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we feel like the tent from MASH. That's kind of what we feel like. It's
Something
like,
like that.
we're highly qualified, but we just kind of don't.
Oh, we're
clean up.
qualified, but we don't. We forgot.
Certified, probably. I think
yeah.
you mean certified.
Yeah.
I mean, certifiable, probably. Hey, speaking of certifiable, I don't know how she actually maintains her Saturday putting up with us, Lindsay.
I would have quit so long ago if I were her. Yeah, I guess that's it.
Good morning, Tara. Welcome to Breaker Talk Back with the Turtle, the touchdown.
Is it Breaker Talk Back or Breaker Back Talk?
Breaker Back Talk.
Hey, just like my name, it's kind of like everyone's saying everything. So I love seeing what we say this week. Again.
Good morning. Go on.
Good
Go on.
morning, Jimmy, Lindsay, Andre. Good morning.
Hey.
Hey.
Good morning. You look so pretty and light and bright and vibrant over there today. We can all see each other on the Google Meets, and you're just glowing, my friend.
Hey, you want to know what's giving me the glow?
What?
I just got a baby bird out of my dog's mouth like 5 minutes before I sat down.
Oh, that's fun.
This is my day.
Oh,
yeah,
my
it was
God.
great.
Ew, that would ruin my day. Was it dead or did you save it?
No, I got some water. I put it in its mouth, and I went and set it way outside of their boundary line. It was a beautiful bluebird, but they decided to build a nest in my camper hitch, and Mama's trying to make them fly, and, well, you know.
Let me ask you a question before you get into why you're actually here. Let me ask you this question because you love your dogs. Your dogs are your children. I get it. But I had my pug a couple of years ago. My sweet little innocent old man blind deaf pug was sitting in our hammock. Yeah, literally. It was sitting in our hammock, and a bird flew past. And again, this dog could nay walk, let alone run a marathon. And he was raised from the dead. This bird flew over. It jumped like a shark out of water. My pug grabbed this bird in the air and shook it with all its might. And I was like, you are a stone cold killer. And I did not see this coming. I was so shocked. My question to you, and I listen, I'm not going to lie, I looked at him a little differently every day after that. Do you see your sweet babies? Do you ever see them as stone cold killers? I mean, they are animals, I get it. But does it change how you cuddle with them a little bit at night?
Yeah, for probably like a day or so, I'm like, ew, you're gross. And you're a stone cold killer, ew. And then I kind of just get over it because I'm like, you know, they're kind of just animals, but then again, they're my babies. So it's like, it's a little hard sometimes, I'll say.
We had a dog named Dylan, guys, and this little boy fell.
Dylan?
Yeah, and they named it after Dylan Thomas, the great Welsh poet. I did not
I love
name
a good
it.
human name.
But Dylan. So Dylan was this big black lab. So you really would have loved him, Tara. This little boy was actually walking behind our house and fell into kudzu and got attacked. I kid you not, by a raccoon's nest. And you could hear that child screaming in terror. And without a blink, Dylan leapt off the porch, over the railing, into the bushes. And you began to hear a lot of raccoons squealing and yelling. And what is crazy is the little boy walked out in terror, and coming out with its foot on one of the raccoons and the other raccoon on its mouth was Dylan. I mean, Dylan doing the deal. And I got to tell you, I slept better that night than I've ever slept before, being like, anybody wants to break in my house, come at me, bro. Come at me, bro.
Try me.
Yeah. Yeah, we heard. We got it. What's going on, T? Go on.
Whew. Well, we've had some pretty sick reels this week, I will say. The reel recap is going to be a little wild, but we'll start out with Dave, where he was, casually strumming his guitar. I'm not going to get into the comment section. We already covered that on Monday's Breaker Back Talk, but let's just say Dave's strings weren't the only thing being plucked, okay? But Jimmy, yours was total madness, okay? But that's just your vibe, okay? And Dre just added to the chaos, and it was great. The listeners are here for it. Chowder dropped by and said, "Preach it, brother Jimmy. Stay low key. Fun Master Dre, yeah, and Bigfoot saw me, but nobody believes him. And have a great show, Rebels." That's just typical Chowder for you.
Typical Chowder.
Typical Chowder. But Paranormal Pie Man nailed it with, "I wouldn't be able to keep a straight face if I was doing any of this." And same. Jimmy is able to act so well and just do whatever and keep a straight face while doing it. And it's insane to me. I can't. I have to either be quiet like I was in the reel yesterday or keep a smile on my face. I can't keep a straight face. But Lindsay, you gave us like a mini house tour. You played a little song on the piano with pure cozy vibes. And a few shout outs. Beth M commented, "Love your shirt. You were wearing a Texas shirt, of course, on brand for you." And shout out again says, "Nice job. Love the swing."
Yeah, by the way, that swing in my reel, I'm gonna real talk here real quick. So my husband went to Home Depot one day, like to get a hammer or something. He's gone 6 hours and he returns with that. He got nothing that he went out for and he comes back with this swing that he is now hung from our living room.
Good for him.
And he was like, "Oh, they say it's good for kids' anxiety, so Freya can be in it." But I'm like, it's in our living room. I guarantee people come over and they have a sex swing in their house. 100%. People think that
100%.
That is not what it is. Let me clear it up. My child swings in it, and/or me before I break
You're
it.
just making this worse, Lindsay.
I
Just
know,
stop.
I get it. It's fine, but I like to call out the elephant in the room. And yes, that is a fat joke. I just don't. I don't understand why it has to live there and not in her room. But anyway, go on.
Anyways, but the winners this week, oh my gosh, hands down. Sorry, guys. Trey and Madison for the win for the real.
Hundo P.
When I got those clips to edit, my jaw actually dropped. I was crying, laughing. If you have not seen this reel, please pause what you're doing right now, unless you're driving, of course. Head to our socials at RadioNemo Online. I literally couldn't believe my eyes. Every clip got more and more funny, and I saw the pool, and my brain said, "She's not going to jump in. She's fully dressed. She's even got shoes on." And then she started running, and I was like, this
she's
is
doing it.
Is happening. This is really happening right now. And then Madison flies through the air, dives in, full send, her form, chef's kiss. Honestly, Olympic level form. I screenshotted it, and I texted it to her, and I was like, "Girl, this is amazing."
The time, they had to make spaghetti to throw spaghetti.
Yes.
There was
so many layers to
preparation.
There was no actual spaghetti made in that film. That was ramen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, you still had to make it. No spaghetti was hurt in the making of this film, but ramen was thrown. And there were dogs, there were pools and dogs and cooked noodles. All the things were happening.
Because we wanted to... Sorry, go ahead.
No, go.
Well, we were going to do it here like we usually do, or we'll take clips from wherever we're at and then send them to each other or send them to Tara and edit them together. And we sat there and we're just like, "You want to just go to your place?" And she was like, "Yes, because I have a cowboy hat, I have this, I have that, I have a whole vision." And I was like, "I have a vision as well." Collaborated in there. My buddy Brian that was in town dropping his guitar off at Guitar Center, he was like, "Hey, you want to get lunch?" I was like, "You want to come hold a camera?"
Yeah. I was wondering who that was. And Madison, props to you. You're literally the props department. Where you have everything.
Being a local.
She is.
Props department.
It's always funny too because on that particular day, and I want to give people a little bit of inside baseball here because we actually ended up having to have a meeting about their videos because we originally were going to record Nemo's Night Beats on Wednesdays, and Dave came in and we had a nice meeting about it, got all the logistics figured out. We had to move it to Thursdays because Madison's like, "We have to go film this video, and Tara needs it by 3." And what a lot of people don't get is the turnaround. For all of us, is pretty darn quick, as Tara can tell you, man. Dave adjusted pretty darn quick, didn't he? He made that adjustment
Mm-hmm.
pretty darn quick. He's like, well, I need to wait. I need the moon to be in the perfect place with the jade amulet. It's like, no, dude, you got to get the damn thing done.
Yeah,
Get it
yeah.
done.
It's not a full moon. I'll do my reel in 3 weeks. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, and he got over it. He got over it. I mean, it's like because you have the turnaround time on this is really extraordinary. So Dave comes by to do his Nemo night beat, and we're like, you got to go, dude. We're going to have a meeting about how we're going to do this tomorrow, but you got to get out of here. Why? Because they got to get over and jump in a pool. And
Well, and everybody does. So everybody has their own day to make their reel. So like Dave cuts his reel on Sunday to promote Monday's show. Jimmy's Monday to promote Tuesday, and so on and so forth. And so I love this idea that Tara came up with because it gets everybody involved, including our producers. And I think it's epic. And then it becomes like I'm already thinking like weeks down the road. And where am I going to be? And so next week, my day is Tuesday, and I'm going to be in New Orleans next week. And
Yes!
I'm like,
Oh, yes.
what am I going to do?
I'm here if you need me.
I was going to say, I feel like I want to be on the roof of a party bus or at Pat O'Brien's. Like, I've got it. I don't know what's going to happen, but I need something fun and epic happening, Dre.
Really quickly, though, to let you know, there are so many options in this neighborhood alone. The murals in this neighborhood around here are fantastic.
Don't give me ideas because you know I won't do it.
There is
If you say it, you know I won't do it.
Well, I'll put it this way. There is a French Quarter in one direction and a park in the other, and both of them are extraordinary and have all kinds of options inside. So if you decide to limit yourself at that point, shame on you. There we go.
Well, speaking of parks, Jimmy, there is a swan, a.k.a. a boat swan, that is very close, Lindsay, and walking distance for us to use for the video.
Boat swan?
Just saying.
Boat
Oh, it's a boat swan.
Boat swan. Tara,
We'll find out.
I have a question for Tara, actually, because you're actually on top of this more so than me. Would you please tell people the actual schedule of Nemo's Night Beat? Because it was actually asked a couple of times on the chat, because I want to then pivot over into what else you got to talk about and also keep going on about Lindsay's upcoming show and her arrival in the city of New Orleans. And this time with a chance for me to actually show her the damn town. But go on.
Nemo's Night Beat. This is such a good segment, guys. It's like a throwback from a while ago, but we have it on Tuesdays. Is that right?
Correct.
8 p.m. Eastern Time. And guys, listen, it's such a good segment. You guys have to check it out. And it's also only live right now because we cannot post all of this copyright music. And you guys have been wanting the music, so please tune in Tuesdays 8 p.m. Eastern. It's such a good segment. And iHeartRadio, you can find it on Odyssey, all the different places that are live, but just not on YouTube. We can't do it there. Sorry, guys. But please check it out.
I'm really excited too. I just want to pivot here real quick and let you get back to what you're talking about. But we're really excited too because we're going to have the studio finished in one of its final forms by the time There's a couple of tweaks left, but the idea is to get Lindsay here and to be able to get some real footage of Lindsay actually doing that first show with Fred LeBlanc.
Did it give you enough time with me not being there yet to get the mural picture of me drawn? Have I given y'all enough time and space for that, or
We had to add close to it, but yeah, it's getting done.
It's getting done.
Understood.
It's getting
Understood.
done. It's getting done. We're gonna have we have to get you here though to get a really, really accurate model of what you look like
to
now.
outline me and get the candles in the shrine. I understand.
Paint you like one of your Texas girls.
The tattoos that we're going to offer everybody who comes down here of your face on their back. We're going to put your face on people's
Love
back
that.
tattoo.
Listen, if somebody will get a tattoo of me or my name, that would be the best thing in the entire world. I would do something magical. I don't know what. I'll think about it.
Hey, that's like my good friend that got married in New York. She is the one, Mari, the one that I sent you, Lindsay, that's the barber. She got married in New York, and she had to do so much going on, and she couldn't really plan anything in her wedding. So her husband and her dad got together and killed it. I have to show you all pictures. It's extraordinary. Well, one of the things is she brought in, her husband brought in one of their best friends and did tattoos, and he got a awesome stencil of his face and her face and other stuff having to do with them as tattoos, and it was literally like not a mug shot, but like a full-on
headshot.
Yes, a full-on headshot of her from whenever she does promos for barber gigs all over the world. And oh man, I was like, I would get that.
I love a tattoo moment, but I get a little scared. I think it's the kiss of death when you tattoo something of your partner. A child is different, a pet, something you love, but everybody I know, for the most part, that when or you get the tattoo of the wedding ring, those usually end in divorce. So just be aware, guys.
Yeah, I got one on my ass, so I understand.
Let's land that plane.
Yeah.
Go on, Tara.
Yeah, I'm going to have to set up my tattoo removal appointment for my husband's name. It's quite large.
I'm not saying you're
But-
going to get divorced, but maybe.
but probably get it removed before that happens, right? Okay, so during a live stream, Lisa B left us a note and says, I like that you're live. Since you moved to this platform, I rarely listen live, but I like the option to call in. Please do not pre-record a show, like doing tomorrow's show today and airing it in that time slot. And Lisa, we hear you. Nothing we air is really ever pre-recorded unless said otherwise, whether we're traveling or covering a special event, like Austin, Texas' TXTA annual conference that we're going to be at in around a week and a half, 2 weeks. So we will be airing a little bit of a best of, but we will remind you guys, we'll post something to let you guys know that that is happening. But we do those things to bring you that fresh on-site content from those kinds of conferences. And Jimmy, we have Connor Swedberg of Crum and Forster coming on. Yes, friend of the show. We have TXT.
I love him.
Sparza. I know.
I love him too.
His hats and shirts are so great. But TXT President John Esparza, and then Jimmy, Tyler Linnaeus, confirmed this morning from Lone Star Hazmat. He is a hoot and a half, and we're so excited to have him back on with us. Lindsay, you've never met him, but let's just say, like, mental note this conversation right now, because once we're there, you will know exactly who it is. He is so outspoken and funny, and just, he's hilarious.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Noted.
And by the way, Lindsay, pay close attention to this young man, because he is not only on top of his P's and Q's when it comes to knowledge of the trucking industry and his own business. He's one of the funniest human beings I've ever had on the show. He
Yeah,
is.
that segment is going to be hilarious.
And-
Having Lindsay and you and Tyler is going to be great.
I also want to let people know we're going over to Lindsay's country, Texas, for the TXTA show on the 30th. Tucked unsuspectingly in a suburban backyard in South Austin is Vince Hanneman's towering Cathedral of Junk. And Vince Hanneman is actually going to be joining us to talk about the more than 60 tons of discarded items that make up the skeleton and decoration of the structure, from old bicycles to household appliances. The construction of the cathedral started in '89 when Hanneman was in his 20s. For a few years, he collected junk for his project, but it was soon unnecessary because good people began to supply him with their unwanted goods. The good gave him the goods. And the Cathedral of Junk will also be joining us in the early part of our coverage of the Texas Trucking Association's annual conference. And it is a great place for our first remote broadcast. I was going to say on the road, but Lindsay's going to be on the road next week. So over here in the city of New Orleans, by the way. Can't wait for you to get down. Go on, T.
I am so excited for that Texas-themed content during our time in Austin. I know you're going to enjoy that, Lindsay. But before that, you guys keep bringing it up. I haven't really been able to weigh in, but I will also be at the party in New Orleans. I'm so excited to see you guys next week.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. And
What are you wearing? What's everybody wearing?
What are you wearing? What are you wearing right now?
I'm wearing a cute little summer dress.
By the way, what you're wearing right now, are you wearing a cute little summer dress for the party or a cute little summer dress now?
For the party. Could you imagine I showed up right now with it?
I would.
You know what goes over well on radio? Cute summer dresses.
Yeah, exactly. And
Yeah,
and
you know
sequins,
what?
by the way,
Yeah.
with Fred LeBlanc wearing a sequin dress. That's going to be awesome, by the way. I'm excited about that reality, too. When do you get in town?
I get in town Wednesday morning.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay.
What time?
Yeah. Early. Very early.
Who's picking you up?
You
The
know,
Uber?
Andre just asked me that, and I'm like, I have not gone that far as I booked my flight yesterday. So
We'll be on air.
that
So
as we
I'm
speak.
guessing Uber, but can you get to this? Will you at least be able to make it to the studio for We Should Write when it launches?
Oh, yeah, she'll be here.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. That I know
I'm
is
very excited.
That I know is working out. I thought you were getting in the Tuesday night, but she'll make it for that.
I was going to try, but it is a no.
It is a big no. Everybody, it's all hands on deck, including our good friend. I think Horton Hears a Who is going to be down here too, as in Sean Horton. I think he's coming. I think he might be coming. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We will see. You never know.
Anywho.
There are surprises coming for you, Lindsay. There are surprises coming for you. Go on, Tara.
Okay, guys, I have been pulling some old gems lately from WWL to all different things, okay? But Lindsay, I pulled some listener gems because I stumbled upon a few comments from your Highway Angel music video. And first of all, I just want to say that music video it's just stunning. A lot of music videos don't really hold up over time. You know, some things kind of get outdated or whatever. That holds up so well. The National skyline is so beautiful. But every time I've watched that video many, many, many times, but I always think, did you guys like block off the road for that shoot, or was your camera guy like dodging traffic like Frogger? Like, what? Can you please just give us a tiny bit of insight there, please?
Oh yeah, we had a full on. That was fun because that was a big budget music video. So we had full crews and cranes and semis and police escort. Yeah, we had to block the freeway off, which is, as our truck drivers can imagine, quite the endeavor. We were on the overpass up there, so not on the like, we wasn't like 5 o'clock on I-65 or anything like that. But we were on the overpass on that sort of iconic view of the Nashville skyline, which was so cool. We had the trailers, the trailers to do hair and makeup and food and the whole deal. So that was a super fun. It's time. I think it's time for a new. It's time for a music video. Do you feel it?
Oh,
Do you feel it? And
yeah,
actually,
100%.
speaking of that, I think I know what it is, and you guys will all be in it. So by that I mean you that I'm talking to here at radio, and you listening if you want to be a part of it. I think the duet that we're cutting vocals for the first week in August with myself and Rick Rain, and I think what we're pairing it with, and perhaps a performance at the Mayberry Truck Festival in North Carolina in October. But there's a music video about to be shot. So if you're hearing this right now and want to be a part of that music video, I think that it's time to send a message. Actually, the LGBT or Trucking Network, they were mentioning Truckers Memorial Fund. It would be a great organization to get together on this song as well. So more to come on that. But if you want to be in the music video that's going to be shooting this fall, shoot us a message. Where should they email us, Tara?
Oh, of course. weekends@radionemo.com. Shoot us an email. We'd love to talk to you on that and other topics. But there were some heartfelt comments there, and I just have to bring them to the table really quick. This one says, as a truck driver's wife, I'm gratified to see the reflected in this video what I see every day on the road. I'm tired of truckers being portrayed as dirty or rude. Every day I see drivers doing good. Thank you, Lindsay. Your voice, your message, and the real-life video clips, it's all fabulous.
Aw, thank you. Thank you.
Someone else wrote, this song touched my heart. I'm an old school driver. I still help anyone who needs it. Even if the younger drivers don't get it, don't lose faith. There are still some of us out here. And then, truckers are rarely recognized for their good deeds. It's always the bad guy who causes the wrecks and makes the headlines on the news. But finally, we're being seen for the good that we do.
I love that. Well, and that's the thing. That's whether it's Highway Angel, which I was their spokesperson for so many years, and that was, and between that or Citizen Driver, anything else, it's funny. Every truck driver and every truck driver listening right now knows this. You are always the men and women that were like, why am I getting an award? I was just like doing what I do. Why is everyone making such a big deal of me being a hero? And those are the stories that need to be told. Less of the bad, more of the good. It's not that difficult. Go on.
Okay, I keep bringing the turtles this or that, but I can't stop. It is so fun. So drop your answers in the chat, drivers, if it is safe to do so. And let's do a little road trip, food on the road, travel, road life, this or that with Turtle. Are we ready?
Go on.
Go
on. Okay, so are we going to be stopping at a truck stop diner, very chill, sit down, stay a while, or are we getting back on the road quick and we're stopping and getting fast food because we're ready to get to where we're going?
So let me show you I get this straight. So basically, the option is to sit down at a table and really do the sit down, take a while, set a spin some tails, or in fact, if it's wham bam, thank you Sam, and we're going to get us a little bit of green eggs and ham.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
That's the option there. Okay, we'll put that out there. By the way, good morning. Got my wife and daughter on the road for a Colorado camping adventure, plus my workout. Now to the honeydews. That's the good word from Bruce Almighty, giving us a shout out, by the way, Lindsay over there on the tube of you, where lots of people are actually talking, and Lindsay gave a big old laugh. Marshall Platter said, sit down. Marshall, he wants to sit down, Lindsay, and Bruce Almighty says, the Marta Wall, I stay free. I'm not sure how that all worked out together, but I believe you.
But I believe it.
All right.
Lindsay, what are you doing? Are you sitting? Are we chilling for a little bit? Or are we getting back on the road, grabbing some Mickey D's?
I grab quick because road trips for me are just a means to the end. I'm ready to get to the next place. So I don't even like to go in and eat when we're traveling. I want to yeah, I mean, I try to make sandwiches and pack as much food as I can when we go on a road trip, as much as possible. But I also like the quick pullover, run the bathroom, get something to eat. We try not to do McDonald's. We try to at least like find a Panera or something a little bit healthier than say McDonald's, even though there's not, at least I can. It's better than McDonald's. It's better than doing French fries. I can get a salad, even though the salad's got a lot of calories. It's better than a cheeseburger and fries at McDonald's. But yeah, no, I want to eat it in the car because in my head, that's passing a whole. I'll eat very slowly. Granted, I'm not driving. Usually my husband's driving, and I'll eat really slowly and be like, okay, yeah, it's passenger princess. And I'll be like, this just killed an hour. So I want to get the food and get back on the road personally. Unless I'm like, if the experience is the road trip. Like if it's like, oh, we're road tripping, or it's like, am I just trying to get somewhere? It's two different things. I'm usually just trying to get somewhere, though.
Yes.
Really quickly, if I'm on the road just with Tara, we know exactly what we're doing. Tara, find the nearest Wendy's. Done. And then we're done.
Done. And then we're also getting pretzel crisps about another hour or two down the road to share.
Absolutely.
Sure.
And part 2 is if Dave's in the back seat, we're going to sit down and have something to eat. That's what we're going to do.
Rafferty's.
100%.
It's Rafferty's. And by the way, Bruce, when he said the Mart of Wall, he meant to say they have food. That's where he's going. He's going in, getting some healthy stuff, and getting the hell out of there. That's it.
Yep.
That's
Love
it.
it.
We're out of time, T. We're out of time.
Always.
It's gone by. It's gone by. Lindsay and I got to do this country western thing because here we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds?
And we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
By the way, keep on making sure that you keep on commenting on Facebook, on YouTube, everywhere there is social media. Remember, guys, when you do, Touchdown Turtle Tara will find the funny and the wonderful. Make sure it gets all worked into breaker, talk back, breaker, back talk, breaker, break your back, step on a crack. That's it. Got it done. Get out of here. Go.
Bye, guys.
Love you, T.
Phone Master Dre. Phone Master. I keep on just saying stuff. Go ahead, Lindsay. I'm sorry.
No, I'm done. You go.
All right. Phone Master Dre is on the scene. Well, there it is. There's the scene. I want you to go to truckdown.com. They'll get you out of the ditch, back on the road. Since 1997, they've been doing it. Download that app. Find the provider. Make the miracle happen. Road Gang Radio continues. I know you.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers. Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me?
You heard.
Welcome to the Ho-Down. Because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
She's coming out there.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome, boys, to your country and western music news, because on this show, boys, we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
We celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
Okay, let's go. All right, Jim. Darius Rucker is at a place where he has to make it up to his fans.
Well, he only wants to be with them.
I only want to be with you.
A-I-O-U. Go ahead.
So I saw this clip a couple days ago, and I almost thought it was a joke. But so what happened? So the country singer, formerly, of course, the lead singer of Hootie and the Blowfish, who I'm not going to lie, I could listen to all day, not because it's good, but because it's nostalgic, and some of it is great. That's a fair assessment, right?
That's a perfect assessment, as a matter of fact.
It's not good, but it's nostalgic, and some of it is great.
Hootie and the Blowfish is the poor man's Dave Matthews Band. Continue, please.
Oh, yeah, I could get my head around that.
Yeah,
okay, so we had to pause his concert mid-show this past week after losing his voice. And this is something that is, I don't want to say near and dear to my heart, but I've been through this, and it sucks. So I can't imagine when you're on stage in front of 25,000 people when it happens on your second tour stop, by the way. So he said, y'all, he's literally, he's in a middle of a song, and he goes to sing, and like it physically will not come out. And he's just over the music. He says into the mic, y'all, I can't sing anymore. I can't sing. And he says, this has never happened. I physically can't sing. I promise you on everything I stand for, I will make this up to you all, he said. So Darius Becker, he manages to finish performing. It's during Wagon Wheel, too, by the way, of all things. Like, that's the song. Before he has to abruptly end the concert, he realizes he cannot continue. He ended up issuing full refunds to fans who attended the show. This was at the Hard Rock Casino in Atlantic City. And so the following day, he goes to Instagram and he apologized. He says, I feel awful. I'm so sorry. I've never lost my voice in all my years of performing. We looked at every option to try to reschedule, but unfortunately, it's just not going to be possible this year. So we're issuing refunds. Now, Jim, he's on the first leg of his international tour. He kicked things off in Maryland July 10th. So this was literally just like the second show of his national and international tour when this happens. He's supposed to perform. I know. Can you imagine? You know all the prep that goes into a tour, and then to step on stage the second show and be like, I have no voice. Not only was he freaking out, but the hundreds of people that are employed by this tour were also equally. Yeah, let me finish it up, and then we can pontificate. But he's supposed to perform throughout the U.S. and then go over to the U.K. in late September and October, and then come back to North America to do U.S. and Canada. But he's currently, I'll come back to that about the new album. But Jim, they say that the tour is not canceled. I'm going to say we'll see, because I lost my voice years ago. I mean, a very long time ago when I was in college, and I would get to I could do the first couple songs and same thing would happen. It would go out mid-show, but then I'd get it back the next day, like refuel. And then I finally had to go on vocal rest, which was the worst thing in the world. And it's painful when you have vocal nodules. I don't know if that's what he has or not. I did not do the surgery. I went on vocal rest for a couple weeks where I did not make a peep. You know me, Jim. You know that was the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. And I walked around with a chalkboard. At the time, I was a singer. I was in a public speaking class in college, and I was a teacher for cheerleading. So all those things were abrupt stops. So, but just think about this: that everyone's freaking out. They say they're going to do the rest of the shows, but I'm just going to say we'll see. I hope so, Jim.
I don't even know how to process that, because when you told me it was only the first the beginning of it all, the onset. The people, look, in order to do a show like this, and Lindsay, you can correct me when I'm wrong, in order for him to do a show like this, this isn't a matter of finding replacements or the people who were there with him finding other gigs in the blink of an eye. He went out and he got himself the best possible group of people, from the people who actually are in charge of running his sound to the very roadies. I mean, even the roadies these days are vetted. I mean, all of the people who were part of that team were probably a crackerjack first-rate team.
Yeah.
And those people turned down I can promise you, our good friend Paperclip, Jared can tell you right now, those people turned down other gigs. Many of them excited about the fact that
they turned down other tours, and you can't get on it now.
Yeah, and they turned down other gigs, they turned down other tours, the like. All that stuff is going on. And we had a chance have the book about the Grateful Dead on. This is a really weird thing, because Jerry Garcia did not retire at the end of his life. He probably worked himself to death because he felt personally responsible for the $600,000 a month it cost to actually keep the Dead's payroll on action. The amount of guilt, the amount of gravitas weight on Hootie's shoulders. I hate to say it that way, but on his shoulders.
I am not Hootie. That's Cuba Gooding Jr.
Yeah.
and Jerry Maguire.
But that's exactly it. I mean, it is. I mean, people don't realize when the headliner's voice goes out. I mean, it's one thing if the headliner hurts his hand or hurts her hand and can't play the guitar, but their
Someone
voice
else can play the guitar.
Somebody else.
No one else can front when you're the front man.
Nobody else can front. I mean, that's why I'm telling you, man. It just the dread that probably set in there, and then of course he is going to have to make a really tough call not to succumb to pressure until his voice is better, because that's the other thing too. How many people have gone back out there and blown it out for good? Done.
Well,
real
it's
damage.
like, do you want to postpone the tour, or do you want this to be your last tour ever?
Exactly. I mean, it just when you said, and here's the thing too. Look, you peter out at the end of the tour. You got 2 weeks to go, a month to go. Often you can say, look, we'll get you back next year. We'll start the tour here. We'll come back around, and we can actually, compensate some payment stuff and all that. But dude, I mean, to have it happen in the first month, oh my God.
Yeah, it's scary. It's scary, and I think a lot of people will say, like, if you're not a singer or performer and you're a concert goer and the front man gets sick or they have to cancel for whatever reason, people will be like, oh, they just didn't want to show, or people are quick to judge that performer. But listen, that performer knows that where their bread is buttered and so many other people that depend on it, and it's their livelihood and so many other people. Our listeners actually know this better than anybody on the logistical side of things. But there are some people who will be quick to poo-poo the performer. I guarantee you, no performer on a tour ever wants to cancel a date. You book those dates. You know what you're doing. It's not like, oh, something came up and I'd rather be there. This is what you need to do. And the weight that is on your shoulders if you have to cancel something like this is huge. And like I said, they're not rescheduling it. So they refunded all those tickets from that Hard Rock show. 25,000 people. That is a lot of money that just got refunded that they're not going to make back.
Oh my God, yeah, and like I said, I mean, and this is one of those moments where I really am rooting for him. God Almighty,
Me too.
I really hope that the doctor sits down and says, "Look, man, you got a little vocal exhaustion going on here. If you keep your mouth shut for the next 3 to 4 weeks, there's no reason why you can't jump back into the game. That can't happen." That's the best case scenario, though. By the way, that is the best case scenario because. He knew something was wrong. It's like a pitcher on the mound who throws a pitch and goes, I'm taking myself out of the game. It's basically your starting quarterback saying, there's a tweak in my arm. And by the way, if you think that is a decision you shouldn't make, ask Baker Mayfield how his life changed because he decided to keep playing for Cleveland rather than shutting it down for the year. You shut it down. We're talking about, do you want a 10-year career or do you want, what a tragedy that was to watch that end right there and then. Okay, that's enough of that.
Well, so he is currently actually finishing up his studio album, a new studio album. His last one came out in 2023. But what's interesting about this, well, hopefully he's the first single will be coming out soon, but the record isn't done yet, which means he still has vocals to do in studio. But what's interesting about this is there was a couple months ago, a huge story that came out. It's like Darius Rucker hates the United States and he's moving out of the country and he went over to London. I don't know if he perhaps actually quote unquote hates our country, but when he came back later he said, guys, I went to London to get a different flavor. I went there to get a new perspective. I'm recording a record. He said, I think I did that. I think people are going to like what I did. So perhaps he didn't flee the States, rather he needed a change of atmosphere and location for new inspiration, like we were talking about yesterday. And so now Darius Rucker is, we're going to see what this new record sounds like. Maybe he did want to get away from our country, but either way, it's going to have a different sound because he spent time in another country.
Let me tell you something, by the way, and I'm actually going to stand up for Darius Rucker here once again and say, guys, if you find yourself cranky and you find yourself really out of sorts, first of all, drink some water. Second of all, maybe get something to eat. Here's an important one, too. Maybe you're seeing too much of the same Shasta on a different day. Yeah. And there are a few things in this world better than getting a change of perspective, just going someplace else, reminding you about the common humanity of people, but also just giving you a different view. I don't know how many times, second or third day on a long vacation, Lindsay, I've been like, oh, wait, all those issues I had before, I see them clearly. I'll fix them when I get back. You know what I'm
I literally felt that, Jen, when we were just on the Cape. It was quite the chaotic trip, and there were children and air mattresses we were sleeping on and scattering of parental ashes, so it was a lot. And I was so overwhelmed that I found myself, I think I texted you, like I felt like such a jerk because I wasn't enjoying myself. It was just so much going on. And we literally, had a friend's kids, watched our kids, had one dinner out that was just us and my husband and I, one other couple, went to dinner alone without any children around, just sat, and I was like, oh my God, it's all I needed. It was such a reset to be like, I just need a mental break where there's not, children and family and dark, heavy stuff. And it was as simple as that, a 2-hour dinner. And I was like, all right, I'm good. I'm back and found myself back in the game. So you're right. It's almost like that smack in the face, get out of your own way and set yourself up. Okay, moving on. So I'm just going to make this one clear, but I want to bring it up because I love me some Reba McEntire.
Woo, Reba. Climb that mountain.
That was Reba McEntire. This is already changed, by the way, because today's the deadline on this, so stuff is already shifting. But Trump has, of course, he's made it clear that he's no fan of PBS, as he looks into cut its funding. But one country music legend has made it clear that she does not agree with that move. Reba McEntire recently put a video out on social media supporting the network that is PBS. She said, and I quote, "Hey, this is Reba McEntire, y'all. From my parents on Austin City Limits," and this is me doing Reba. From my appearances, thank you, on Austin City Limits in 1987 to South Pacific in concert from Carnegie Hall in 2006. I've had a long relationship with PBS. Now PBS needs our help. Okay, I'm done. PBS has done so much for us, she continued. She said, from children's education to teaching us about science, to the earth and the stars, to the most near to my heart, it's incredible arts programming that brings the power of live performance into our homes. So if you believe in PBS like I do, check out protectmypublicmedia.org to find out how you can help. Let's keep PBS, keep delivering the incredible programming that we all love so much. Okay, so anyway, she got tons of support in the Instagram comments. And people saying this is so amazing to see somebody using their platform for good, whether it works or not, but just speaking out on what matters to them. Now, a statement on that website, protectmypublicmedia.org, says currently the Senate has approved the Rescissions Act, stripping $1.1 billion in already approved funding for public media. This bill threatens the survival of rural and tribal stations and jeopardizes the essential services all stations provide to communities nationwide. The amended bill is now back in the House for final consideration before today's deadline. The deadline on that is actually today. So I will not pontificate on this, but I will let you comment, Jim.
Thanks, Lindsay. Thank you for that.
I will not, but I'll let you.
let me try to speak. Let me try to not be passionate about this. Let's begin with Austin City Limits. I am an urban entity, guys. I know a lot about trucking. I know a lot about law enforcement. My knowledge of that comes from urban realities. It comes from ports and railroads and loading yards and shipyards and dockyards. I know your industry. As many of you know it rurally, I know it from an urban standpoint. I bring that up to say that we didn't listen to country and western music in the car growing up. And we're talking about a time when you had to change the channel, had to push the button. My knowledge of country and western and my enjoyment of country and western and millions of Americans who have now been swept along that road and that path to being urban dwellers, people who are inner city people like Eddie Rabbitt, who actually comes from Brooklyn, New York, and is the son of an Irish fiddle player. Their love of all of that kind of stuff comes from programming like Austin City Limits, which had no platform on regular TV. It comes from PBS. That's where Austin City Limits comes from. And I know, I can hear it now. I understand. I really do. I'm not a leftist, by the way, despite some people's assertions. I know a lot of people.
You're a middleist.
I'm a middleist. I'm a middleist. Well, I'm a me.
Yeah.
I'm a meist. I believe in the power of me.
Mamma mia.
Mamma mia, although you actually have to move the vowel from the front of my name to the end of my name. That's what the Irish and Italians do. Okay. What I'm getting at here, though, really, really long form, Lindsay, is the fact that what's important to remember, too, is that most of what public radio, that $1 billion, does not go to NPR. It does not go to agenda or politically driven content. The reason rural communities get flash flood warnings is usually because of stations run by public radio. Let me make that really clear.
Say it again for the people in the back.
Most people's weather, most people's farm reports, most people's stuff that most radio stations can. And by the way, radio stations are no longer compelled to do all the stuff they used to have to do because of the whole bunch of other laws that were rescinded. A lot of people depend upon rural public radio to get information to prevent their children from getting swept away in a flood.
Yeah.
Am I
This is your tsunami alerts, guys.
Yeah.
metaphorically and not.
Am I making myself clear? And by the way, if your first reaction to what I'm saying is, I got to look up something that debunks that, you're actually not looking for news. You're looking for prior confirmation. There is a reason why Ted Cruz and Senator Markey of Massachusetts actually got together to prevent Elon Musk from lobbying the government to remove the radio, the AM radio, from electric vehicles, saying it wasn't necessary. And their response was, no, it's completely necessary, because if they'd remove the AM radios from it, they were going to remove also the AM radios from all cars, which so many, once again with feeling, rural communities desperately need. They need that AM radio signal, and they need public radio. It helps bring their communities together, and I mean that literally, not in a kumbaya way, but giving them a consistent, true source of facts and information that allow them to make decisions about weather and about farm reports. That's it. That's my bit for God and country. Done.
I agree.
Good. I mean, like I said,
what he said. No, I mean it. What he said. I knew you would be eloquent in it. And yes, thank you, Bruce Almighty. Thanks for acknowledging the handoff there. No, I agree. You can head over to that website if you want to find out more. Everybody listening, it's protectmypublicmedia.org. You can sign something. You can get involved. If use your voice, guys. If you agree with us, use your voice. If you don't agree with us,
use your voice.
Go away.
No.
Okay.
Use your voice.
Of course.
Make your case. Make your case. Like I said, this is America. Put your big boy pants on. No argument is settled.
Moving on, and before I move on, I've got two more stories to get to. But before that, Trucking with Owida comes up today in just about 14 minutes here on Radio Nemo at RadioNemo.com and streaming everywhere. Jim, you mentioned it earlier, but let's mention it again. What are they talking about at Trucking with Owida today?
Fresh off big wins on behalf of U.S. truckers, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has its sights set on even more. Executive Vice President Louis Pugh.
Pew, pew, pew! Pew, pew, pew!
Is heading to Capitol Hill next week for that very reason. We're going to get a preview when our good friend Scott and Ashley talk to him. Plus, how does one begin hauling elephants? What does that even look like? They've got questions. Is that a fat joke? It is a fat joke. They've got questions. We've got questions. You've got questions. Stephen Fritz has the answers, and he'll be telling that to Scott and Ashley as well, because that's what he does. We're also going to clear up the recent confusion about the medical certification process. We're going to do it by letting Owida do it and cover the news on a brand new episode of Trucking with Owida with Scott and Ashley. Can't wait to hear what they've got to say. Love that show.
So good, so polished, yet still fun. Hashtag balance. We love the good people of Owida. So tune in for that show coming up next. Okay, so going on in our country and Western music news, this is Country and Western S because we celebrate all kinds. So Jim Belushi's daughter is actually carving out a space for herself on stage at the Windy City Smokeout that just happened last week in Chicago. And that's put on by the country band Old Dominion. It's a pretty cool festival. Jim Belushi's daughter, whose name is Jameson, of course it is, she celebrated a huge milestone in her own career. She's a singer and a songwriter. She's 25, and I'm actually reaching out to her to be on our show because I would just love the perspective of Jim Belushi's daughter as a songwriter. But she made her performance debut to a crowd of 25,000 people singing some of her own original songs. So during her set, Jameson was joined on stage. How cool is this, Jim? By her dad and his longtime friend and fellow comedian Dan Aykroyd, a.k.a. the Blues Brothers. The two SNL icons joined the artist on stage for a special appearance as she stepped into her own spotlight. Belushi and Aykroyd, they weren't just there enjoying time to be on stage with Jameson. They were also set to be special guest performers at the Country Music Festival later in the day, and they joined the group Old Dominion on stage. During their set, Jim, the duo recreated the Everybody Needs Somebody to Love scene from the 1980s comedy, of course.
Oh, my God.
And Dan Aykroyd, of course, was on the harmonica. Belushi was behind the mic. It was epic. You can find the footage of it online. Pretty cool, pretty epic. But I just, the reason I want to reach out to her and chat with her, A, she's got new music out that she wants to promote. She's just now getting on stage. But B, that's another perspective of an entertainer's child trying to do their own thing. And how do you stand out in the crowd when your dad is Jim Belushi, an SNL hero and blues brother? Sounds like she's doing it. She's taking a little bit of a different path, and he is supporting her, but also letting her have the spotlight. So I think that's pretty cool.
It is really cool. And by the way, speaking of his brother, I'm always amazed when you go back and you watch those original Blues Brothers act, how unbelievably crazy talented the two of them are. and and
off the cuff talented, which is a whole different animal.
Which is a whole different animal. And listening, I mean, and Dan Aykroyd, how thin he is back then. But what do you all want for nothing? A rubber biscuit? Ooh, meow, meow, meow. I mean, I can't even. I talk fast. I know how to actually get my diction out, and I can't keep up with him on Rubber Biscuit. It is like one of the craziest songs I've ever heard in my life. So there you go.
There you go. There you go. Get your diction out. Whip out your diction, Jimmy Mack.
Whip out my diction.
Okay, it isn't really country and western music news, although it is in a sense that they have country and music stars on it, and this is shocking from media. So, a shocking move, CBS is ending the Late Show with Stephen Colbert next year, apparently exiting the late night television business actually altogether. So the network, they cited financial pressures. They said the cancellation will take effect in May of 2026, so less than a year away.
Don't hand this off to me.
I'm not the decision. I'll hand it off in a way that will make sense. So, the decision is particularly surprising because The Late Show is typically the highest rated show in late night TV. And the timing, of course, is going to raise questions because it comes just 2 weeks after the parent company of CBS, which is Paramount. They settled a lawsuit lodged against President Trump, against CBS News, blah, blah, blah. We're not going there. The settlement and Paramount's pending merger with Skydance Media, that spurred speculation about Colbert's future at CBS. Colbert, after all, he is one of the staunchest critics of Trump on television. Anyway, Colbert alluded to the online worrying about his fate when he returned from vacation on a Monday night. It's pretty funny. He did condemn the Paramount settlement on air. He likened it to a big fat bribe, and he joked that his new mustache, so picture this, he's twirling his mustache, and he says his new mustache would protect him from the corporation. He said, okay, but how are they going to put pressure on Stephen Colbert if they can't find him? Hiding behind his mustache.
Typical Colbert.
Of course, CBS said in a statement, this is purely a financial decision against a challenging backdrop in late night. I do, and what's interesting about this, because, Dave Nemo came on the show yesterday and was talking, he still tapes, and watches the late night shows every night. You can get, it's a good way to be entertained and get some quick hits in the news of what's going on. And I mean, you talk about the good old days aren't the good old days, Jim, and I agree. But in this scenario, there was something really cool about you'd wait, you'd make it up late night. That's what you knew. You'd watch the late night shows and then knew you were going to bed afterward. You get your fun, but also a little content. We'd laugh at ourselves, that kind of thing. But with so much content and so much streaming, people don't watch live TV as much. And it's hard to watch those kind of shows if they're not live. To me, late night TV is kind of like watching a sports game after the fact for some reason.
It's an interesting point. And my mom and I and my dad, when she found out, she broke the news. My mom broke the news to my father and I as we were kind of watching television together. And, Dave, what he does is he tapes all of them and he watches them in the morning before he goes off and have the rest of his day. So he catches up on what goes on. I wanted to kind of pivot a little bit here in the last few minutes to talk about this, to also talk about Dave as well. My mom and I were talking about it. And I'll tell you this. Part of me is, very sad. And not because of the content of his opening monologue. That's fine, whatever. I mean, they all have their own opening monologues.
Yeah,
and it gets, Jimmy Kimmel is, by the way, Jimmy Kimmel is a much bigger enemy of the President of the United States than even Stephen Colbert. Jimmy Kimmel is literally guns a-blazing.
Colbert at least puts it in joke fashion. Kimmel just calls it straight out.
Just bring it on, dude. I mean, he wants to actually go to war with the guy. I want to get away from that. That's not what I'm getting at here, guys. What I want to kind of talk about, though, is I'm glad he's doing it. I'm glad they're giving him a year. I'm glad they've laid out a plan for how it's going to happen, and I'm glad they're acknowledging the show is not coming back either. I'm glad they're saying, that's it, they're in an end. And my mom and I were talking about this, Lindsay. I'm going to throw this back to you in a second here, is the sense that, look, in about 2 or 3 years, I will have done this show for over a decade. I will have done one permutation or another of this particular show for over a decade, and I want to make this clear that I'm already beginning to think about who sits in this chair after I'm gone. And by the way, I want to defend Dave. Dave was trying to do that 6-7 years ago, and other factors pushed him into the arena. He tried to slowly slide himself out, and other people, we weren't aware of this, were actually creating pressure on him to stay behind the wheel because they weren't even listening to what was going on in the air. I'm being really candid about this, Lindsay. We've kind of figured all this stuff out. So if you're listening now, you're getting some real inside baseball. But there is a point, and I do admire Dave for this, where he would always say, we've got to figure out some way to get you promoted more and to get you and Lindsay promoted more and to get the other stuff promoted more. I've got to step out of this at some point and do a more limited role. And, well, events on the ground, as you know what the last 2 to 3 years have been like, have prevented us from doing that. But if you don't like some of the young politicians coming up or some of the young entertainers coming up, the ones that are coming up are the ones that now force their way into the space, because a lot of older people won't step aside, Lindsay. I mean, we have all these people, 75, 78, 80 years old, who won't give up their gigs. They have founder syndrome. And good for Colbert. Whatever is going to happen over the next year, Stephen Colbert goes out on top, young, with a lot of options and a lot of money and a lot of choices.
Well, and it'll be interesting to see, this is a real chance to make the best or the worst of it. We can talk more on this another day, but if you knew you were going off the air on a huge national program as he is, you could either phone it in for a season or you could pull out all the stops with literally nothing to lose. Like, Stephen Colbert is going to be fine. I think this is a chance to make this last season epic. I'm excited to watch and see what he does. It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, and the other thing is, too, like I said, forget about the opening monologue and put your politics aside, because after the first 10 to 15 minutes, that party was over and the show really kind of began. Dude, I mean, there were famous podcasts, famous novelists. The only talk show that Christopher Nolan has ever agreed to appear on and explain his method was The Late Show, and he did it for the entire show. They went out to Christopher Nolan's house and did the entire show. They did the entire show from Christopher Nolan's house. The amount of erudite writers, the amount of strange thinkers, of oddball characters that you never got a chance to see made their way onto his show. Something is going to be lost, but it ain't Stephen Colbert that's losing. He's a gazillionaire. What does he care?
He'll be fine. He'll be fine. But more to come on that. We'll certainly be talking about that last season, I'm sure, on this air. So finally today, in country and Western music news, in both 80 and 1982, both Willie Nelson, some history making today. In 1980, the film Honeysuckle Rose, starring Willie Nelson, opened across America. The plot sees, of course, Buck Bonham, which is Willie Nelson. He's a country singer. He's got a good family. He's struggling to find fame. Sounds real. He has everything going his way until the daughter of his former guitarist joins his tour. Yada, yada. Great movie. Check it out. Great movie, ? But check it out. That came out in 1980. And then in 1982, Willie Nelson was at #1 on the country chart with my favorite country song of all time, Always on My Mind, which became the Billboard #1 country album of the year. The album spent 22 weeks at the top of the charts and stayed for a total of 253 weeks on the Billboard Top Country Album charts. That title track was originally recorded by Brenda Lee in 1972. We played that when Dave and I were on together, and has since been recorded by dozens of performers, including Elvis Presley in 1972 and John Wesley Riles in 1979. That's your country and Western music news here on Radio Nemo, streaming everywhere across the world. We'll be back with more of that country and Western music news live from New Orleans on Tuesday. Coming up next, Trucking with Oida. Don't go nowhere, y'all, because they're going to dive in. They're going to dive in deep, just like our own Madison into the water. Have the best day. Get home safe. Jimmy Mack, I'll see you in a couple days.
Couple of days. Hang on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Mr. Pugh goes to Washington. Again, what's in store when the Executive Vice President of OIDA testifies on Capitol Hill next week? Plus, interesting loads make for interesting stories, and I'd say elephants applied, and answering whatever questions you might have about changes to the medical certification card process. Welcome to Trucking with OOIDA. I'm Scott Thompson.
And I'm Ashley Blackford.
We've got a jammed-packed show today, Ashley.
We certainly do.
Looking forward. I know you're talking with Stephen Fritz,
Yeah.
who hauls elephants.
Which is absolutely fascinating. One of those things I've never thought of before, how that happens, but
They got to get there somewhere.
He details
or
it. He's
somehow.
been doing it for almost 40-ish years.
Yeah.
A long time.
Very specific business card
Yeah.
for that too, right?
Very, yeah. And he kind of fell into it. It wasn't like he dreamed of this as a kid. So yeah,
Yeah.
no, it's super interesting. Definitely stay tuned.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, that would be interesting too if he was like, since I was
This
5,
was the dream.
This was a dream.
Haul elephants.
But it sounds like a pretty interesting and cool gig. We'll talk to him about that.
Yeah.
We'll have Louis Pugh and Colin Long of OOIDA to talk about Louis going to Washington, D.C. again next week to testify. And then there's been a lot of questions about the medical
Yeah, a lot of confusion
card
around there.
certification process and what that means for individuals out there. We'll get to the bottom of that with Jim Jefferson of OOIDA. Before all that, we've got some news to handle, Ashley.
Yeah, we'll start in an effort to improve safety, reduce congestion, and grow the economy. U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy recently announced nearly $500 million for 30 projects across the country. These are all part of the Better Utilizing Investments to Leverage Development or Build.
Give me the acronym.
There's got to be. Is that just someone's job to come up with those?
acronyms?
They must be.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Here's the acronym now. Find some words
Figure
that
it
fit.
out.
Yeah.
So, big thing to note here, though, in this money, 77% of it will go towards roads and bridges. And you and I both know that is certainly needed.
It is. Yeah, it's a lot of money. And this is something that we've actually been hearing a lot about on Capitol Hill this week. Secretary Sean Duffy, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy was on Capitol Hill on Tuesday. Got to get my days straight here. I think Wednesday, actually, rather. And then fresh off of that, on Thursday, he was back in front of a microphone. There was an event that was meant to highlight the priorities at the USDOT as it moves forward in its mission and also for the upcoming surface transportation reauthorization efforts. The Transportation Secretary did talk about all the money that is flowing in, and we heard some of the kind of the same things that we heard during his testimony on Capitol Hill, but he did also reiterate that this is about safety. It's also about when you have that much money, you want to make sure those projects actually get done, and they get done in a timely manner, and that is something that the Secretary actually brought up during Thursday's event there. Let's have a listen.
We built the Panama Canal. We had rail from coast to coast. We built that. We built the interstate highway system. We have a great history of delivering great projects without a ton of money and not a lot of time. And it seems like right now we celebrate filling potholes in communities, and that's a political win. I filled your potholes. Let's all give ourselves a round of applause. We're better than that. We can do better than that. And I think if we look around our country, we have spent a lot of money, and I don't think we've delivered as well as we could have. We have our roads and bridges that are becoming too old and too dilapidated. It took us 5 years to build the Hoover Dam. 5 years. 4 years to build the Golden Gate Bridge. It took 16 years and $15 billion in California high-speed rail to not lay one track. Are you kidding me? That's the American legacy right now. We can spend a lot of money and take a lot of time and not build projects.
And as for trucking specific stuff during that event, we did hear quite a bit actually on truck parking and a few other adjacent issues on Wednesday. As for this Thursday event, not as many. This is mostly about kind of looking at the broader overall picture here. But we did hear something from Stephen Bradbury. He is a Deputy Secretary of Transportation about truck parking and another issue. Let's have a listen to that.
We need to expand and improve our highways and make our interchanges safer. We need to protect the workers on the highways from interactions with traffic. We need to move forward to a reliable framework for autonomous vehicle development in this country, because ultimately that autonomous vehicle technology has the real promise to drive those fatality numbers down toward zero. We also want to fund truck parking for our truckers in this country, a critical need for safety in the United States. Also, the Secretary talked about permitting reform, streamlining that. It's project delivery. None of it makes any difference unless we deliver on those projects.
So they got some big plans over there at the USDOT. We, again, have talked about this before. We saw some of this last month when they announced those 9 initiatives, truck parking, speed limiters, bye-bye, that kind of stuff. But they are really moving fast. They've really got a lot of stuff in the planning stages here. So we'll keep an eye on that and see where it goes.
Yeah, another thing with Transportation Secretary, a 12-member advisory board has been chosen to help Sean Duffy with some guidance, recommendations when it comes to transportation systems across the country. First meeting on that took place this week. The goal for that is essentially just for these 12 people to help him out, give recommendations, identify investment opportunities, and all that stuff.
Public-private partnerships, kind of looking at those as well. So, yeah,
get some insight there.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on them. We haven't kept an eye or haven't put an eye, haven't checked on, whatever words we want to use here. Haven't checked on the spot market conditions for a little bit. Let's do that right now with the help of our friends at truckstop.com. These are numbers from last week, Ashley. And we're looking at the overall market here to start with a nearly 41% jump in load availability and a 4.5% jump in truck availability. Rates, however, going the other direction here, down overall by 4% to $2.39, the same level they were at exactly a year ago at this time, which I found interesting. By equipment type, van came back down to earth after spiking during the Independence Day holiday weekend. Rates dropping 8% to $2.01, reefer rates falling close to 9% to $2.43, and flatbed rates dipping 2.6% to $2.46. So again, overall rates, unfortunately, continue to scrape the bottom of the barrel, it appears there.
Yeah. Big training happened recently on human trafficking. Law enforcement personnel from all 50 states, 5 provinces in Canada and Mexico participated. CVSA teamed up with Truckers Against Trafficking to teach law enforcement things to look for, how to handle these types of situations. More than 41,000 wallet cards, 17,000 window decals, and almost 2,500 posters were distributed. And, we've heard in the past, like small things like this can make a huge difference.
Yeah.
I recall somebody a few years ago from TAT sharing a story of somebody who was in a, rough situation, saw a sticker on a truck driver's window and knew that person was there and could help them. So, it can make a huge difference.
That's great. Those interactions, too, just letting people know how to report things and what to look for.
Yeah.
Again, a short conversation can make a huge difference for sure. One more quick thing here to get to before we turn to Louie and Colin. Virginia, I just want to point this out. I know we've got a lot of members and listeners there. The state DOT in Virginia asking for more feedback as it plans for improvements to the entire length of the Interstate 81 corridor. By the time that this month is over, July is over, they're going to have had 4 public meetings on this. They've also opened up an online survey. These are great opportunities, really, for truck drivers to reach out and bend the ear of these officials. Virginia DOT did something similar back in 2018. That led to, I think, 65 construction projects worth about $3 billion. They have money to put somewhere.
Hey.
You got to let them know where to do it. Bring up truck
time.
parking, bring up traffic patterns and whatnot. So an opportunity there to make your voice heard. Speaking of voices being heard, Louis Pugh, Executive Vice President of OIDA, is going back to Washington, D.C. next week. He's going to have a lot to talk about, and we've got a lot to talk about with him right after the short commercial break as Trucking with OIDA continues. Welcome back. At around this time next Tuesday, our next 2 guests will be sitting inside a building on Capitol Hill. One will be making his case on behalf of American truck drivers. The other will be sitting off to the side there, quietly analyzing every word that's spoken. We'll let you figure out which is which as we welcome in Louis Pugh, Executive VP of OIDA, and Colin Long, OIDA's Director of Government Affairs. Gentlemen, good to see you, or talk to you.
Good to be here.
Good to see you, Louis. Good to talk to you, Colin.
Yeah, I was beginning to wonder what I was missing, but okay.
So the hearing on Tuesday is within a Senate Transportation Subcommittee. It's called Shifting Gears: Issues Impacting the Trucking and Commercial Bus Industries in the U.S. Louis, you're going to be in the hot seat on Tuesday alongside Chris Spear of ATA, Sean O'Brien of the Teamsters, and a representative from the American Bus Association. Talk a little bit, if you could, about how these things happen. They don't just happen, spur of the moment kind of thing, obviously. You get an invitation, but talk about the process leading up to an invitation like this.
Yeah, I mean, these things come from the hard work that our guys do in D.C. every day down there wearing their shoes out up on the Hill with meetings. I mean, that's creating relationships. They're garnering in those relationships and building from there. And then, what makes them continue happen is, IDA is coming from a real place. Folks on the Hill know that we're coming from a real place. We're not wishy-washy. We don't change. When they hear from us, what we tell them, that's what we stand by. And so with that being said, that they know we have 150,000 members who drive truck. We know that I drove a truck. Our boards were truck drivers.
Yeah.
So what we're telling them is the stuff that's coming from their constituents.
Yeah, this is, to your credit, Colin, and everybody else there in the D.C. office, this kind of is a fruit of your labors, so to speak, right? When Louis comes in and talks, this is the result of a lot of hard work on your part, right?
It is, but let's be honest. Senators like hearing from Louis. He's authentic. He when he talks about trucking issues, it's because he had a long and safe career on the road, and they appreciate that authenticity. And I think that will be quite a contrast at next week's hearing. I think he might be the only person who ever made his living behind the wheel testifying. So that goes pretty far. And let's not forget, this is the second time Louis is testifying before this committee this year. And it's only July. So they like having him back. And we're more than happy to put him in front of this committee. It's a hot seat. It's a lot of pressure. It causes us a lot of anxiety. I'm not sure it causes Louis that much anxiety because he's just talking about what he knows, but they like hearing from him and we'll always put him up.
Louis, is that true?
Yeah, I don't know. My biggest anxiety is making sure I got my first, my opening down. That's where I drive.
After that, you're just answering questions about
just
stuff
after that, I'm
right?
answering questions. But yeah, I don't know. My first hearing, I had a little bit, I guess. But I guess the way I look at it is these people put their pants on the same way I do, one leg at a time. So,
Yeah.
And most of them.
We assume.
And and most of them, if not all of them, especially on the Senate committee, I don't think I've ever driven a truck or been behind the wheel of a truck. So they don't really know anything about it. So they may think they do. There's always one or two thinks they do.
Yeah.
And if they think they do, then whatever, A smart man knows what he doesn't know.
Yeah, true.
Now, Colin, the hearing is designed to examine the trucking industry with an emphasis on enhancing safety, reducing regulatory burdens, and ensuring the long-term viability of these essential transportation operators. Now, when you hear that mission, what first springs to mind?
That's always a mission. That's been OOIDA's mission for as long as I've been around, and certainly much longer than that. So if they want to hear from experts, we're the people to do it because we're always talking about ways to promote safety, ways to eliminate excessive and unnecessary regulations, and ways to make trucking a sustainable and appealing career for American drivers. So, I think we're the perfect organization to provide testimony for this hearing. And I think folks will get a taste of what our highway bill priorities are if they don't already know. We've been talking about it for quite a while, but I think they'll start to see the breadth of the issues we cover in our testimony, and that Louis will address in the conversation. It's pretty remarkable, and I think everyone has something in it that they can say, yeah, that would be great for me as a driver because it improves my safety, it takes down excessive regulations, and it makes my career much more sustainable.
You're in a bit of a tough spot, though, Louis, because as you kind of mentioned there, Colin, there are a bunch of priorities that the association has and a bunch of messages that you want to get across to these lawmakers as you're sitting across from them and meeting with them behind closed doors in their offices as well. You talk about the list there, Colin. Can you kind of run through, I'm not going to ask you to put them in order necessarily, but what message are you trying to make sure you convey to them, on Tuesday? If one were to break through, what would that be? What would that look like?
I mean, kind of overarching is this notion that if you prioritize the needs of truckers in developing truck policy, you can achieve all those goals that they're trying to achieve: safety, sustainability, efficiency, so on and so on. That's what our priorities are. So if they want to craft a highway bill that addresses all these, I mean, we've given them a blueprint to do so. If you want to talk about specifics, I mean, with this committee, we're talking about restroom access, enhanced driver training, English language proficiency, the National Consumer Complaint Database, lease-to-own purchases, getting rid of them. The list goes on and on and on. And a lot of them sound like niche issues, but that's what a highway bill is for, addressing a lot of niche issues in trucking. But you'll still hear the classic things, even though it's outside the purview of this committee. Truck parking is going to be obviously discussed, as it is every time Louis comes to Washington, D.C. to talk about a highway bill. So the hits, the classics will still be playing.
Louis, I'm curious, how do you prepare for these events?
Get a lot of sleep. No. I mean, I got a great crew. I mean, so it's kind of like NASCAR, I guess you say. I get to do the fun part. I get to drive the car, but I got a great pit crew that makes us get a win. So, and that's why we win, because we got a great pit crew. Colin and all the guys in DC, they prepare testimony, their written testimony, and get to me. I study that. I read that. I keep up on the research. I ask them lots of questions. I make myself a few notes to have during the thing, I guess, is kind of the way. I mean, the good thing or the easier thing about it is this is stuff we talk about all the time. So it's not like it's anything new here, really, that we're talking about. Maybe there's some twist or quirky stuff, but, this is stuff we talk about all the time. So it's not that hard, I guess, to prepare. But my main, like I said, just I'm very blessed because it's very easy. I pretty much get given, all this stuff to read.
What I'm hearing is that Colin is writing everything and you're reading it. That's what I'm hearing.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Colin, is that right?
I'm not going to lie here and say,
No.
I'm just laughing over here because I've been a stress case.
Yeah.
And he's like, we talk about it all the time. It's no big deal. And I think that's actually why we do so well, is because, if I were to be up there speaking, I wouldn't get words out, whereas Louis can just comfortably talk about all of these. And I'm better behind the scenes, and that is an important part of it, not to toot our own horn, but our team in D.C. has been, trying to plant questions. So senators are talking about a lot of the themes we want to talk about during the question and answer portion of it. And we're talking to Senate offices about, we're not with you on this, so let's talk about something that maybe we can agree upon. And there's a lot of groundwork that goes into it, but ultimately, Louis is the one who brings it home because, again, authenticity goes a long way on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, we're joking around, obviously, a little bit here, but you talked about it earlier, Colin, just the value of having someone like Louis walk into those offices and speak to these lawmakers. And Louis speaks from experience. He's got experience behind the wheel. He's obviously got experience here at the association. Louis, when you're in those meetings with those lawmakers and kind of trying to explain to them, what the issue is, why it matters, and how things can be improved, what do those conversations look like? And I know they're all going to be different depending on who you're talking to, right? But the idea that you're trying to get across to them essentially is, again, here's the issue and here's why it matters. They're mostly receptive to what you're talking about, I would assume.
Yeah, usually, usually you're talking to staff or sometimes you're talking to a lawmaker, but when you sit there and explain it in real, I use real world terms because, I don't like talking to an attorney when he uses legal terms because I have no idea what he's talking about. Dumb it down for me.
Sure, yeah.
So I dumb it down for him and try to use it in real world. Once in a while, we get a lawmaker who must have somebody in his district or her district that is a moron and has their head full of all this bullshit stuff about how great something is, like ELD or some sort of technology
speed
or
limiters
something.
or whatever, yeah.
And probably to the chagrin of the DC staff, I don't mind calling bullshit when it's bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah.
So-
But I imagine lawmakers like that because I
But-
think they're probably used to hearing what they want to hear a lot of the time.
Sometimes
Sometimes not,
but it's not. But at the end of the day, like Colin says, we're authentic, and like I said in the beginning, they know what they're going to get from us. They're going to get the truth. They're not going to get what they want to hear always. They're not going to get passed on by attaboys. They're going to, we're polite and professional, but we're going to tell them the truth, and we never waver for that. And I think that's why we have grown by leaps and bounds upon the Hill, and we have the reputation on the Hill that we have. And this is the third time OIDA's testified this year within 6 months. It'll be twice in the Senate and once in the House.
Yeah.
And I think it's because they're figuring out that OIDA is the new bullshit outfit. We tell them how it is, and that's the way it is.
You want to be careful how you brown that.
Right.
That made it sound like a bad thing almost. But yeah, you're going to cut through all that.
Yeah,
that's the
exactly.
idea,
Because, I see it all the time when I go to Washington and I go to fundraisers and I go to these things. There's all these lobbyists there who have no idea what they're really lobbying for. Even maybe they do, but they have no experience in that world. And it's nothing against them. We all have a job to do.
Sure.
But, they sit there and they can't.
It's talking points. They're
It's
getting
talking points,
from
and
you.
that's all they know. And it's a lot of, tap on the back, and you have to do all that stuff. But when it comes down to where the rubber meets the road, they don't have that. That's one thing where I will give our guys in DC even more credit.
Yeah.
They never drove truck, but they've taken the time to learn the industry and understand what they can go in there and talk to any lawmaker about trucking any day of the week.
Yeah.
And, it's no problem because they know more than just talking points.
Sure.
And I'm curious now, at this hearing, you're sitting next to a few people with some differing opinions. How do you, make sure that OIDA's message gets across?
Interrupt them. Speak over them. Speak when you're not supposed
Then
to.
you'll have the chairman with the gavel. Order. Yeah.
No, I think, you let them say their point. Some of this you don't always get a chance because, of course, once you give your opening statement, you're kind of directed by the questioning by the lawmaker. So, sometimes you don't get that chance. But usually I write things down that I want to counter. And if I get an opportunity and ask a question, I say it. And as my wonderful boss, who's done this a million times and is fabulous at testifying, Mr. Spencer, sometimes you just don't even answer the question they ask you. You just say what you want to say to get it out there.
Yeah. That's the trick, isn't it? That's what the politicians do a lot of the
That's
time.
what they do, and that's one thing that I've learned from Todd. Just he always said, if you got something to say it. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Colin, obviously a lot of issues are going to come up here, and I think just the fact that Louis is there again speaking is a win. But coming out of this Wednesday morning, as you kind of look back after this is all, behind us, this is another hearing behind us, what does a win look like for you?
I want lawmakers to embrace what, frankly, the Trump administration has been doing since they took control in January, which is, again, prioritizing the needs of truckers when developing trucking policy. And we think we think that should be an easy pitch for lawmakers. A lot of their constituents are truck drivers. A lot of their voters who they're sent here to represent are truck drivers. So it shouldn't be difficult to convince them that they should embrace a lot of these pro-trucker policies that we've been putting forward. So I would just love to see movement on things like restroom access and lease-to-own lease-to-own scans and the laundry list of items we're going to be covering, because I think there's something that every member of this committee should be able to latch onto.
Louis, what about you? What's a win look like after your trip is over?
I win to me.
Being invited back.
What'd you say?
Being invited back.
Being invited back.
Being
Hey, it's
invited
worked
back.
so far.
Yeah. No, I think a win. I would echo what Colin says. At the end of the day, it's time for lawmakers to start realizing that the men and women behind the wheel are the real experts on safety, and they need to start listening, because if they, as Colin would say, if we would address these policies, the difference in safety on our highways would turn around overnight.
Well, we had late last month, we had those 9 initiatives that came out from the USDOT. That was a huge win. We talked about it here on the show. There's no reason to believe that we can't have more of those moving down the line here, right? With overtime pay, with restroom access.
That's what we're getting. I mean, that's all coming from Duffy and the Trump administration, to give credit where credit's due. So it's time for the House and the Senate to take notice of what's happening and do the same thing, because there's the rules and regulations that they're going to have to do that FMCSA can't do.
Yeah.
So, and I mean, this committee, it's not from this committee, but just like our Got Trucker Act and paying truckers overtime for over 40, and by that, right there's a prime example of something that Congress needs to do. Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act. There's something Congress needs to do. The Trump administration and Duffy and them killed speed limiters, but Congress needs to pass the Drive Act and kill it completely. Yeah. These are things that need to be done. Just easy things right off the top.
Sure, Colin,
if I may.
Yeah.
Not to let the cat out of the bag, but I think this will feature in Louis' opening statement, is that we're going to make the point, for far too long, large carriers, their shareholders, trial lawyers, safety advocates, law enforcement have been calling the shots on what trucking policy should look like in Washington. We've leveled that playing field, and now I think there's an opportunity for members of Congress, and in this case, members of the Senate, to take this different approach and prioritize truckers, because the old way isn't working. I mean, crash rates aren't improving. Yeah. Driver recruitment and retention is not improving. Supply chain efficiency is not improving. So why do we continue to do things in the same old way? And that's where we give credit to the Trump administration for taking this new approach and prioritizing truckers. And we're going to implore senators to do the same, because maybe it'll work. We think it'll work. We're pretty sure it'll work. And you should take our opinion, because our members are the real experts who live and breathe this every day of the week.
Yeah. We will be watching Tuesday morning. Colin, we appreciate your time. Lou, we appreciate yours as well. Yeah. We do have to take a quick break, but Trucking with OOI Day continues right after this.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
You've got to be tired of expensive maintenance costs. Well, Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can make a difference. Experience a longer engine and DPF lifespan, along with fewer regens, so your diesel runs longer and more efficiently. Pittsburgh Power's unique formula allows you to maximize the mileage from your parts while reducing downtime. Keep your vehicle performance at its best and make the smart choice. Visit PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in-shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
In trucking, financial security and retirement isn't a guaranteed destination. That's why Truckers Wealth is here. A financial hub designed for you, Truckers Wealth combines expert advice and tailored solutions. Tax-free wealth plans grow your nest egg. Guaranteed income retirement accounts provide stability, and no market risk accounts protect your investments. That's hard-earned money, a steady stream of income, reliable growth. That's a retirement. That's a destination worth investing in. That's Truckers Wealth. Truckers-wealth.com. Experts dedicated to your success.
Welcome back. We We often say that everything we have was once delivered on a truck, but there's some things I don't think we realize just how they got to where they are. We've got Stephen Fritz on the line. He is a truck driver, but the type of freight he hauls is quite unique. Stephen, how you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you, Ashley.
Good. Now, you specialize in a very interesting field. Can you tell me about what it is you haul?
We mostly service the zoological industries, and we transport animals from point A to point B, wherever the customer may demand. And the animals can be the smallest animal I moved. Honestly, a part of a load was a goldfish. And the biggest ones we move are, and that's mainly what we move, is elephants. Wow. I moved 120-some elephants in 30 years.
Gosh. How long have you been doing this?
Since about 1981, I believe. Yeah.
Gosh. And how did you get into it?
Well, I got into it. I lived in Southern California, San Diego County, and I had a small construction company. And a friend of mine actually worked for the zoo. And it came about, they had a trained elephant they needed to to take to the Johnny Carson show. And we facilitated to do that. And that was kind of like moving a circus elephant. They'd be trained like your dog. And that went very well. And then happenstance after that, the curators and the bosses, I did it. I'll be honest. I'll be proud. I did a really good job, and they started calling me for other projects. And it actually grew into a full-time business over the years.
Wow. What do you think it was about you that you did a good job and that people recognized that? What do you think it was?
It was, they called me the nuts and bolts guy, because if there was a situation, I could figure it out. We'd get it done. Be it the equipment, how to get the equipment, or most zoos are not real flexible about getting in and out with trucks. We always got it done. We would never say no. There's always an answer and a way to do it, and we would come up with that ultimately, and we've never had a failure. I guess my reputation was I'm the nuts and bolts guy.
Nice. Now, talk to me, what is this like? This isn't like you get a call on a Friday and Monday you're hauling an elephant. Like there's quite a bit to it, right?
Quite a bit to it. Unless it's an emergency, you usually have several weeks, months. In fact, we're looking at another project now that's 2 years from October. But they start the process way in advance on a lot of them because, elephants are big animals. They're an endangered species, and they're the largest mammal on Earth. So the more time it takes to put the project together, the better odds it's going to go well. No, nobody's going to call me today and say, let's do it tomorrow unless it was an emergency, period.
What are some of the reasons that you move elephants?
Well, a lot of it is two reasons. One is captive breeding. We typically move for that mostly, not always, but mostly move the male elephants from one zoo to another so they can breed and, distributing the genetics so they don't inbreed. That's very, very important. And I moved one bull 4 times to different zoos over the last few years. So that's the main reason. And like the one coming up in a couple of years, it's because the zoo, they either have to spend a lot of money to upgrade their facility and maybe look at more elephants, or they close their elephant facility. So basically what we have, Ashley, is less zoos have elephants, and the ones that do have them have better, they've improved it. So the elephants are located in less facilities, but in better environments. So a lot of them just close their programs. And when they do, they'll call us. We're going to take our animals out of here to so-and-so, and we put the logistics together, and we get it done. And when I do it, over the years in our experience, we've learned a lot of things just by doing it. And I hate to say you learn by your mistakes, but you do. We never had any bad mistakes, but when I do a project now for an animal move, we do the entirety of the project. The shipping and or receiving zoo, we coordinate as a team, but it's just my wife and I own a business. We have some helpers that come in with us, but we manage the whole project from point A to point B. If there's and we've had a few situations I've had to hire another truck because might move 3 animals at one time. I do that. The zoos have no input on what I do for my subcontractors. And I can't manage a project of this intensity and liability without doing it myself, so there's not a screw up somewhere. We've flown elephants around the world, and that's a big deal. I hire the airplane; they don't. I have to. I don't like the word I'm in charge. I like to manage the whole thing.
Yeah,
we have to.
What obviously people are listening. What does it look like as far as like the crate that the elephant would go on, and what's the process with that?
The crates, I've got 5 of them, 3 different styles. They're solid steel. They're designed so the inside has no sharp corners that can ever injure the animal. They have typically 4-inch steel pipe, horizontal bars, front and rear. The elephants do have leg restraints. They're chained by the 2 front and minimum 1 rear foot. That's a must. It's they're trained well before they go in the crate, or once they're in, before we ever transport them. The chains are a necessity if the animal doesn't try to lay down or turn in the crate and get itself in a bad, compromised position. And the crates themselves, they have front doors. There's like a human protection door on the front. You can open it to feed the elephant, but they're still retained behind the bars. So, and then there's side doors that are crate for the bull elephants has little side doors you can reach in and tether their feet or service them or whatever it takes. There's also ports on the side. We always have a veterinarian with us on every trip, and if they had to dart the elephant for any type of sedation or anything, there's access points for them to do that. Then we have another door on the side. We install cameras in the back of the crate so you can see the elephant going down the road from any chase vehicle that's with you too. We try to take care of the elephants, and we try to take care of the people that go with us. Mm-hmm. They're our customer, but the elephants are important, and it's not just elephants. Rhinos and hippos we move in smaller crates, but we do it the same methods. And the animal's a priority. And safety for the animal and the people is a big priority.
Mm-hmm. I know we talked a couple of years ago, and one thing that I remember from our conversation was you were saying how it's much more humane nowadays than many years ago when it was more kind of they were forced in there.
Yes.
You said, I believe, you train the elephants, or not you, but like the zoo months in advance, so they're kind of used to getting into the crate. Is that right?
Correct. Weeks, months, the longer the better in most cases. We'll supply the crate. We supply all the tethering equipment, everything they need. They just need the elephant and a good team of people. They'll get the elephant. I try to set it up so it's part of their enclosure to where they can walk in and out of it freely. They'll learn to drink water because there's steel drinkers in them, and feed. And it kind of becomes a second home to them. So on transport day, the only difference is somebody closed the door and the way to go. Years ago, it was most elephants, most all animals were force loaded. You show up, they'll tether them and they winch them or whatever it takes to get them in the crate. That today, my guidelines, I would only do that in an emergency when you had to move that animal, be it to a structure fire nearby or some other classified as an emergency. And my veterinarian says we have to do it that way, but that's only happened a couple times in 30 some years.
Yeah.
They're a big animal and you don't want them stressing out.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And I know you've done a few rescue missions not in the U.S., right?
Yes, we did one 2 years ago this last May. Puerto Rico, which is a territory of the United States, and USDA and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has jurisdiction over the one zoo they had in Puerto Rico, the Mayaguay Zoo. And after the hurricane they had there 7-8 years ago that devastated the island, the zoo was closed to the public. And for 5 years it was dilapidated. They barely took care of the animals. A lot of them suffered and died. And finally, the federal government came in and forced closed the zoo. Told the people there, "We're going to clean the zoo out, or you go to jail if you interfere with us." And that was an interesting project. It was mostly local people, but the zoo, it was terrible. It was the living conditions were pathetic for these animals, and that was a real humanitarian rescue by everybody involved. It was private, donated monies put up at a animal rescue center that paid all the bills. I mean, I didn't donate. Nobody donated except the people that put up the money to get the project done. And we rescued 704 animals out of there in 4 months.
Wow. My gosh.
And every animal, my part of the project was we helped with all of it, but I had to find large enough crates and trucking and transportation. We trucked them all to Jacksonville, Florida. They were put on a barge line that boated them to Puerto Rico. And then they had to go to Puerto Rico with the trucking companies there. And that's a different world, but we got through it, and then we trucked the crates to the zoo, trained the animals. I had a rhinoceros crate, or 3 crates, but I had a rhinoceros, 2 hippos, a donkey, a deer, and an elephant was my main project. Wow. And we coordinated those on trucks and crates. Atlas Airlines supplied me with the 747, and we loaded them up and flew them to Jacksonville, Florida. Took them off and put them on 2 semi-trucks and distributed them around the country. They were all donated to other zoos. That was all paid for by private funds.
Wow.
But it was such a good feeling to see these poor animals go to a better home.
Mm.
And then after the fact on that, I ended up, the last shipment out, they coordinated it there. They closed chartered a FedEx plane on Memorial Day 2 years ago, and it flew into Dallas, Texas. We met the airplane there. They had other 300 and some animals on it. I had a 53-foot refrigerated trailer, and they loaded it with 252 reptiles, snakes, lizards, and turtles. And we trucked those all the way to Los Angeles.
Wow. My gosh.
You know, it's a real responsibility. It's fun, but you focus on what you're doing when you got live animals. You don't have an option.
Mm-hmm.
So.
I bet. Yeah. It sounds like you certainly don't have a boring job, that's for sure.
Not when that happens. No. That was one of we've had some intense projects, but that was a multi-animal, multi-species project. And yeah, it was very intense. And then in Puerto Rico, we had almost 30 armed security officers between the USDA, the local police, and the state and the federal fish and game because of the bad, people, the activists that were against what we were doing.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I stay out of the reasons why, but
Yep.
we do what we're supposed to.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but but I'll talk back on our trucking industry. It's fun when you work in other countries with their trucks and their people, and you learn different methods.
Mm-hmm.
And we've flown one out of Melbourne, Australia, and one out of Auckland, New Zealand. And those people over there, for some reason, their steering wheels are on the wrong side of the truck. I don't know how they do it.
Yeah.
So,
Well, Stephen, I very much appreciate your time and speaking with me. You have a fascinating job, and so I appreciate it.
anytime, Ashley, please. Thank you.
We've got to take a short break, but coming up, we'll clear up some med card confusion. Stay tuned.
Thanks to all the hardworking drivers across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
High heat and low lubricity can break your diesel fuel down fast. Summer driving means crowded roads, more stress, dust, and a bigger risk of costly engine damage. How's Diesel Defender protects from the inside out, cleaning, lubricating, and fighting injector wear. Visit houseproducts.com.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
We're getting word of some confusion about a new change to the medical card requirements, but we are here with Jim Jefferson of OOIDA's Compliance and Regulatory Department to hopefully clear up some of that confusion. Jim, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for having me on.
Jim just got back from an island vacation.
Oh,
so he's doing great.
Yeah.
He's pumped to be back.
Yeah, that's great.
Now, in coming back, you had to get updated on a few things. When it comes to the medical card, I guess take me back to the beginning when changes first went into place, when they announced to go digital.
Right. So they announced that June 23rd, everything was going to go digital, and it would be uploaded by the CME, the medical doctor that does the exam, to the FMCSA's website, and then they would send it over to each individual state. And when they announced that and when that date went into effect, then they stopped issuing medical cards. So the drivers no longer got a card, and everything is supposed to be seamless. And well,
supposed to be.
That's how it goes.
When you add multiple systems together, it doesn't always go seamless. And all states aren't even on board with this right now. So there are still some that are filtering in.
Yeah. Walk us through kind of the confusion, because I know you're getting calls about this from folks who are having problems from folks who are confused maybe about the new requirements. And I think it is confusing because, again, you said this was supposed to be a seamless transition. It has not been a seamless transition.
It has not. We've actually talked to members in 5 different states that have had issues with doing the medical exam and then that medical exam reaching the driver's license office and attaching to their license, which we all know if you don't have that medical card in place, your license is going to get downgraded. Now, part of the problem is if you wait till the last minute, like you could before because you just go in and do it yourself before.
Right.
If you wait till the last minute and something gets messed up, it doesn't get in place, and then you could get a downgrade in your license. There have been some issues with the transmission from the doctor's office to the FMCSA system and some issues from the FMCSA system coming over to the individual states. I did talk with a rep in the state of Missouri, and she gave me a list of a few things that could cause problems. She said that the self-certification status, and we did actually have a member that had this issue. So you go in and you certify yourself accepted, not accepted. If you don't have the right certification status, if you're accepted, meaning you're exempt from the medical card, it will not upload your medical card, which would then show that you're not eligible to drive because you don't have that card.
That's a problem.
Yeah. So your status has to be correct, and that's something that the driver does is make sure that that status is correct. This particular member had changed that status to try and keep his license from being downgraded because he was already having a problem with the medical card being uploaded. But in doing that, it protects your license from being downgraded, but it also prevents your license from being reinstated to be able to actually drive because you have to have a medical card to drive.
That also seems like a problem.
Right.
Yeah.
Another thing is everything has to match exactly on the driver's license. Now, in the state of Missouri, she did say that if the medical examiner puts MO in front of or behind the driver's license number, it will not read. It has to be exactly as it is on the license. So some of the issue comes from if that information is keyed from the medical examiner to the FMCSA computer and the numbers are not keyed accurately, it disqualifies it.
Are we just talking about, again, we're talking about the transition here, and the idea here is to make it more convenient and easier for CDL holders throughout the medical examiner process, right? And getting that certification. Is this just a matter of states not being online in time, or are the states confused about the requirements? Is it the fact of just trying to, segue into a completely different system? Like, what is the disconnect here, I suppose, between the two, between what we want and what we're getting right now?
I think there's a few disconnects. I mean, part of it is coming online with this new system. I mean, it wasn't like tested out or anything. Is here's the date. Now, granted, this did come to play back in 2015, and it's been postponed and postponed again because states weren't ready.
Right.
But all the states still aren't ready. So we've got 38 states and District of Columbia that are on board, but there's still 12 states that are not. So if you're in one of those 12 states, you still have to get a copy of your medical card and make sure that everything gets uploaded to your particular state, which causes some confusion because if you're in a state that, say, they're not on board yet, and you get your medical card from a doctor in a state that is on board, and the doctor's saying, well, no, we're on board and we'll take care of it. Well, yeah, they can take care of it getting it to the FMCSA, but from the FMCSA to the state doesn't happen because that state is not on board with that system yet.
Right.
So there's some confusion coming in there. Other parts of the confusion is if they don't key everything in accurately, and that could be on the driver when they fill out the paperwork, it's not clear for them to read, or on the CME when they're typing that information in to upload it to the FMCSA, they miskey something. So if something gets messed up, then it creates a hold, and it has to all go back to the CME, who then has to correct it, resubmit it to the FMCSA, who then resubmits it to the state.
I mean, it seems like you got so many cooks in the kitchen in this case, right?
Absolutely.
That's part of the issue, I would assume.
Have you heard from anyone who's run into issues on the side of the road with their medical?
Yeah, that's a big one.
Not on the
yet.
side of the road yet.
Okay.
We have had a couple of members that have said they've got letters from the state saying that their license is going to be downgraded because there's some confusion. They've got their medical card, but it hasn't reached the state like it's supposed to. In the state of Missouri, we have talked to a couple of members. Like I said, one of them, there was an issue. The other one, they had no explanation as to why it didn't get upgraded the way it was supposed to. They went in and they pulled it again because we reached out. They went in and they can reach out to the FMCSA and pull that information on a driver directly. And they were able to pull that, and it showed up fine the second time. So they don't know what the transaction happened the first time that actually didn't let it transfer over. So they're working on it. And the waiver that the FMCSA has in place for that 15 days now, that's going to be of some benefit as long as everything happens within 15 days.
Let's make sure we talk about that waiver again, too, because it only applies to the folks in those 12 states, right, where the system isn't fully up and running yet.
Right. So the waiver gives you an additional 15 days for your state to get everything uploaded. In the event that it doesn't get uploaded in that 15 days, then there's an issue. Part of the requirements for the waiver is you got to get a copy of your medical card from the doctor, and basically you're going to carry that with you. If you get stopped roadside and they see that your license doesn't have the medical card attached, you can show them your medical card, and they're not supposed to write that violation or put you out of service. Now,
Sure.
prior to this, we know that's not what happened.
Right. Yeah. I guess that's a good question, too, is, as we're looking at this and it sounds like the transition, transitions can be messy. We understand that. It sounds like this one is causing problems for quite a few people out there. But when you get these calls, I guess maybe more of a blanket kind of piece of advice for people out there with regard to this. Is it just make sure you've got a physical copy with you just in case? Or, what are you telling people?
Right. So you want to make sure you've got a physical copy of your card. If you're notified by roadside, or if you get a letter from the state saying that your license is due to be downgraded because you don't have a medical card, there are steps to follow. The first step is going to be reaching out to the medical examiner that did your medical exam and having them resubmit your documentation, making sure that they look at, because they're going to have a copy of your driver's license, making sure that they compare that number and make sure that everything on there matches identically. So it starts there. If that doesn't fix it, you reach out to your state driver's license agency and have them reach out to the FMCSA, because they can pull that information from their side as well. And then finally, if neither one of those two agencies are able to correct it, there's a phone number that you can reach out to the FMCSA and get the FMCSA involved in it as well. So they've got 3 steps on here on what you can do. Hopefully it gets taken care of in step number 1 or number 2, because reaching out to the FMCSA help desk is going to take a long time.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I'm wondering, again, as we look at the current situation here and what we're dealing with and what we're hoping this will be over time, and I think what they envisioned all the way back more than 10 years ago when they kind of started this process. Ultimately, do you see this being a net positive? Do you see this being a more efficient process for folks out there? I know there's a concern. Ashley, we were talking about it, concern about, going digital and having that information in one place. That's a concern. But overall, is this going to be an efficient thing in the long run?
I think once all the bugs are worked out, and more importantly, once all of the states are on board, so that there's no discrepancies. When everybody's on board, I think it'll work better once they get all the bugs worked out, and it's simply a point and click type of deal. Now, I'm sure there's still going to be an occasional issue where somebody fat fingers a number and reverses to, and that will have to be corrected on the medical examiner side. But once the system is up and running and everybody is involved in it, I think it's going to be a more efficient way for the drivers to get their stuff done and not have to worry about it. I mean, it will take one more thing off of their table. They've got a lot of stuff that they got to do already. So I go in and get my medical exam. Now I don't have to worry about it. The doctor's going to take care of everything versus, well, now I've got to find time to go down to the driver's license office or get online and upload everything. So it will make it easier in the long run once all the bugs are worked out. Now, you're still going to have CMEs that have to issue medical cards because non-CDL, you're still required to have a medical card. So all of this stuff, none of that applies to them. If you're non-CDL, you still have to get a copy of your medical card. You still have to carry that with you because it's not attached to a regular driver's license, only to the CDLs.
There it is. I think we clear up all the confusion.
Yeah, everything's good now.
Yeah, all right, we're all
All
clear.
is well.
Yeah, and obviously if people have questions or concerns or problems, they can call you and your colleagues there, 816-229-5791. If they're having problems, you like to hear about those things because they help you understand what people are dealing with out there. That's a helpful thing. Yeah.
Yeah. If they have issues, they can give us a call. We've reached out to a couple of the states themselves to find out what the states are doing, and it helps to get that information, that feedback from the states as well to find out, well, this state is doing this or this state is doing this, to make sure that something is happening to take care of these guys because, I mean, they got enough to deal with out there already.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
All right,
We don't
Jim.
need more confusion for sure.
Yeah. We appreciate your time. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Helpful information there from Jim Jefferson of OOIDA. Our thanks to Stephen Fritz as well for his time. Louis Pugh and Colin Long, we thank you for listening as well.
Yes.
That's Trucking with OOIDA today. We'll see you again next week. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com and we might include it on the show.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com. and find the folks who share your values.